It's kind of like thinking about the soundtrack of this game. It's all like fucking 808 hip hop beats. It kind of reminds me of when the Yasuke music kicks in Assassin's Creed Shadows. Like, this music is way too cool. What the fuck? Why was it running? Shit. I think I installed new drivers, so it probably has to remake shaders. But yeah, it reminds me, like, whenever Naoe's music or Yasuke's music kicks in, and it's either like 60s Japanese surf rock or fucking like 90s 808 based hip hop, I'm like, this is way too cool for this game. The rest of this game is so bland. It's like the coolest thing about it. Diblo, hello. Hello, everybody. Klondike Bar, White Buffalo, how you doing? Lance Denton, Death Moon, Cami Hart, SK, Flashed Thighs. Oh, yeah. John Black Ops is a real thing. Jonathan Black Ops. John of Duty. Oh, my God. It's like grinding my entire system to a halt. I can't even open a tab. What the fuck's going on? I'm also downloading something. Yeah. CPU is humming. Immortals of Aveum. Make my fucking heatsink go brrr. Excuse me, Aveum. That doesn't seem right. No, it's doing it though. You know what, Immortals of Aveum, I trust you. There we go. See, you just gotta trust. I am feeling a lot better though. My voice continues to return. Operator Skin, John Blackup. He's not named John Blop, which is a bit sad. That would be the extra. It'd be like extra meme. White Rabbit Object, thanks for gifting 5 subs. Oh, Le Vomitorium caught one. Great. Le Vomitorium. The older I get, the more throwing up becomes like a weird ritual. Anytime I overindulge... I want to close this menu. I don't want to close the menu. I didn't change anything. Yes. Nothing you can hit can make that go away. Maybe I finally did it. Excuse me. Yeah, I've got a lot of drainage. I apologize in advance. Hold on, I'm gonna go express a few things. I'll be right back. Okay. All right. Yeah. I don't know what skin Steph is going to use. Usually she waits for something like too stupid. I don't think she's going to use Jay or Silent Bob. I guess skins come in pairs now, right? You have to have the two factions. Although not really. What is it? Like all the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are the good guys. The single Terminator is the bad. It's so dumb, man. Can't get over how dumb it is. Love it though. GPU almost maxed out. I can remember what I'm doing here. Yeah, last stream was a bit of a gauntlet, but Doom ought to be, right?
Oh, a lava path. Who does this?
That's right. We just met the Clancy Brown demon.
It was a union thing.
Who tucked into a handful of eggs during our conversation. Started popping those little bad boys into his mouth while discussing magic and shit. He had a chip on his shoulder. Kind of a pun, I guess. Remember how to play this game. So there's dash. There's a hover that I forgot about for like an hour last time. Or blink. Sorry, we're wizards. It's called blink. Oh yeah, you gotta shoot these things. That one's moving real fast for red. Are you kidding me? Hey! Did it disappear? Oh. I thought they stayed forever. I didn't know it was like timed. Yeah, this game has moments of like being genuinely self-referential and funny. Not quite in the he's standing right behind me way. Sometimes it's kind of like that. But in other ways it like, there's a weird thing. It's like Age of Ultron did it, where characters momentarily have our perspective on things, or they reflect the viewpoint of the viewer for a second, where it's just like, oh, well, this is just ridiculous, or something like that. Where, you know, they're in a setting where this shit is happening all the time. But I'm seeing weird frame tearing on my monitor. What? It doesn't look like it's showing up on the stream. Try not to pay attention to it. If you guys see frame tearing, let me know. But bizarrely, sometimes capture won't have it, and my display will. Yeah. Nope. There it is. We realized the villain's sidekick was actually somebody we knew yet. Not yet. That has yet to happen. Or yes, our childhood friend, who was once so devoted to the cause, is now working for the enemy. But we also have yet to discover that the enemy is probably the good guy, although they've definitely planted ominous seeds. That's the thing, though. Like, this game doesn't feel like it's trying to be smarter than me. And it's not. Like, that's good. But there's some cool shit going on here. There's a lot of effort and fun put into the setting, and I think it doesn't belabor the shit that doesn't matter. Sometimes I find that refreshing, where it's like the game doesn't spend a whole lot of time droning about lore just because the developers thought it was cool. And even when it is dropping lore, sometimes it does it with a little tongue-in-cheek smirk because it knows it's kind of dumb. And then, yeah, sometimes the main character will just be like, of course there's a fucking underwater lava palace. Of course there is. Like borderline referential or self-aware humor. But it's like right on the bar, right on the line of being too self-aware. Yeah, not record scratches. I bet you're wondering how I got here kind of thing. I mean, I thought the intro where it like starts with a puppet show and then zooms out and shows the characters kind of snarking on it. Well, that's an awfully kind of millennial thing. I thought it established the tone really well, and they've gone on to do that. They've gone on to like have moments where it's the drama, but it's also the characters kind of being like pointing and laughing at the drama alongside the viewer. I don't know. Interesting dynamic. And those moments, and they're not a ton of them, but they're so unique that they kind of really recharge my crystals as the game goes forward. So the game's combat is actually pretty fun. I don't know, man. I think it was a bit of a tragedy. This game was so overlooked, but that's just gonna happen. Ooh! That was dumb. Crystals. Oh yeah, I have powers. What does this do? Oh, that's an AoE. Whoops. This is needles, I think? Yeah. Then 4? Oops, wrong one. What's 4 do? Punch! Alright, we like that one. Red punch. Kool-Aid, bitch! Crack you like a geode. Playing through this has made me reevaluate my abandoned playthrough. I was missing the Bedinglies because it was on the EA app. Now I'm on Steam. Whose for all the annoyances I have with Steam, its overlay has been constantly functional. Whereas somehow even Microsoft can't figure out how to make the fucking game bar notifications fire. Yeah, man, how good was Doom? It's so fun to like, I'd never thought about like playing random WADs as basically being escape room. You have to tangle with the designer's potentially highly illogical and maybe even intentionally illogical progression sensibilities. Ram ring. That going to do? Oh yeah, there's a shield. Here, P for pause, G for gear. I don't remember the bindings. Oops. Here. Bashed it. Good match. Feeling a bit better? I am. Keys has this for $1.19. Ugh, God. That's nothing, man. The studio's already closed, I guess, so it's just like EA's put it in the bargain bin for good. Ah, c'est la vie. Yeah, there's even like a little synthy thump when you land spells. I mean, Call of Duty kind of does that too. Let's see. Health. E for crush. Why can't I move? I've been slowed. There we go. Yeah. Oh yeah. It's like an ultra blast. Hyper laser. Oh shit. Laser time. I forgot about my goop egg. Like a counter spell. Anything dead? Good. Yeah, it's worth $1. Come on. Like, I can't think of an individual, like one sound effect from this game is worth $1. Just just looking at the character model, looking at the model of the hand moving around. That's like $1 worth of, or I guarantee you to create that was probably more than $1 worth of labor. But sheesh, man, it's games are scary. Fuck, how are they so expensive to make? And you can buy it for $1. 2 years after it came out. Not even 2 years, like a year and a half. And it's not a budget game either. God. Just in terms of being a business person, you gotta be a psychopath to want to get into this business. Unless you're addicted to gambling, or you think that you can roll the dice on like the world's worst slot table ever. I mean, yes, some people have made a lot of money in gaming. Some businessmen have come in and applied business to games and made a shitload of cash. I mean, Bobby Kotick is, I think, a very easy, clear example. Somebody who was just a relentless business person and turned a product into a whole fucking thing. Okay. But yeah, to come at games with a fresh idea that you want to put a large budget behind, oh, that's the most terrifying thing in the world. And like, you can't even use any kind of like cultural guidance. Because what's popular right now is sure as shit not going to be popular in 4 years, best case scenario, when your game comes out. You just gotta throw hundreds of millions of dollars down on a dream. Well, I think that, hold on a second. Let's see if I can nail one of these counter spells. That's the idea. I think that's why their health bar glow. The fuck? Hey. There we go. Okay. And it does damage if you hit him with it. Is it on cooldown? It was on cooldown. Okay. Oh, that's cool. Okay. I saw their health bars glowing and I was like, surely that's some kind of counter indicator. Took a while for my memory to click back into place. Yeah, RoboCop is a really good example of a smartly scoped game. I mean, I thought that of Avowed, but it turns out, like, first of all, Avowed's a lot longer than I thought it was. And they apparently had to, like, they had the luxury of restarting that game a couple times. So I think they got to that scope with a fair amount of trial and error. Well, let's say iteration, a kind of phrase. And that's not cheap to do. But they made a lot of smart decisions in that process. I was kind of thinking that maybe they had just from the outset were like, this is the game we're gonna make. We're very smart about what they chose to include and what they chose not to spend money on. Honestly, I think like lip sync and performance capture is one of those things. BO, fine, but like you don't need every single conversation to be fully performance captured. It's something that people point out. It's like it's definitely like people are noticing for sure, but I don't think that makes the difference anymore between a product people buy or not. And that's a lot of money and a lot of time and heartache you can take out of the production. You do have to hit him with red. Easier with a different red power. It might be easier if I could aim worth a damn. Well, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. I'm so glad that that game is doing well and is liked by people. Because, yeah, Kingdom Come Deliverance... Well, I can't speak to 2 because I haven't played it yet. And I thought about starting it today, but... I think I need to check more games off the list as opposed to adding more, like, 120-hour games to it. Anyway. I'm definitely a big fan of games that are picking up the mantle of trying to turn a simulation into a whole video game. Like you write a set of world simulation rules, and then you have your game inside of it. And hopefully the objectives and mechanics of the game interchange with the simulation of the world in a constructive way. But, again, very hard to do. Very, very hard to do. Time consuming. That's what's so intoxicating about immersive sim games. Reminds me, I gotta play Hitman. Yeah, exactly. Sims are not easy to make. A lot easier to like fake it. Ooh. That's interesting. These enemies are kind of explicitly designed around hover. They throw these ground waves at you, and then their weak point is much more hittable from above than below. Because they have like an inverted pyramid, so the lower you get, like the more the angle of attack from below is a lot less advantageous. Yeah, there's good shit here. There's good shit here. I think the problem is, and this is what hurts, is that there's no wow factor, I think. The imagery of like a dude with an undercut and a magic shit, like it screams young adult fiction, which this most assuredly is, but like how do you communicate the bits that make this unique and interesting? I don't know if you can. I don't know how you can. just have to hope that I guess word of mouth gets there. Full Metal Ninja. Thanks for that. Honestly, I've always thought that that's sort of the role of games press. That part of the penance that you pay, the tithing that you do, the wonderful institution of video games, and the thing that somehow enables one to earn any money, make any kind of living off of video game discussion or coverage or engagement with community or criticism, whatever it is. The penance is that there's an obligation to invest time into the vibrance of the medium. Or when something needs to be elevated, you have to put your weight behind it. That's I think the implicit trade-off. Oh man. Okay, so I can see frame tearing in the capture. No? Is it just me? I don't think it's me. I think I need to do this, yeah. YouTubers do that now? Yeah, sort of. Kind of. The problem with, well, air quotes problem. The problem with YouTubers and stuff like that is that there's a direct monetary incentive behind what is already popular. So, you know, on Inside Games, it makes sense, right? Nobody's going to click on a YouTube video of a game they've never heard of and they're not already interested in. But that means that the ones people do click on are the ones that they are interested in or have heard of, which means to a degree, either there's an investment in the franchise, there have been games before, here's the next one, or there's been a lot invested in marketing. There's buzz around it. People have heard of it. Why are people talking about this? The only other phenomenon right now that does elevate games is like flavor of the week kind of stuff. And that is curated around games that aid people in making better content or more interesting content, things like Repo. So that means games like this kind of fall into a black hole. There's no incentive for a YouTuber to talk about this unless you dress it up as like this game criminally underrated or something like that. The most underrated game in the last 30 years. You almost have to make it like you're inviting people to come and laugh at you. And then you try to make a passionate case for it. But also, there's kind of a flood of those kind of videos too. So that's not a new or novel approach. Like clickbaiting a reveal. And there's so much of that stuff now that people are kind of dead to that. So what's left? I guess theoretically, a YouTuber or online personality has to, yeah, like a film reviewer, you know, you kind of have to cultivate trust. You have to invest in being correct, having correct video game opinions. But here's the problem with that. Being right doesn't matter. People almost never revise their impression of someone else's opinion. And people on the internet are addicted to solidarity. So like, they'll only click on videos that take the stance that they want to see, or that they think is funny, or that they think is interesting. So if there's a game that's popular to hate on, they're only going to watch videos of people hating on it. And if you trick them into watching an Inside Games video where we don't blindly hate on things, they'll go down in the comments and say, you guys fucked up. Like, this is not why I'm here. So you can try to incept people a little bit into like breaking from consensus. But usually if you try to say something brave in the moment, like there's actually Suicide Squad actually has some good shit in it. People just kind of like, people by and large tell you you're not doing your job, which I think it's the incident or the opposite. I think it is the responsibility of someone in media. And honestly, I think it's kind of like, again, I think it's the unspoken social contract that you execute by being allowed to swim in the wake of people who actually make games and work way harder than I do. To be genuine in that regard, but I think genuine is like, You can't force it. There's no law about it. And when the deciding factor is what people decide to watch, then it makes sense that this is where we're. I don't know. I'm just trying to like logically figure out how games like this can get a day in the sun. But the world's not fair. Not everyone is owed success based on artistic merit. Anyway, Ziggy's Cloud of Strife asks, since you're farther in the game, what are your thoughts on it? I beat it and I thought it was more fun than people gave it credit. That's basically what I'm feeling right now. There's moments of fun levity in the story that I wasn't expecting. In addition to, I think it's like a pretty fun, uncomplicated, kind of young adult fantasy story. So far, I don't know if they're going to get really psychedelic with it, but I doubt it. If it were a Japanese game, perhaps. I don't know. It seems well told, well formed, well executed. Combat's fun. Setting's interesting. Characters are charming. There's not a whole lot to not like. It's even got like gameplay layers I wouldn't expect in a game like gear and skills. They really tried. I think there are people who just want to be told how to feel. Oh, for sure. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of weird now. Social media is essentially just like, it's like a marketplace of entertainment. And as a consumer of social media, you have the ability to choose not only what you get told, but the flavor you get told it in. Because there's so many people vying for that role. It's a pretty sweet gig. Basically be an information broker / entertainer. But yeah, that kind of means that people can shop for their preferred kind of spin. Which means that like almost like people's spin are competing with each other to capture the most eyeballs. It leads to like it's a funnel of populism, essentially. Because that drives the business. And there's really like, there's no standard. The audience itself does not hold anyone to any standard of authenticity in that regard. People will even point out obvious examples of like hypocrisy or like, they're on or off, or obvious incidents of like people talking, changing opinion, or just to, generally being opportunists. Doesn't matter. Gotta turn this eyeball on. Laser you eyeball. What do you think the designer of this game thought would be the hook of the game to pull the average gamer? Man, that's tough. I wouldn't mind talking to some of the folks at Ascendant. Like, seeing the pitch deck would be really interesting. How they pitched EA on this. And furthermore, why EA said yes. I think it was a fair bet. And it was a new studio, I think, so they probably made this game for like a fraction, or at least a portion of what EA would have spent internally. They might have had funding from another source or something like that. That opened the eyeball. And work with. Turn this on or off. Is on. Wait a minute. I'm green. Can I move it? Oh, there we go. Yeah, I'm gonna guess that they pointed to things like Maze Runner or fucking Hunger Games, like young adult fantasy fiction properties that do really well. Or can like break through or get a foothold, and maybe even pointing to buying trends. It doesn't seem like Gen Z buys AAA console games in the way that millennials do or did. They're too busy on fucking Roblox and Fortnite and shit. So I could see, especially if this pitch was done in like 2017 or 2018, I could see some pitch of like, there's a hole, like, if I'm the business guy, I'm like, there's a hole in the market, right? There's a whole bunch of people that aren't buying games because they haven't really been made for their demographic. And yeah, of course, it's like it's a bunch of 30 and 40 somethings trying to make a game for a 15-year-old. But I could like COD for Gen Z or whatever. I could see that working. I could see that being an interesting pitch, or a log line, or whatever you call it, elevator pitch. Honestly, I think that's a lot of what was going on with Veilguard. I think it was trying to appeal to 20-somethings, but then you had, you know, 30 and 40-year-old Dragon Age fans who were reading that it's not for them anymore, which, yeah, it's not accurate. It was only for you at the time because you were the demographic they wanted. Oh, yeah, man, I'm getting fucking wrecked. And again, that happens across a lot of gaming nowadays. Realizing that they're not in the center of the Venn diagram anymore. Need more shooters where open tome of spells is a weapon. I think Graven does that. Avowed does that. Avowed has, yeah, there's like a book where you can channel a lot of spells from. And then as your book levels up, you get better spells. If I played this when I was 13, I'd be all over it because it looks cool. I think same. Like, I'd be super into this at 14 or whatever. Also being a, like, typical white dude protagonist. I mean, we even have the same haircut, so... Yeah, but again, this game did not, I think, move that trend at all of Gen Zers not playing typical premium console games. But yeah, if I were to guess, I would speculate that that's the market they were hoping to hit. But I don't think EA has like any knowledge about how to speak to that market. I don't think anyone does. Except other similar aged TikTokers. Where is it? Ah.
That's
cool.
one.
Like a chef curated buffet, but most people still have fried chicken and fries. Yeah, because most people don't think that much about what they eat. That's a pretty good analogy. Yeah, it's gonna be weird if new generations don't get into this particular medium or this kind of game, then I don't know, it'll be interesting to see where it goes. Because then specifically this kind of game will be made by millennials for millennials. And that means its market will be very defined. And its profitability pretty quantified. Okay, so once you laser the eyeball, it stays. You think that market plays games on the Switch? No, I think so. Or they're more likely to, which is honestly, like, there's a lot of excitement in traditional console games publishing about Switch 2, because I think people are really excited that it has the potential to be a platform where their products can finally reach a demographic they haven't been able to touch, like PS5 or PC. But we'll see. Yeah, Switch 2 could be very good for games in general. For Nintendo specifically, but in the way that like the Steam Deck has become the sort of like a staple platform for a very kind of particular game playing demographic, the Switch 2 could be that for a lot more. Also, just like having a range of now platforms that are basically considered minimum spec, which kind of falls outside of most of where most games can scale nowadays. But yeah. I'm excited, but also pretty comfy there for a minute. It was pretty comfy buying games on Switch and then just dumping the ROM and playing them properly on an emulator. Now it's going to be awkward because like Switch 2 will be the official platform, of course, but I guess I do have to jump over. But it'll probably there'll be some fucking Nintendo catch about it. Something that sucks and doesn't need to, but does. Oh, there we go. But yeah, I mean, the Switch is a pretty amazing device because it's one of the few times, aside from PC really, where people seem really, really comfortable paying like $10 for a game, but also $70 for a game. Oh, that's interesting. Counter his health spell. Damn it! Got in the way. Fuck you. Move. And also the like shield spell gave them both health. That sucked. Where's green? Where? Oh. Emulators are still being devved, so keys are still being generated. Yeah, what are... I'm trying to think of... I guess, yeah, I haven't done a look for like custom firmware. It's all been driven to ground a bit, which makes sense. And it's smart. Oops. Don't look at that. B-roll for the Dark Ages, Doom the Dark Ages preview. I'm uploading it for our editor. Noble Shooklin. Use in edit. Didn't watch the Nintendo Direct. What was the big thing that came out of it? Big thing. Nothing big, I guess. A lot of weird, smaller things. Nintendo has their own news app for mobile phones. They announced a program where you can lend somebody a digital copy of your game or move it to another physical Switch that may not have your profile on it. So essentially, like, conceptually, you can now turn a digital game into a physical game card, and then it basically operates exactly the same way. You can export it from one Switch onto another physical Switch, and then it resides on that Switch as a like digital game card. You can even lend them out to family members, which is pretty cool. New Rhythm Heaven, new Tamagotchi Life. So, like, some of the weirder, deeper cut Nintendo franchises got sequels announced. What else? God Emu is making a pixel art Marvel beat 'em up game. I think like Konami and beat 'em up. It looked pretty cool. There was a handful of other things. Story of Seasons, something or other.
That's both of them.
Oh yeah, Samus is psychic now. Samus Aran in Metroid Prime 4 prequel Metroid has psychic powers. Whatever, man. Yeah, the third eye suit. I mean, I'm into it. When I saw that, I was wondering if like, are these interaction mini games, there's like psychic mini games hinting at some goofy hardware in Switch 2? I could see like them using motion controls with the Joy-Con or something like that. Whenever she's like manipulating something with her hand, you like hold the Joy-Con out and it's like HD rumbling in your hand to tell you if you're like doing it right or not. Yeah, Patapon. Yeah, it was a nice direct actually. And then yeah, we got Switch 2 Direct this coming week. Ooh. Oh no, Harry, I didn't know that. Steam revised their family sharing so that you can't share in different regions now. Damn. I mean, I assumed that people were probably getting together on the internet and like forming family sharing groups, but even still, her family is somewhere else. I'll be able to share with them. Vita 2 when? I mean, that's was the Switch, right? I guess the Switch is still a bit bigger, and Switch 2 is going to be even bigger than that. I mean, you can get the like handheld PCs. Those are kind of like Vitas. You could probably even run a Vita emulator on it. Yeah, it's a neat visual. Like all the way that like there's little lava pools kind of cascading out onto the bridge. It's cool. I don't know.
I swear, if
There's some fun trippy visuals in this game. I like how God, what is it? Art Nouveau. Fucking place looks. Glad that one came out. But I sneezed, and as soon as I did, I heard a thwack. Something hitting the ground, so I gotta clean that up. Still recovering. That tree looks like a vagina. Accurate assessment. Art Nouveau is all about naturalistic imagery, I guess you could say. Nature. Yeah. I mean, I see a bent over butt with a big flappy vagina right there. I mean, a butterfly. It's a butterfly, doctor.
Look at this mess. You're paying for this mess. Hope you got an inheritance coming.
Fucking
This is one of them for the rest of your
old-timey prospector mage.
I really didn't mean to.
Twangy-ass guitar. Got his leather duster from hitting the old trail.
To be. I just came here to talk. My name's Jack.
It's called a parlor, Jack, where you entertain guests. Would have done anyway, had I any actual burning desire to
Would have done.
have guests.
I used to could.
Coffee in here. I'm gonna box your ears. I swear. You want any?
That'd be great. I really am sorry. I wish none of this had happened.
If wishes were horses.
Ink my dick and call me a ding-dong.
What's a horse?
I don't know. Never seen one. Died out in the early parts of the war. That's what you're here about,
Coffee
right?
cup.
I don't need a horse.
No, dummy. The war. You a deserter? You look scared.
What? No,
I didn't know there'd be a cowboy
Why would you
wizard.
think that?
Some men's eyes, they got a little bunny in them. Yours do. Hopping around. Not always. But right now, something's got you scared out of your mind.
This is almost as good as an FMV game.
We're going to lose the war.
Where like
No one knows
all of
how to
the
stop Sandra.
tertiary characters are just chewing scenery.
I'm afraid of what comes after.
You should be. What he's done to Saren, to Kelthus, he wins, that's what he'll do to everyone. So how's he doing it? Snuffing out the fonts.
You know about that?
Kid, I got scry stones in every damn corner of Aveum.
Got scry stones on every damn corner.
Lines winking out in all the wrong places gives you pause. If I had to guess, the world's poorer by about 3 fonts.
3. You got to another one?
Oh yeah. As soon as the font in Rasharn went dark, he must have beelined for the one at Kelthus. His occupation would have made it easy pickings.
They're not really gone. Sandrax absorbed their power using some kind of artifact of Aristea. A binding stone, a Throttacol. That's why I'm here. The Immortals believe you're the only one that might know what the stone really is.
So, Kirkin still hate me?
I've heard she's not a big fan of yours, but
Yeah, I gotta play some more of the current Need for Speeds. I guess they're not current
Gotta be
anymore.
new then.
no, I've been her student for 5 years now.
Well, she must be working up to it. This binding stone of yours. Look like this otherwise innocent bit of business, yeah?
Yeah. It's that bad?
Walk with me. Easier just to show you. Calm your tits. Won't hurt none, promise.
Oh, jeez. Back to the astral plane. Wizards always love taking you to the fucking astral plane, don't they?
How are you doing this?
With panache, it's called a mind warp.
Panache.
Trick I picked up in Rasharn back in the day.
This is Rasharnian magic?
What about it? Some of the most elegant and creative Magni alive. Oh, don't let King Dipshit and his Confederates spoil the barrel.
Like that I can see his butt through his jacket.
History. This is
Wait a minute. No, his jacket is stuck in front of his legs.
1,000 years and some change ago.
The wound.
Nice fashion.
Small.
Yep. Just a teensy thing back then.
His duster's an apron.
Wild yet. Aristea brought out the work.
He knows what his good side is.
All because of this thing. Binding stone. They used it to commune with the fonts. And some idiot decided to use it to control them instead. Let's just say things got out of hand. Sandrak's doing the same damn thing. History loves a sequel.
What are we looking at here?
The place they built the binding stone, called a shrine forge. Suspected somewhere in eastern Orman.
You've got to give me something better than that.
What if I could, son? Orman's a damn big place. And it doesn't help that it blew itself up some 20-odd years ago. Now, unless you got more questions, we can head back.
This is what you needed to show me?
Well, what's it gonna be?
Need to drag this conversation out as long as possible.
So that's the big secret of how Aristea fell. Just one more casualty of the Everwar?
The lure of the binding stone was too much. We see magic, Jack. We eventually get greedy. Can't help ourselves but to sink down to our basest nature. Even the mighty Aristea could only keep its head up for a year or two.
A year or two? Their ruins are everywhere, whole cities of them. And they were way more advanced than ours. That can't be right.
Aristea, the bastion of high learning and magical ingenuity, capable of miracles uncountable. They're Magni demigods among men. Yeah, that what you're talking about?
Well,
Don't know what to tell you, kid. Getting too close to magic turns us all dead stupid. It's like the Everwar's our natural state of being, despite
That's
everything
deep, bro.
we're told. They're Aristea was just a blip.
When the Aristea used the Binding Stone to commune with the fonts, what happened?
They
Like
all
free-based
turned into
creation
little
magic?
renaissance in a matter of days. Spread their new magic know-how like brush fire until they were pulling cities out of the ground like it was nothing. Bunch of idiots. Who cares that it was causing the wound to grow at an exponential rate? Oh, they'd fix that later.
Fix it later. We haven't changed.
Not one.
So yeah, I kind of get overtones. I feel like young adult narratives often bend towards ecological things, you know, when you're young and ambitious and you want to save the world. That seems like a practical way to do it. And I think tales of climate change probably more pressing now than ever. But when I'm speaking purely from a product standpoint, that's where I also kind of see more of this intent to appeal to young adult audiences.
I need to get back to the Palathon. Tell them what I found out.
Fair enough. Wait a minute. You feel that?
Feel what?
Someone's in here with us. Hold on.
Get mind jacked with Mick Jagger.
What?
Oh wait, that was Free Jack. Mind Jack was a game from Snowbreeze?
Get down, kid!
Oh, who could it be? That cool ponytail. Oh,
Son of a bitch!
Mr. Blue Sky, thanks for the Oh, from Punch. She's just gonna leave? Yeah, hell yeah. My goons will take care of this. Oh, the goons are already down. She could turn around at any... No, she's just out. Walked away already.
I'm not leaving you here.
I'm done for, kid. She was in our minds. She gets away, Sandrak will know y'all are gonna go after the Shrine Forge.
Also, why is this dude suddenly like down to help? I thought there was going to be a whole arc where we have to convince a real surly dude to help us again. Like saddle up for one last ride kind of shit. But the second we walked in, he was like, ah, damn it, all right. I guess we're on the same side. I kind of don't remember what Thaddeus's backstory is. But, I mean, by the tropes, he's somebody who wants to live out of nowhere. Is he tired of war or whatever? Oh shit. Oh fuck. Debating switching and take out shit. I'll just kill him. What the hell was that? There, shit. Yeah, fighting near lava. I do like that you get to fight in the lava bridge after walking through it. That piece is too good to only use once. This way? Do I have to solve a puzzle? You really want me to do a laser puzzle? Treasure. No, Redbeardy, I don't think Cowboy Wizard's dead yet. He'll have to come back later and either betray us or do one final sacrifice. I feel like the one final sacrifice would be more earned if we had to convince him to get on board, right? That's how that scene is supposed to go. What is going on here? And the laser's active? Oh, can I turn it on? No? This is where the lady ran. I feel like... I need to hit that with a blue laser, but there's no blue laser. I feel like there's a mechanic that I'm supposed to remember. I just don't. But yeah, if there was a whole thing where like, he's like, oh, I just want to live out my life in peace. And then we convince him to care about things again, which leads him to willingly sacrifice himself at some point. Like that's not supposed to be how that goes. Oh, you can craft it. Oh, keep thinking that that's like what I have equipped. That I have like a level 1 thing equipped. But no, that's saying that I can make 20 things. How many Doom games did I go through? Well, I played Doom 2 start to finish, and then I did the like first handful of levels in master level. And I was kind of enjoying it. Ooh. They're quirky. And they're kind of raw. Oh, well, it's like a one shot. And I have to reload every time. Oh. What the fuck? Oh, I think there's maybe an enemy that's not spawning correctly, or is in an unreachable area. Probably have to kill it for whatever will happen over here. I'm gonna just try to jump over there. Oh yeah! Thank you, Loof. Yes, I can surf the energy stream. Thank you very much. Completely forgot about that. Who's that?
Hurry it up, Jack.
I can swing. Whee! Is that the person I'm chasing? Just they were waiting for me?
She's over there.
What the fuck? What was that? Shit. Oh. Oh boy. Ah man, that sucks. Ugh. There's like a parry, right? Parry the platypus. Tutorials in a minute. Uh-oh. Beep. I'm still working on becoming the greatest wizard in all of wizarding history. I wanna be The very best. All right, hold on a minute. Where's like tutorials or something? No? I swear oh, here we go. Build. Okay. Aim W at a lurge. Aim at a lurge. Simply aim at the lurge. Okay, I guess there isn't really like a... I thought there was like a timed thing. What's this called? The Hand of Sandrak? Will you give me your hand in wizarding? I think it's like an assistant. But I agree, this game could use a little romance. He takes Sandrak's hand in wizardry. Charged.
Who's got this?
That's what we need. Oh yeah. I guess she does have a reason to just like run away. Ah.
Please don't be you.
He knows. Ferret King, thanks for the raid. You guys arrived just in time.
Are you alive?
No, don't.
Why didn't you try to find me?
Don't do that.
Do what?
Ask me a question you won't accept the answer to.
How can you be with them?
Okay.
That's the one.
I like it. Scribbles, thanks for the sub. Welcome, folks. Welcome, friends. Twist. So you know what's interesting? Like, the game did not insult our intelligence by like implying that he hadn't even thought of it, right? That scene was kind of clever. It was like, don't do that. Like, don't be that person. And then it is. And then she's like, I know what you're gonna ask, right? Like, cause they both know this moment was coming. But that also is like, that's one of those dialogue scenes that kind of subtly implies that they know they're in a young adult fiction. Like, they know the tropes, but they don't. We do. But they're kind of merging those things. I think it works really well. Like it makes it feel like it can move along. Like, it doesn't have to belabor the bits that you've seen in a million different stories already.
Yeah, I'm here, sir. I found out the Binding Stone was created in a shrine forge somewhere in Eastern Orman. No exact location, but it's a start. Bad news is, I think Thaddeus died helping us find that out. I'm sorry, sir.
Oh, maybe he's
close.
Don't blame yourself.
I had a tail. Sandrak will know we're coming for the shrine forge.
That just means we'll come heavy. Return to the Palathon for mission planning.
What's the plot so far? There are multiple factions, wizard factions fight. Hold on a second. There are multiple wizard factions fighting in something called the Everwar. The setting of the world is that there is a giant bottomless chasm, a widening maw in the middle of the world called the Wound, and it's growing, creating a world where like resources are becoming increasingly scarce. But we've also learned that the Wound is growing because of the consumption of magic. So essentially people are fighting over resources, but the fact that they're fighting is causing the resource scarcity that is causing them to fight. So one of them's, it's a climate crisis sort of analog, which I like. I think those are very believable human stories as we live through the very same thing every day. Yeah, Final Fantasy 16, another one that dips into that. I'm sure this game will have probably a more conclusive ending on those aspects than 16 did. But it's honestly a pretty common thing. I mean, even Doom, fucking new Doom, has resource scarcity at the heart of its conflict, which it's a very believable motivation, for sure. That's what we're dealing with. We have become an elite wizard for a particular faction, but we're starting to understand that maybe good and bad are too simple moral ideas to put on an entire faction, entire conflict. As old friends are revealed to be working for other sides now, maybe the people that we have trust in are not to be trusted as much. Blah, blah, blah. It's like it's all young adult fiction stuff, and I keep saying that because I think it's important to not judge something just because it's familiar. This game has familiar elements, but all of them kind of have a unique twist so far.
You're not going to even ask if I'm okay or explain why my bloody face got pulled through a Farkle stone.
That did happen.
You're evidently pals with an Amori now.
Buddy, since I set out on this mission, I've had my politics questioned, my pants criticized, told my eyes were full of bunnies, and
what?
Oh, it's nothing. It's just
Buddy.
been a lot, you know? We'll catch up when I get back.
I've been going through some wizard shit too, okay? You're not the first person to have their face sucked through a magic stone. Yeah, I did forget about that until he brought it up. Somehow I thought nobody, like, we all agreed to not remember that. Listen, mister. We all have some lucky wizard shit, right? Time to warp back to the war chamber. Oh, did this game have pretty high hardware requirements? That's interesting. Yeah, somebody else mentioned that performance wasn't great on console. Which, yeah, if you're, I guess if you're gonna make a game that seems to target young adults, they don't. Again, maybe these are lessons that are more commonly known now, but they don't seem to be as glitzed by production value as millennials were. And I don't know if they continue to be. I think if you saw the continued expansion of games with younger generations entering the like traditional console AAA space, you'd have continued like escalating profits. Games like Spider-Man 2 would have set sales and profit records. And they set some sales records, but yeah, they kind of broke the chain. What age group is millennial? Gosh, these days? Like what? Like 30 to 40? 30 to 45 maybe? Till 94? I thought it was earlier than that. I guess I'm technically Oregon Trail generation, older millennial. I don't know. At some point divisions get weird, but for the sake of the argument, yeah, I guess it does help to specify. Ooh. I kind of break it down like, to me it's more like a service-based games consumption. So either you're used to buying and playing individual games, or you play Fortnite, you play Roblox, Minecraft, and everything you do is inside of that game. Custom game modes, mods, things like that. And then even extending to like the official ecosystems like in Roblox. That's kind of the split, is that it went from people buying a bunch of different games to services kind of scooping up entire demographics, kind of keeping them there.
This is insane. The surface of Eastern Orman is an endless desert. We'll never find the Shrine Forge this way.
I'll switch back to the islands just above the Tempest layer.
Maybe I'm thinking more like League of Legends. Hyrule Friars.
Hey, Hero. See if you can make out anything but sand.
Need to,
Already?
there's been some sales reports by agencies lately that break down game spending by demographic, and those are obviously a lot more specific about the age ranges they're looking at.
The Aristea couldn't survive it, so our
Yeah.
chances are on the wrong side of zero. Before
Game has an absolute babe,
that the shrine
and it's
forge
frustrating that
this binding stone was
so few people know.
Maybe. He didn't specify whether it was on the surface, which is completely blasted by magical fallout, or the islands above.
That fucking bicep vein gets me every time.
Forever west.
I want to just rub my face on it.
Thaddeus died.
yeah. The hand of Sandrak was following me. Had a team of Nightblades
That's some
with her.
neuron activation shit. Monkey brain firing up. Damn, you got played, son. Uh-oh.
What matters now is that we have a location.
Maybe he has a psychic wizard mind virus.
That's better than yesterday. We find this shrine forge. We're one step closer to finding some weakness in Sandrak's hold over the binding stone.
I'll break out our scrying records on Rasharnian troop movements in Orman within the last year.
You know, they say one after effect of being inside a massive volcano is dehydration.
I'm just tired.
Get some rest. Narrowing down this.
Oh, is the first Unreal Engine 5 game.
To take
I might have an idea on how to shorten that.
This was extraordinary work, Initiate.
Thank you, sir.
Jack, hold up.
Guess I just lucked out by being a rich streamer gamer. Yeah, if people just couldn't play it. It's a shame that the studio couldn't hold on long enough for people to like find the game eventually. But even then, like that used to happen more often. Cases like Witcher 3, where if you just kept it on the market long enough and re-released the game enough, people would eventually catch on and buy it.
Zendara's right. You do the Immortals proud, my friend.
Yay.
And it's great to see you back in one piece after that whole adventure.
So they were in the phase where they're fluffing me up a lot because they're about to betray me,
When you
right?
were telling us about
Or
things,
I'm about to feel betrayed.
I noticed something might have been distracting you.
Really?
Maybe I'm reading too much.
Huh. Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean.
Your face at one point, it was like you'd seen a ghost. Forgive me for prying.
You don't need to know about this, Devin.
I'm sure you've got a lot on your mind after all you've been through recently.
Hey, no offense, but it's
I don't want to rat my buddy out because I'm pretty sure
Yes,
I'll agree with her at the
find
end.
out.
like you don't need to know.
Ah, I hate that kind. Well, if you were to change your mind,
Dev,
fine by me, but not really. Also, I'm so very sorry if I embarrassed you in front of your Ilori friend. Is friend the right word? I know I embarrassed myself.
his name's Rook. But one thing at a time, Devin. I gotta head out.
Really Doom with wizards? Pretty much, yeah. Yes. Accurate summary.
The Grand Magnus is right. You should get some rest. We can handle things from here.
It is kind of more like Doom than it is like Call of Duty even, with your movement options and
I
like
haven't forgotten.
the fact that you have multiple secondaries that are on cooldown, you kind of rotate between. Reminds me of like the frost grenades and
Finding the shrine forge is priority 1 right now.
stuff like that. Man, call me a piece of shit, Zendara. Just fucking shit on my face.
You heard the Grand Magnus. Return to quarters, get some rest.
Okay. I'll only fall asleep if you stand on my neck, though. Can't fall asleep, Zendara.
Luna's alive.
I need you to kick my ass. I need you to beat me senseless so I can fall asleep. Man. I guess what hurts extra is that games like this almost exist as a cautionary tale for other people to not even try. Like every so often, a developer gets the gumption up to try to make like a big budget single player new IP. It's just like, no. The market resoundingly says, how dare you? I mean, it's not even that. Like it's just kind of evaporates. But there are tons of mitigating factors. Like people have been abnormally high tech. The inability to market, although like I was saying before, I don't even, it's not my job, of course, but also I can't even speculate how you'd market a game like this. Yeah, less risk taking, or rather less risk taking at this production. There's still a lot of risks being taken, but you know, they're all going to look like pixel art games. I guess we'll see. Expedition 33 is a really interesting, I think, business case. Dev studio of around, what, 30 is the number? But using Unreal Engine are able to realize some pretty refined looking visuals. Curious how it'll perform. All the demos and stuff I've seen, the frame rate can be a bit chunky. Is this my room? No. God, the fucking dribbling pool.
How are you even alive?
Okay.
Story for another day.
It's the mind walk, isn't it? The spell went crazy, and now you and I can do this.
I think so.
How much can you see?
Nothing really. I see you, and the rest is just colors that can't hold their shape. I can only hear you too.
Why would you trust her?
I can't spot
I mean, she's your childhood friend, but still.
your war room.
No, it's not that. I kinda just wanted you to see this room. The one they gave me, it's crazy awesome. Super big.
When you look glum like that, it reminds me of when the Upbridge gang stole your shoes.
Don't bring up Saren. Not like that.
Tell me, have you ever seen the color Salamine? It only exists in Rashan. It's one of the first things I noticed when they took me here.
Just stop, Luna. Rasharn doesn't have its own colors.
But it really does. Come visit me. You'll see.
How can you even ask me that?
Because I miss my best friend. I want you to see what I've done here, who I am now. I have that farm I always used to talk about. Can you believe it?
Rasharn almost killed you, Luna. I thought they did. For years. I thought you were dead.
It's like
Dude, I'm having a great
not
time.
too long out in the sun. When you open your eyes, everything's kind of blue, but all mixed in. Imagine that, and put a pearl inside. That's what the color Salamine looks like. You don't get it, do you, Jack? All you are is angry. I'm trying my best not to get angry. Angry that the next time we see each other, one of us is going to kill the other. I just wanted us to talk and forget about that for a minute or two.
Luna, wait!
Exited the chat. It always does this shit, man. You know what this reminds me of? I got flashes of like I've been thinking a lot about the like post Final Fantasy VII window where a handful of Western devs were making like anime games. You know, like the perfect storm of late 90s like weeaboo cyberpunk fascination, which culminated in the Matrix, really. Probably the coolest and most awesome expression of all of that. But this kind of reminds me of that a little bit. It's definitely not like hyper anime in its styling, but it kind of is. Yeah, Oni. Yeah, huh? Exactly. Septerracore.
Rise and shine, friend. Kirka needs everyone in the war chamber.
Only the best studios made a weeaboo game.
Might be close.
Which is to say Monolith and Bungie.
Specialist in shrine forges?
No. In Orman.
Are they named Kenzie?
Up and at 'em, sleepyhead!
I was just taking Kenzie here to meet Zendara. I predict they'll get along famously, don't you?
Wait, not yet. Wait for me.
Oh, what's a couple of knuckleheads? Proud Fanes are a good source of gear, new spells, and other boot. Thank you, Devin, for the friendly reminders. Heard so much stuff about Shogo. I don't know. I went back and played it a little bit. I think the version that I played didn't have the soundtrack, which made it feel kind of empty. But I definitely kind of had rose-tinted glasses thinking about that game. I think it was more novel, maybe, than it was a legitimately fun shooter. I need to try it again and make sure that it's like ship shape. Make sure that it's got all the assets. Is it a pain to get running? It's pretty awkward, yeah. It hasn't been brushed up quite as much as like more modern re-releases of games like that. I think it's available on good old games and it'll run, but it'll do the thing where it'll go like full screen, 800 by 600. I'm sure that, you know, PC Gaming Wiki has all the resources pristinely documented about how to get that game running properly.
Bringing in the Ormic to help, are we?
Are we? We are, I guess.
Can you believe it? The anarchist has set aside her disgust of military institutions long enough to help us out.
Oh, no. There's still plenty of disgust.
Would you two cut it out? They're waiting for us.
Now, Kenzie, I appreciate our verbal fencing about the rabble's pillow-fisted outrage against the gentry, but the very large one-
Pillow-fisted outrage.
Actual royalty, so
Great phrase.
not so much.
Maybe none.
Look, I'm here because I want the Rasharnians out of my home, not to make nice with some princess that thinks... Oh, my.
I see. So it's all eat the rich until someone gets the vapors.
Welcome to the Palathon, Kenzie of
All right,
the
good
Sky
shit.
Tribes of Oramin. The Kingdom of Lucium is grateful for any help that you can give us.
You bet.
Damn, she is knocked out.
Are you scrying the entirety of Oramin at the same time? You'd need hundreds of scrying constructs to pull this off.
Thousands.
No wonder the rest of the kingdoms think Lucians are always lurking in the shadows. The amount of border alliance and factions here is... even for wartime.
Yep, it really is an impressive feat of modern arcano engineering, but moving right along.
You mispronounced invasive.
When's the last time Orman even pretended to be at wartime?
You're looking at her.
It's okay, Zendara. Kenzie's right. I'll submit a formal apology
Man.
to Oramin's High Council the next time they convene at Nosea.
This may seem indelicate, but these ladies need to fuck.
So she's being...
I heard.
Oh, so you did catch the shade. Very good.
You're looking in the Tempest layer? That's the wrong place. Those islands are the newer ones. You gotta look underneath, where the first islands were dislodged.
We checked. There are no Aristean ruins on the surface of those.
Who said anything about the surface? The Aristea love an underground temple.
Flip it.
Bloop. Oh, come on. You fucking wizards couldn't even...
Shitting me.
See? I did have a good idea. Bringing her in, I mean.
Ley lines are too unstable in that storm. And they will have powered down their portals.
That's awesome.
There's only one way.
I genuinely sometimes
Get
believe
prepped for a combat.
that the best like turns in any plot lines are the ones where you're like, give me a fucking break.
You heard the Grand Magnus.
That's
Grab your
stupid.
gear and head to the airship docks.
Michael Bay is king of those moments, by the way.
And to have his lance of strikers.
Come on, Jesus.
What should I do?
Shall we save you a seat on the assault craft?
No, still not my war.
Ah, well, there's a very nice gift shop on level 10.
Nope. Level 10 disappeared again. It keeps overlapping with that northeastern change wind from Myopolite.
I mean,
Takes a vacation.
The Batman has a pretty great moment like that.
You could have gotten your own Immortals replica badge.
I feel like people react to those moments
Myopolite the
very differently.
Myopolite?
Our stewards are looking into it.
I, for one, love it when a movie dares me to, like, find it too absurd. Or too ridiculous.
Go time, huh?
Indeed. Just drafting a letter to my brother before we leave. One that suggests that we're really very absolutely confident about ending Rasharn's reign of terror at any moment now. I don't know if I could say that with a straight face on a Farcall.
You should feel confident. The Shrine Forge?
Crank 2?
We're
Yeah.
finally on our way to closing the gap with Sandrak.
You're right, of course. And I forgot how long writing letters actually takes me anyway. I have to go back and cross out all the adverbs and exotic punctuation. My dead father thought an over-reliance on adverbs would be the death of language one day. And there was no greater hate in his heart than what he reserved for semicolons. I feel him
Colon.
staring at me even now, judging my every turn of phrase. My love of the M-dash.
Not an M dash.
Maybe I should just call my brother from the assault.
That's two dashes.
to avoid the punishment.
You're just nervous about the combat drop.
You've got a keen eye, my
But
friend.
clever. Clever, writer. Very clever. Yeah. Mission Impossible 2 is absurd. An absurd, absurd movie. John Woo has a magic ability to inject flourish? Joy? Mission Impossible 2 has some real Hideo Kojima energy. Where it's like doodly as shit, but also somehow boyish and like so enthusiastic that you can't help but love it.
Hey, going with?
Yeah, Face Off is dumb as shit. Oh man.
The ooh-rah stuff is all you guys.
We don't say that. You know, come to think of it, we don't have an official battle cry.
It eats at you, doesn't it?
I do really kind of want to yell something now and then, if I'm being honest. So, what are you gonna do?
Oh, I don't know. Stick around a bit and take a tour of the place. Uncover some more proof of Lucian meddling in other kingdoms' state secrets, that kind of thing. I'll see if maybe your boss lady will show me what other fun off-the-books magical surveillance doodads you guys use to keep us safe without consent.
I won't.
Sigh. Okay, sport. Get what's storming the Shrine Forge.
Any pointers on a combat drop, sir?
Didn't you do simulations in War College?
I didn't, go to... See, I was more of a lucked into the whole war kind of guy.
Then hope the luck holds. It'll be a long way down.
God, her little scarf. So cool.
Sir, if you want to talk about Thaddeus at some point, I'll be there.
Noted.
Just putting it out there. Losing people is...
The dead can wait. Now go meet up with Captain Selko. You'll be closing in on the Shrine Forge within the hour. Get me a way to destroy that binding stone, soldier. It's time we turn this around.
You got it.
Private Eye, thank you for the sub. MI2 has that awesome knife stunt. What is that?
Gotta find Selko.
Kind of remember, like, of all the things that don't make sense, like, there's a scene where he, like, stomps the ground and then, like, a knife flips up into the air or something? Or gun? They're on the beach? It certainly was an impossible mission.
Captain, is our airship ready for launch to Orman?
Just give the word.
The eyeball one?
Her hull's watered against the worst the Tempest layer can throw at us.
I think I remember.
We'll swing you in for a clean drop to the Shrine Forge.
No time to lose. Let's go.
I feel like Tom Cruise probably really liked working with John Woo. I'm kind of surprised he doesn't do more with Spielberg. I guess he's done a handful of movies.
Let's move!
I guess War of the Worlds and Minority Report. Oh shit. Big wizard fight. Enough talking. Wizard fight. This stunt? Okay, hold on. Wink. That? Jesus. How did they do that? That wasn't like, couldn't have been like a human? Man. I mean, perspective probably, well, no. You could probably fudge it a little bit. Real knife held by a rope. Ugh. How does it not bounce or like flicker or... And just... Was that just a stunt guy, I guess? With a similar eye color to Tom Cruise? Putting your eyes on the line. Hopefully you get a hazard rate for that. Oh, very fuzzy. Thank you for the sub. Shit. I guess I can't tell when it's about to attack. Ugh. Where are you? Shit. Magnus Fragfire. That sounds cool. Excuse me. Ooh. That's much better. Holy shit. 3 times the damage. Swoosh. Oh, it's like a shotgun. There's a lot of stuff going on screen. Yeah, it's a visually resplendent game. A lot of particle effects and bright colors. You get more used to it, but even still, like, luckily there's, like, you can just pop the shield and kind of use that to get your bearings. When the shield breaks, you have another nice, generous slowdown to be like, okay, what's going on? Man, I just ate a cough drop too. Clear the area. Sounds like they're still finding something back here. Are you just stuck? Hey, bruv. Yeah, Galactic Amigo. How you feeling today? I'm feeling all right, I guess. Better. I mean, my voice continues to return. The amount and intensity of fluids coming out of my face has declined. Fairly on the mend at this point. It's gonna be interesting. Got a few things going on next week. It's gonna be interesting time. Thought I recovered. Wait for it to go on even longer than it did. Hey, who did that? What the heck was that? Ouchies. Was it these cannons that are getting me? Whoa. What happened? Okay.
I recognize this place. Daddy has showed it to me. There's gotta be some kind of theoretical making machine thing here.
Probably inside. And this machine will show us a weakness to the binding stone?
In theory.
So we don't know what to do once we're inside.
I figured we'd improvise.
You mean you would improvise? That entrance is blocked by a Triarch ward. You're the only one going in.
Lucky I'm here, sir.
Yeah. It's he's trying to show us Tom Cruise's harmonious path. Doing awesome stunts jacks up your thetan level. Means you don't age, so as long as you're jumping across buildings and being flipped in biplanes. I do think that he considers himself, and justifiably so, like a poster child for cinema, but maybe also Scientology, so that must be exhausting. To have everything about your life dedicated to like promoting and maintaining a particular self-image. That just like the pursuit of that, the pursuit and maintenance of that created person in your head becomes your person.
I'll get the portals powered back up for a return.
I guess you'd like successfully override any other natural instinct you might have with the pursuit of this thing, the complete dedication of one's life to this goal. Yeah, Tom Cruise is not an actor, he's a movie star. It's been a while since we've had stars, or new stars, like Timothée Chalamet counts, Austin Butler, only listing white men, which is not great. Yeah, Zendaya. Yeah, excuse me. Yeah.
Figure out how
Yes.
to destroy the binding stone.
Accurate.
Let's get out of here.
Yes, Margot Robbie. Absolutely. Rahul Kohli. 1000%. Thank you, chat, for helping out my misandrist mind. We're gonna blame it on the drugs. Lawrence Sonntag, exactly. As soon as those headshots land at the agency, I'm gonna be booked. Why I need to get Immortals of Aveum finished right now. Even flow. Captain Roan, thank you for the returning. Ooh, an epic cobalt chain. Me in the back of Hot Topic. Pretty good. Yeah, Rahul looks so good in Soros. That trailer got me amped up. Really, really good, like, first look announcement. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Loofbox. Yeah, that was fun. Fun to do. Sort of the small acting I got to do in Arizona Circle. It'd be fun to do that more, but got all these games to play. And part of me is also like, those opportunities should go to people that spend like all day, every day, exploring the realm of acting and training, and people who need it a lot more than I do. People that can do way more funny voices. Man. Streaming on Twitch has taught me that I guess I can do some things with my voice, but it's not like someone like Jacob has. That's what I would consider just like a natural talent for, or has just incidentally done goofy voices so much that they've practiced up like a whole roster. What's your best impression? Jeez, I don't know. I don't know that I've ever had anyone compliment anything, so I have no perspective on what would be the best one. I'm not gonna dick around with it now because my voice is already damaged enough. Like Hassam's Pam. Yeah. I think part of it is just being a silly goose. Damn it. I want to do the thing, but I keep mistiming it. There. Yeah, most people didn't seem to enjoy Electric State. Try an RFK impression? God. At this point, if I tried to speak like RFK, I would shred my vocal cords so bad that I would just sound like him naturally for the rest of my life. I guess that didn't stop RFK. A man that can't be held back by a tracheotomy or an intense case of brain worms. Crystal charged. What? Racked. Oh, maybe this is one of the abilities I need for that big totem puzzle. Mm-hmm. Use disrupt on a refract prism. Oh! Perfect. Okay. We did need abilities. Nice. Yeah, T for talents. Haven't spent any of these in a while. I was kind of drilling down on the blue abilities. If I have a mouse, I can just kind of like click on the weak points. Ooh, yeah. I'm gonna save for that one. 3. Huh. You have a weird disorder of hating the way certain types of hands look. Like DJ's hands turning knobs. Huh. Where it's like above and they're like pinching and turning. Yeah, that's a particular... Oh, I see. That is definitely a particular angle of a hand. I can imagine exactly what that is. Ah. Gotta be higher? Continuing the 24-hour stream. Yeah, I guess so. Just because, oh. Because I haven't taken the stream down. Oh, there's these two. Excuse me. I just let MediaTek run, but no, I've slept. Okay, this is where they tell you where to stand. I slept a little bit. I still haven't had my, like... I'm due for one huge catch-up sleep, which I'll probably get tonight. Still had some like, fluid in the lungs kind of shit. kind of difficult to fall asleep when you're like borderline needing to cough, or like your cough reflex is borderline getting triggered. So it's like you kind of have to think yourself out of it because there's nothing actually to cough up. Anyway, it'll happen, folks. It'll happen. My body's just deciding to low grade waterboard me, I guess. Feels like that's the appropriate thing to do right now. Yeah, I had a really good time playing Doom. Definitely gonna do that again. But this game's fun too. Video games, man, they're fun. Not cool? Oh, okay. Oh. Tricky. Yeah. That's kind of a neat concept though, like a palace with that had bespoke light laser puzzles, but it's broken. You have to do like an extra step. Shit. Oh no. No. Shit, man. Thought they had way less health than that. Am I just too, like, late? I guess they stopped casting. Wait, no, get me up here? Ooh. Out of the way. BB number 9, thanks for the sub. Hold on. I ran out after the Doom stream. He's resubbing during Wizard Doomworks though. Hey, I'll take it. Thank you. You ever check out Hedon Bloodright or Exophobia? I have Exophobia installed, but no, I haven't played it yet. I guess maybe the timing is just really tight. I need a newer blue crystal. I haven't picked up an upgrade for this in a while.
Hey.
Exalted Ring. What does that do? All Dominion mana gen? I don't understand running out of mana. You never run out. That's not a thing that happens. You don't run out of bullets. Oh yeah, Jedi Fallen Order. I haven't played that game yet. That's a good ass game that I need to get around to. Penny's Big Breakaway, I also have installed. Live highly recommended. Yeah, they do look a bit like Sentinels, don't they? Yeah, I really liked Fallen Order. Oh wait, sorry, you were saying Fallen Order had like a broken laser puzzle? I haven't played Survivor. Fallen Order was awesome.
Hello. This room looks important.
Oh, you can play Ghostwire Tokyo because of the hands. Ah. Interesting. How did you feel about like Resident Evil 7 or 8? It has some hands.
Your hair is staying. I've never been here. Yeah, you're talking about someone else. You're mistaking me for a guy named Sandrak, which frankly feels a little creepy. But anyway, I want to destroy the Binding Stone. You're not listening. I don't have a Binding Stone. Or a mark. I can't surrender what I don't have. I already told you, I'm not... Wait. You can give me the same mark as Sandra. Control it, or destroy it.
Oh.
You've already figured out the solution, Jack. We win.
You don't win in Ever War. If he found a way to use the Binding Stone, so can we.
Its mastery over the fonts means I can end the war.
Then I choose to end the war. Give me the mark to control the Binding Stone.
Interesting. Oh. That's also a fun way to end that conversation. You said we were talking to someone else. You're following the same path, can't you see? No, I'll do it good this time.
Great. No takebacks, I guess.
The binding mark. The Aristean ghost machine guy gave me a way to control the Binding Stone, a magical mark that Sandrak has. There was another mark he could have granted me, one that could be used to destroy the Binding Stone instead, but Lucium needs this weapon. We can end the Ever War with it. Kirkin and the others will understand that when I've defeated Sandrak and taken the Binding Stone from him. Oh, understand that when I defeated Sandrak. Till then, keep what I've done a secret. Oh, that's smart. That's a good idea.
All right, so that's what disobeying orders feels like. Not so good.
I can control it. It won't corrupt me. Or I guess he'll find out that, whatever country I'm fighting for, they don't actually want to end the war. Or rather, like, there will be a peaceful option, but the country will instead choose to continue to attack. Like, to try to eradicate other
Did you figure it out?
cultures.
Say yes.
Yeah.
Versus de-escalating.
With this, I can destroy the Binding Stone.
Oh, never mind. He isn't keeping it a
I
secret.
have to get close enough to Sandrak.
How do you propose
Oh,
to
never
do
mind.
that when we don't even
He
know
lied.
where he is?
This mark gives me a connection to the Binding Stone. I can feel where it is. I can feel where Sandrak is. He's moving east, towards the deep mirror.
There's a font in the ocean.
The deep mirror.
All right, pack it in. We're leaving soon.
What's the play, sir?
Devin and I will stay here at the Shrine Forge for a bit. See if we can find anything else of interest.
And rig it to blow when the Rashanians return.
You need to get back to the Palathon and brief Kirkin. She'll figure out our next steps. But when you use that mark to destroy the Binding Stone, I want to be there. I want to see Sandrak's face when you just crumble it in his hand. There's
So
no
hard.
way he'll see it coming.
You don't have to tell me twice, sir.
All right. That'll be all, Initiate.
I mean, they're both
Head
lies.
back to the Palathon.
I don't understand that, but whatever.
I told you to head back to the Palathon.
But what if I don't want to leave the Shrine Forge?
Impressive place, huh?
It really is. The Aristeia were exceptional builders. How do you think Sandrak found out about it?
Probably dumb luck. Selko mentioned Rasharnian airships started taking new routes into Lucium.
When parts of the Orman border collapsed, right. So, they discover this Shrine Forge...
And Sandrak's able to use his new mark to detect the location of the Binding Stone.
in Ilthium.
Yep. No wonder it seemed like Sandrak was overextending himself there. He was. Desperate to find that temple.
Doesn't seem fair. Accidentally finding a doomsday weapon. Hard work should go into something like that.
Alright, I better go.
Oh, don't forget to say hello and goodbye to Kenzie for me when you return to the Palathon.
Will do. Great call getting her to come in. We wouldn't be here without her help.
Man, that quad belt must be a pain in the ass to put on. Somebody was asking for Mommy's name. Zendara, I believe.
I told you to head back to the Palathon.
Yeah, there it is. Zendara. All right, I'll go back to the Palathon. Okay. I wonder if I feel like I have most of the tools to solve that central puzzle now. One sec. I gotta double check some B-roll guidelines. Okay. Just double checking something. Don't want to make a boo-boo.
I'm back at the Palathon.
Well done, soldier. Meet me in the vault. We can finally have that conversation that I've been trying to avoid.
Okay. Cool. Oh, neat. Oh, looking environments in this game for sure.
Sir?
Back here, Jack. Here. This dossier is for you. My report of Sandrak's time as an immortal. Some details remain classified. I'm sure you understand.
I was hoping for more than a summary. You know, for us to talk about it.
It will have to do. I don't like to talk about Sandrak, because I don't like remembering him as a friend. We fought alongside each other for 30 years, Jack. I depended on him. Would have given my life for his. And all of that is gone. It does me no good to relive it. To let it in, I might also invite a mercy where I can have none. Come, show me the mark you recovered from the Shrine Forge.
Sure.
It lets you feel the movements of the Binding Stone?
Yeah. Sandrak's definitely sailing the deep mirror, but his movements are weird. Erratic.
Unfortunately, we can't afford to send a large force out to sea. Most of the Light's army musters at the front, and we need them to remain there. You, Zendara, and Devon will have to face Sandrak alone. Well, not exactly alone. My contacts in the Clayless Traders Guild provided us with a Colossal during the Trenchship Rebellion. I never gave it back.
We get a
It'll
robot?
take time to wake her up. She's not seen service in a very long time. Captain Selko's a fine steersman, if I recall correctly.
And I can guide him to wherever Sandrak is using my mark.
That's the plan. Now, unless you have something else...
Ooh, a sassy robot? What if this robot sasses us?
You've been hiding anything and everything about Sandrak being an immortal since day one. I deserve more than a report you wrote up.
Tell me, Jack, if you had a very close friend that you shared a common cause with for the longest time, a vision of what was right and true and good, and they betrayed that vision, betrayed you, how would you feel? Would you want to talk about it? Could you talk about it? If the person you once knew became someone you could never now understand?
I am.
That would never happen to me.
Sure
Yeah, exactly, Valkyria.
Feels like. So, yeah. I shouldn't ask you to reopen old wounds.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you. For the breaking of his oaths to the Order, I exiled him back to Rasharn as punishment, thinking his ancestral enemies there would be the death of him.
That last part didn't work out.
Not even a little bit.
All right. I've got everything I need, sir.
Zendara and Devon
He chose
should have already
mercy.
returned by now. You'll all
Ended
set
the
out for
Everwar.
Deep Mere in the morning. Oh, one more thing.
Or is that how it went down?
Your girl, Kenzie. She wanted to speak to you when you returned from the Shrine Forge. I think she's a bit smitten with you.
Yeah, I don't know if it's limited to just me, sir.
Dingle.
Go. You have people waiting for you.
I'm in a weird impasse now. Because an Xbox dingle still has more objective value. But the fucking game bar notifications do not want to play under any circumstances. So you don't even get the little blip, a pop-up. Serotonin drip denied. Now it is purely investing in my gaming future.
Devon and I have decided that since we might die in the morning, we should,
Get hammered!
yes. That.
Hey, Steph. Oh, you got
On my
food?
way.
I'm really hungry. Yes, thank you. I'm not quite hungry yet, but I'll definitely attack it in a bit. Death got in and out, and the world is perfect.
Drinks in the war chamber, Captain. You're invited.
Count me in, sir. See you when my shift is over.
Is it possible to sign out of Xbox and back in? Yeah, that's probably what I need to do. And even pop up over this. Yeah, just like maybe here. I think it has something to do with like Windows kind of
I've got 100
suspends the process, I think.
nowhere to go, all by myself. And then, boom! I'm grabbed by the neck. I can't breathe. Sure, just interrupt my story in the rudest.
Yeah, Galactic, this is an in-and-out household. I don't know, Five Guys is like really expensive.
Telling one.
It's a little too like
Did I ever tell you guys about the
high
time
calorie
I almost turned
for me.
100 years old? My company was holed up in the trenches at True Haven Park.
Like you can get a leaner,
Designed to
more
life.
focused burger experience at
Watch,
In-N-Out.
yes.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is a lie.
Absolutely serious. The Rashanians hit the trench with an aging spell. By morning, we're suddenly too tired to fight.
Guess that's a
Too infirm.
pretty Californian
Our
attitude.
brains are muddled.
Yeah, a good diner burger always hits.
So, anyway, I see myself in a mirror, right? I look like my father. My father was a very unattractive man, Jack. We call him the Turtle. I am not going to age well.
So tell me, sir, when did you say to yourself, hey, bigotry, it's not really so bad, is it?
I have to make a far call.
Are you referring, Initiate, to why I think the unforeseen are a curse?
Yep.
Telenir was a small city in Kalthus. The priests there believed that the Lightless were given some divine role by the Pentasod, and they didn't allow Magni within their walls. Can you imagine? A city without magic?
I'm not an asshole, so yes.
One day, at some morning prayer, a young girl, in Unforeseen, just exploded with wild magic. She died screaming as spellfire erupted from her body. All of Telenir started burning. And because there were no Magni around, this wild magic went unchecked. The whole city, and everyone in it, were reduced to ashes.
That's all very sad and terrible, sir. But we're not all that little girl. That's not how it happened with me.
It could have. There's no protection against your kind. And when you do happen, more often than not, people around you die.
Okay, enough of that. My father always said the best way to mend bridges between parties that held wildly divergent opinions was to find a commonality in vice. Drink up, nerds.
Another.
How'd a fucking bird get in here?
Oh, good. You see it too?
I had Steph Cam hooked up, and I heard Steph open Netflix. Sometimes it can be
Birds absolutely do not give a shit
shitty about
how
DRM.
their heads look when they walk. I would be mortified.
Another.
Damn it.
Another.
Age beer pong.
Use your life. I know.
That's fun.
Another.
While she's drinking. Mhm.
Am I dead? Ugh.
It's him, isn't it? Sandrak's moving towards the font. Showtime, then. And listen, I may not like what you are, Jack, but I like who you are.
That feels really abstract and not entirely okay, but thanks. I think.
The Immortals are better because of you. And Lucian may end up surviving because an Unforeseen led the charge.
Yeah, you're one of the good ones. No, I haven't seen Adolescents.
Morning, sir.
What's the concept?
It was a good night, sir.
I guess I saw some people buzzing about it on social media.
Wait, you were there? I didn't see you.
Little Soch buzz.
Seeing much by that point, sir.
Soch bosh.
Duty calls, though. Come to the docks over in Thaven's Point. We're nearly ready to cast off.
All right. See you soon.
We're going over there. Could probably look at gear or something. But not like it's a struggle. But it's not like trivial either, so it's kind of nice. Ah. Okay. Meet Seiko at Thaven's Point. How far away is that? Can I latch onto this bad boy? I can. Take the rail. Ride the pneumo. Where the is that? Yep, okay. Four-part drama. How the manosphere can corrupt kids even if they have good parents, and every episode is one take? Oh, jeez. They do some wild shit. It's written very well, great cast. Technical mastery on display elevates it. Ridiculous. I see. Oh. Maybe I can start it this week? Oh. Got all these games to play. Got all these video games. Could you imagine watching the adolescents instead of playing Immortals of Aveum? What are you even doing, man? I just assumed that you've already played Immortals of Aveum. So therefore you have all this time to watch Immortals sitting on your hands. Not like that for everybody. Shit. Damn it. Oh man, that still hit me. Leon, that's huge. Oh sure, yeah. You can always replay Immortals of Aveum. An experience with so much to... We have so much to learn. So this is, I guess I can assume yes, based on the general consensus of the goodness of adolescence. But is its one take aspect? Is it pretty much there just to flex production, or does it actually enhance the actual story and meaning of the film? I'm kind of okay with it. You know, I feel like cool looking production can sit alongside yeah? Oh, okay. I mean, you don't have to. Is it not working? Okay. Enhances the performances. Feel stuck there with the character since you know the camera isn't going to cut away. Ah. Okay. Ah. I like it. All right. Also, it seems like Steph is... Oh, there we go. Steph might be logging into the dude. Wonder if this is gonna work. Am I lucky? Damn. Oh wait. I don't. Okay. No, you hold. I'm pogging. I'm pogging. Excellent. Okay. It just took a second to catch. Now we've got maximum video gaming. Huh. Reminds you of 24 with the split camera shots that showed more of what the performances you normally wouldn't see. Huh. Huh. Interesting. Well, I guess the next on my informal watch list was Blood Fist 7, I think. Maybe I can alter my plans a little bit. I don't think she's gonna get the Jay and Silent Bob skins. Oh, it's not on sale yet? Oh, Steph. I think there's a skin called John Black Ops. I think they're making a skin or character named John Black Ops. I don't know. I see it's on X, but it's under the Black Ops tribute, I guess. Battle Pass? I don't even know what the hell it is. John Black Ops. What is, like, what are the hit effects? What's the, oh.
Does seasickness cancel out hangovers? Or is it more of an additive thing?
Here, if it's still up on my TV. Oh no, I don't want to. Okay, good. Didn't want to interrupt. Maybe Steph will see this across the house. You see, Steph? Plus nail gun? Why does he have a nail gun? It's him. He's doing it. I guess as soon as they put like weed shit into the game, all the meme boundaries have come down.
Hardcore.
Welcome aboard, Immortals.
The way he blacks those ops.
Bearing, sir.
Can't give you anything precise, Captain, but north by northeast, 5 knots. If Sandrak changes course, you'll be the first to know. Something wrong?
Just the fact that this mission and the war hinges on something that we don't understand. At all.
We'll catch him, sir.
Did I sleep? Yes, I slept. Not a ton, like enough. I got like 6 hours of sleep, but pretty unbroken sleep once I went to sleep, so enough to keep going. Not enough to catch up, really, but it'll happen. I'm back. Come back, red thing. Oh. Oh, man. I didn't get the red thing. But now I'm in a magic robot's guts. So that's interesting. Yes, we're inside of a magical mech. Hell yeah. Yes, indeed. Yeah, like this is the damage up. Same properties. Defcon best play.
Gaming.
'94. Field shred. Matter damage. Oil and blue magic. Yeah, that's just kind of the basic. Why is the damage so ridiculous? Oh, that's right. It becomes whatever slot you put it in. I guess the critical buff is making it so out of whack. Pee pee poo poo monster. Hello. Hello, thank you for the sub. We are in fact back. Oh shit, I didn't know you could do that. Just buff the level of something. Ooh. Good power, who cares? Grind. Oh, so the Ninja Turtles have their own map? Interesting. Very cool. You have what it takes to grind ooze. What are the pips? Are those just upgrades? I guess you can only do it so many times. Oh, it's got a different effect. A little more purple in there. Coinmeister. Cool. Thank you for the sub.
Hey, Dev.
This was built by the Ajman. You sometimes forget that there were great civilizations of such marvelous invention before Aristea. What's up, Jack?
So, you went to university, right? I mean, duh, you were just all, this was built by the Arjman, and I've never even heard of them.
If there's one thing my father expected of me, it was to treat history like a type of scholastic jambalaya, and just continue.
Yeah, okay. So, you know, I've read a lot of books, and I know my numbers and stuff like that. It's just...
I don't think I've ever seen you so insecure, Jack. Is it the upcoming fight?
No. Well, yeah, kind of, maybe. Look, the thing is, Sandrak is super educated.
Yeah, Harry, I agree. Managing Steam inventory can be a headache.
I remember.
I guess there's so much like fraudulent activity that the process of listing things on sale is
But yeah, that's, you know,
a lot of clicks and crap just to like put something on sale for 5 cents.
You're old. But not like that, obviously.
Oh, I see. An erudite put-down. A deeply cutting tit to his tat.
That means what I think it does, then very much yes.
I also ran into this problem where like Steam would force me to use my credit before paying for things. So it's like it was just a I guess it's because that way they can launder like Steam currency into actual currency by forcing you to do an exchange when you buy something.
So, blowhard? Buffoon? Windbag?
Sandrak's totally a windbag.
Completely agree. But something before it. In our every meeting, what? Windbag. Now, the old bit. Geriatric? Obsolescent? Fossil? Oh no, fossilized.
Geriatric's kind of mean.
That's the point, no? The world will forgive you. I think we've got it. Let's test it out. I'm Sandrak. Wait, are you ready?
I'm ready.
I'm Sandrak, and I'm bursting with power, and I have that bored patrician look on my face, and I go something like, "Fools for certain, there is no mercy, but of my white hot and branding make."
Shut the fuck up, you geriatric windbag. What do you think?
Got him.
I mean, just telling him to shut the fuck up is pretty good. He'll absolutely hate it.
Huh. Yeah, I guess you would.
And you really
I hate the cards and whatnot. Just hate seeing them.
Feels good.
It is almost like an aggravating and arbitrary level of
Get
complication.
up to the control room. I'll join you shortly.
Like that noise, that tickle. What's annoying to me, and I guess I get it. Well, it's honestly a bit manipulative. Well, it's extremely manipulative. But like their whole card and badge system, to even participate in that, you are required to interact with the Steam market. It's clever, I guess. If I have to give Valve credit for like gamifying a digital exchange, they did a decent job. It's an early echo of the NFT stuff. Yeah, it's exactly NFT. That's literally what it is. It's so like, I remember a bunch of people back when Valve was like, we're not going to allow NFT games on Steam. And everybody's like, yeah, good guy Valve. I remember pointing out that like Valve already has their own system that they profit from. Like, and they get to run it like they are the operators of the entire economy on Steam of digital goods. They've already kind of treated as a non-fungible digital asset.
You shouldn't really dally, Jack. You've got things to do.
It's like you already interact with this system, the one that you say you hate. Valve's just protecting the one they already built. Whoa, cool. Doesn't involve blockchain, but it would be better if it did, right? If it were actually NFT but still honored on Steam, then you could like trade those things in places other than Steam. Your digital Steam assets could be sold and traded on any marketplace, not just Steam's. You wouldn't have to pay Steam's markup, or there'd be competition for that at least. So then it would require like different people to provide different services and compete with Valve themselves, and possibly provide those services at a smaller margin. It would undercut Valve.
What's on your mind, Initiate?
Oh, I just heard you talking and thought maybe...
Has Sandrak changed course?
No. I don't know why he was almost running in circles before.
Whatever.
His movements...
Of all the companies to do it, Valve is one of the most even-handed.
Font of Kalalian.
They could be a lot more evil.
They call her the mother of the water spirits.
I guess.
Quick. And wouldn't have been run down easily. She gave him a good...
But I think the only difference is they successfully gamified it.
I thought you guys
People
didn't know anything about the fonts.
People either didn't notice what was happening or didn't care because they were having fun, or had the potential to earn money.
But that's never stopped Magni from telling stories about them. Speaking of the font and the Palathon, what did she show you on the path that you took with you? The one most important to you?
Ooh.
I'm just curious.
Her name's...
I'm gonna be honest, ooh.
The friend I mentioned during my graduation, or whatever you call it.
The one the Rosharnians killed.
Yeah. Yeah, that's who I'm talking about.
You two have unfinished business.
What?
That's what the path was saying. You must not be able to...
Yeah, 5 to 7 cents on 300 items adds up. It really does.
You need to figure out...
But yeah, you definitely pay with your time. They've tried to make it easier. I think there's a, like, I remember the last time I looked, which at this point was a few years ago. There was a way to like tick multiple things and sell them at a particular rate, as opposed to just like going through an really pain in the ass work, like UI flow. I remember trying to do that shit when you had to authenticate it all through the like mobile app. That was the fastest way to list an item. And the mobile app would be laggy sometimes.
All hands, this is the captain. We've sighted a fleet of Rashanian airships headed our way. Prepare to engage. Prepare to repel boarders!
Airships got a toxin!
A potential, like, a game that I used to do, which I found pretty satisfying, was to sell digital assets from Steam games and then use that money, and only that money, that's the thing that really broke the cycle for me, on buying cards to fill out the sets that I wanted. And I was like, okay, that way it's like a zero, it's a zero investment system. I don't want to put money into this because it's dumb. But when they started forcing me to spend Steam credit on games, I was like, well, this is breaking it then. Like you were forcing me to override the barrier that I had set for myself. Yeah, giving yourself an allowance. And that way it's like, it's interior to the same system. Like, the assets generated by Steam and the relative value that has to other Steam members is what then goes into, you know, me getting the assets I want. That seemed fun. Like, I'm like, okay, that's kind of next level. It's weird. Like, there's a relative economy on achievements. They require trading of digital achievement, or maybe like people that grind it out with scripts and stuff. Regardless, the idea that that stuff can be on an open economy is kind of fun. But yeah, when they forced the barriers to come down. And then it's like somebody else is subsidizing it. Like, there has to be somebody somewhere that is putting currency into the system. The first person that puts down $20 to buy trading cards or badges or skins in Dota or whatever. Man, that's so fast. What I did in War Thunder, Gaijube coins. Grinded out a tank, sold it for $300 in Gaijubal coin. It's a neat idea. And then it's like, it's really just the relative value that the players themselves put on these assets that give them currency. Like, the only way that works is because somebody was willing to pay $300 for it. And that's great. That's what economy should be, is somebody with a want and money, exchanging that with somebody who's willing to fill it for that money. Yeah, World of Warcraft, kind of. Any game where you can, like, I guess, EVE Online, I think you could buy, like, in-game time with in-game currency. D3 Auction House. Is it the worst idea? I don't know. At the time, like, it's not like Blizzard was necessarily being magnanimous, right? They wanted a piece of the action in the way that Valve was getting on Steam. I think it makes a lot of sense to try that. But yeah, the implications of being pay to win, I guess. It's like, when you're at that level of the game, I don't quite understand. I didn't play it enough, I think, to really understand how the auction house subverted the game fundamentally. My understanding, or rather, this is purely like my supposition, is that there were difficulty walls in the game that were designed to drive you to buy. Like, when the math lays out, you can either like grind and grind and grind for a 5% chance that you get a particular drop, or you can just buy the next tier of thing and skip your way right there. I don't know if that was how it ended up being. There were like just hard walls that were put there. God, rolls on equipment were so impossibly low you had to buy from the auction house or waste 2,000 hours and still not get lucky. Okay. I guess you've already played the game a million times at that point, right? Like, did that happen in such a way that there was content or gameplay, or like, was there anything past that rainbow to get a god roll, right? What happens after that? You just, now you can kill everything a little better? I mean, that is the whole point of Diablo, but I don't know. I feel like it's okay for the game to just be over at that point. That is the content of gameplay, to look cool and show off. Ah, okay. You know what? I never thought about that. The show off factor. Yeah, I was kind of uniquely focused on just thinking about it like, well, you've seen the game at that point. Like, if you want to just keep playing it, you can just ignore this imagined power curve. But yeah, I mean, I guess the idea is that preserving the perceived accomplishment of having good gear is more important, more valuable than the possibility of earning money selling good items. Kalvrek, thank you for the sub. When had good gear back in the early days, it was an achievement to have certain item sets. Isn't that like, isn't that good? I guess not if you just like you've been grinding for something, grinding, and then you see somebody walk by and they just bought it. But I don't know, like caring about the item that you're grinding for is kind of a choice. No, wait. Oh, that's, oh, shut it. I hit the wrong button. Okay, I remember now. Levels of FOMO vary widely from person to person. Yeah, that's a good point. I tend to be somewhat dismissive of like people that complain about games that manipulate FOMO. But maybe I'm being too dismissive of how effective it is on people and how frustrating it makes them, or how frustrated it makes them feel. Usually my head goes to like, simply choose to not care about the digital thing that doesn't matter. But I don't know. I've fallen into it myself. The more exposed to it I am, the less effective it is, I guess. Yeah, people who will never have thousands of hours to play want to look cool too. They want the opportunity to use their disposable income to fast forward. Uh-huh. And man, shit. That exists at all layers of life. Services that make money by catering to folks who would rather spend more to have a condensed or more meaningful experience. And I think you get, like, the other dimension becomes, you get people that grind so much that they attach meaning to the grind. They're like, it was an accomplishment to do this. And certainly the game wants you to feel accomplished. But you played around in a playpen designed for you to play in. and you rolled an RNG. You had the lifestyle that allowed you to slap a button over and over again until you got the number you were looking for. Well, I don't know. Oh, get turned? Oh, look at that. Well, it's 3:20 here, but you know what? Wait, wrong one.
Hello, it's me, Richard.
That one's louder.
420, wait, everyone.
That's a good volume. Get turned, yes. HC products on the stream provided by Turned Up. I think the commands still work. My ever graceful weed command. Got another crystal. Ballad for Captain Bloodlash. We got a ballad in there. That's nice. I hope Riddick never, you think if Vin Diesel hears this, you think he would be, happy about it? I think he would be happy about it. Vin, we're cool, right? Yeah, first try.
Jack, this is
You played Schedule 1? No, I'm just seeing it at, at the top of the Steam charts. What's the deal with it?
You shouldn't underestimate them. They used to be your people too, remember?
Sandrak's already started binding the font. He'll be unstoppable when he's finished, and there's nothing any of you can do.
Yeah, well, I've still got a trick or two up my sleeve. And you could help.
You know I won't.
And stop wasting my time.
Drug dealing simulator? That's what it seemed like on the surface. Could it be? Harry, is this a worthy successor to Kingpin Life of Crime? Perhaps it's heretical to even suggest such a thing. Activate crystal. Cool. Thank you, camera, for tilting to the right to show me that. Very Mimi drug dealer and grower game. Okay. Get the satisfaction of earning money, investing in your business, and then earning more money. Whoa, wizard shit. Damn it. Trouble me? Oh, that's what that was. Oop. Oops, where is he? Oh no. Where are you? Nice. Oh, I can buy my blue upgrade. Edge. Cool, cool, cool. Oh, is it multiplayer? Okay. I guess that's always the real hook of games these days. If you can just be doinky knuckleheads around with your friends. You're saying it's a multiplayer cooperative Kingpin Life of Crime. Well, well, well. Hey, Sereth. Thank you very much for the sub. How are you doing? Hope all's well. Enjoying some premium gaming here.
Selko!
Hold still, Captain.
We're here.
Cool. Oh, mama, look at that crystal.
And he's holding the waters back.
He's draining the font. We gotta go. Now.
Go!
Raining the snake.
Here in my stead. We'll hold off the Rashanians.
I'll do what now?
You are broken and you are bound.
You can do that?
The fault of Aristea was thinking of you as anything more than a tool.
What? I didn't know we could do that. Cool.
Jack, use your mark to destroy it now!
Uh-oh.
He doesn't have any such mark, my dear.
Uh-oh. Ooh.
Stand down, brother.
Brother.
You could rejoice with me. The work is almost done.
Or you could just shut the fuck up.
Yeah. You practiced that one.
Manners. Every moment of your life has existed in the orbit of my own. You cannot describe yourself without mentioning my name. I am the sole catalyst for your sense of purpose. There comes a time when any thrall buckles in their chain.
Shut the fuck up!
But I never put them there. You see me as your enemy because I don't see you.
That's a pretty good line. That's got some heat to it.
Kirkin was lucky to find me. Vision!
Oh, shit. Orbs! 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 Orb, orb, orb! Oh!
That done best.
How much? What was that?
Kill the Immortal. Radha Kol is mine.
That's a lot of orbs, though. Cool imagery, though, in this like fucking water vortex under the watchful gaze of a giant mech. Where you at?
Vision! Keep him at bay.
You got another one? Never mind.
Let me bring this to a close.
What's that? What is that? What do you think that is? Cool. I was using my laser.
Not a miss. Do not let him interrupt. Such power wasted on Anubis. Enough!
Yeah. Oh, he's doing this thing. Oh no! Oh, got lucky.
Need more time. That doesn't belong to me.
Oh man. Shit. Ah! The fuck, man.
Fight like a soldier in the dirt, not a magnet. Or come it,
Damn.
Van Tiefel.
So you don't have to dodge? Take that, Sandrak. Give me your radiant storm shards. They're mine now.
Great. I'm back here. The Shrouded Realm.
Why can't I take his chromed out pants?
Pale forest. Something about the fonts weakens the barriers between the worlds. Oh, hey. We gotta stop meeting like this.
That was a good jump scare.
Wait!
Getting brain blasted again. I guess if you get too far into the magical realm, you find these like magical eldritch terrors. And I guess they take you over, maybe? Like getting indoctrinated in Mass Effect or something like that.
Zendara, on your feet. We've got to go now. The sea's collapsing on itself.
Let it be your tomb.
Or, how about yours?
Booyah! God, for real?
Get in!
Okay. I thought a rock fell on him. I'm getting punched by a giant robot. Makes a lot more sense.
He's dead. He's gotta be.
Maybe not dead exactly, but extremely inconvenienced.
We lost the Binding Stone, Jack.
Found it.
Boing. I don't know if that's I don't think it's the final boss, no. But there's like, we have to uncover the conspiracy, right?
Hey, where's Zendara?
Maybe there isn't one.
Already flying back to the Palathon, I suspect. Or searching for some errant Rashanian Harriers to pummel so she can work her aggressions out before speaking to Kirkin.
Wait, what?
You're joking. You completely went against orders at the Shrine Forge, Jack. And you hid it from all of us. You made us look like fools.
What? No, you mean the control mark? Sandrak's gone. We got the Binding Stone. Devin, we just won the war.
Kirkan told you to destroy it, not bring it home.
Devin, you cannot be serious right now.
Just go, Jack. Kirkan's going to be positively beside herself with anger when she finds out what you did. You need to take this seriously. It will go over very badly.
Interesting. Yeah, we have to find out that our side actually wants to prolong the war, or that their goal isn't actually peace. They feel like it's got to be something like, yeah, we got to fight the best friend. It's got to be very tragic. Yeah, plenty of story threads dangling. Although speaking of dangling, I could feel my coffee's already wearing off. I'm starting to fade away. So I kind of want to see whatever twist happens in this conversation. But I think it might have to wind the stream down shortly thereafter. Oh man. Okay, let's see what happens. See what happens. Exciting week coming up though. Gonna get our official Switch 2 information.
This is the front. The bulk of the Light's army musters there, ready for the big push. I've run through the war games countless times. When Sandrak had the Binding Stone, our chances were slim to none. All these soldiers, when you look at them, Jack, what do you see?
I know you want me to say I see loyalty or duty or something like that. All right, that way I can step into some irony or whatever you can use to... Look, I know you're using this as some kind of preamble to tell me you're angry with me.
I am goddamn furious.
I'm sorry. I got to the Shrine Forge and...
Oh!
Choice I can make.
What the fuck?
No, there wasn't. There wasn't a choice. Who told you there was a choice? Zendara, you were as field commander. Did you get to the Shrine Forge and say, make it up as you go along?
No, sir.
One of my monitors just disconnected.
Was to figure out a way to destroy
What the
Binding Stone.
fuck?
Then why is it in my war chamber, Commander?
I gave no indication that we were to deviate from that objective, sir.
So you're telling me that you're unable to control your people?
Yeah, I don't know why. I think my display driver just crashed or something. Oh.
Chain of command, Jack. And I'm getting to you.
Okay. If I can just say one thing. That right there is unnecessary with that right there. I got us control of the ultimate weapon. And we can roll right now into Rasharn by ourselves and force their surrender without firing a shot.
Oh, you've got it all worked out. I didn't realize that.
Am I the only one in the room that sees the last 24 hours as an unbelievable victory? I mean, what part of Ultimate Weapon don't you like?
The part where it's a corrupted Aristean artifact, Jack. When we all know Aristean is really just another word for weapons from yesteryear that we are absolutely unprepared for.
Maybe you're unprepared.
And you aren't. When I found you, the only thing you were prepared for was exploding and taking the rest of Saren with you.
Uh-oh.
The last time I talked with Sandrak, he pulled the same "you wouldn't exist without me" lecture you are. So you're a little late to the party, sir.
You will go back to the Shrine Forge and get the mark you were ordered to in the first place.
Can't do it.
And then you will come back and destroy this thing.
Oh, no, I'm being for real. I can't. The machine, it broke.
I like how they have the like red hollow table here so that they can give her red lighting.
And I am. All right, and I can control it. Why can't you see that?
You can't control it. No one can. What if Sandrak really isn't gone and he gets it?
I mean, the lighting in the cutscenes looks really good on the character models.
It stays
I have to admit.
under lock and key. Take it to the vault.
You're making a mistake.
Take it to the goddamn vault.
Grumpy. I like the cutscenes in this game. can tell that like it's ooh dingle. Yeah, it's kind of, I mean, in a weird way, it's sort of targeted to my demographic. I think uses a lot of like, I don't know. It's got the whiff of millennial about it for sure. But yeah. So unfortunately, I can't see chat because Windows decided to disconnect. Oh, hey everybody. Hi. Windows decided to disconnect one of my monitors. Okay. Did it? Oh, I think it. I think it actually kicked this probably down to 60. Yeah. Anyway, that was bizarre. All right. Well, I fixed that just in time to kind of make my goodbyes. Thank you, everybody, for watching the stream. Thank you for watching MediaTek if you did. Thank you for watching Doom if you did. Just thank you in general. I'll probably be back tomorrow. I got a couple things to do, but I feel like tonight I'm gonna get like Sleep of the Dead, and then back at full power, full gamer power. Like I'm gonna see like the irritations on the corner of my eyes. So the healing continues, and as always, gaming will charge me up. All right, until next time, folks. Thanks for watching, and have a great rest of your weekend. See you soon. If I don't know if you know this, but there's a unicorn in your COD lobby. There was in your COD lobby, in your Call of Duty lobby, there was a unicorn there, just walking with you and all the other COD people while you were doing some tactical gun walking. It was just a unicorn with a rainbow horn. What Call of Duty is now. Hey everybody, how are you doing? Unicorns in my lobby? More likely than you think. Let's play Immortals of Aveum trademark. You're going to want to throw a TM on that because Immortals of Aveum is about to become the biggest entertainment property. There's a COD execution where you have the unicorn kick the dude. Either that or you throw the guy on the horn. Well, the second one's clearly much cooler. A donkey, a mule, can kick someone to death. Only with a unicorn can you hoist someone up and throw them onto it. I'm feeling better, yeah. Harry, good to see you. Shannon, hello in YouTube chat. Not sure 350, hello. Klondike Bar, Borg Ninja, SK, NB, Cammy. Good to see you all. Hello, Digital Melancholy. Gotta optimize those files again. I did get some proper sleep. Uninterrupted sleep, I think is how I describe it. I'm gonna pop a cough drop just for old time's sake, though. Continue. This game were made into a TV show. What network would it be on? I want to say Sci-Fi, but I don't know if they produce their own stuff anymore. They used to make a shitload of like direct-to-TV movies and stuff. FX, it's pretty good. Yeah, FX is pretty... Does FX even do original and programming anymore? I mean, I know they still do, like, It's Always Sunny and stuff. Hey, Gaming on Broadway. Oh, man. My Doom 3 playthrough. Gaming, since you had that pulled up, when did I do that? Is that like 2022 or something? Hey, Rad Raven. The wizard is back. Indeed I am. And I have beverages. I have a beer. And a whiskey. I feel like making bad decisions with the rest of my weekend. I'm gonna sit here, play Immortals of Aveum, which is not the bad decision, that's the good one. The bad one is drinking alcohol. Oh. If I went bankrupt when they ran out of mutated animals to make fight each other? We need a new octopus or something. Yeah, they're straight to TV movies or straight past bargain bin movies. They really were. But that's the power of good writing, right? So yeah, Immortals of Aveum. I could see being adapted into like, you'd have to take out all the style. It would just be like, they would just raid the prop closet from whatever fantasy movie. Imagine it being made in like the early 2010s. So it'd probably be just a lot of like downstream Lord of the Rings looking stuff. And then maybe they'd like glue some lights on it or something. Hey, F1 Racer, thanks for the sub. 2021, okay, that sounds right. Don't worry though, I'm gonna play through Doom 3 again in the near future.
Come see me at the scrying hub.
Although it probably won't be as modded as the last one.
Need some time to cool off. Kirkin tore me a new one.
No, it can't wait, Jack. Come see me right now.
Is this one the conspiracies picks up? It's called Collateral. Okay, I'm gonna admit, cascading bad decisions. I'm currently sucking on a strawberry menthol cough drop. And on top of that, I'm going to sip some elegant and refined Japanese whiskey. No, I can't do that. I want to before all the ice melts. Okay, hold on a minute. Okay, I've spit the cough drop out into my hand. Yeah, let me cleanse the palate first. Yeah, let me just smoke a cigarette first so I can really absorb all the flavor. Smoke a cigarette. Take a mega vape. Huff a gas pump for a few minutes. Okay. There's an RTX Doom 3 mod? Shit, of course there is. But I won't get achievements for it unless I can drop it into the version that downloads off of Game Pass. Which I might be able to do, but I assume that actually involves a different engine. Hope the Dark Ages does some more homage to Doom 3. I think the Soul Cube would be something cool to bring back. Oh yeah. It was a neat idea. Unfortunately, canonically speaking, at least, Doom 3's kind of out of the current narrative. But I do think Dark Ages is going to be slower and more grounded. In Eternal, you're always jumping and dashing and flying all over the place and meat hooking. Dark Ages does have some movement mechanics for sure. But I do think it's meant to be more of a grounded experience. More like plunging forward through monsters instead of just like having to twirl over them and backflip and zip around an arena. And Doom 3 was definitely a slower paced, like both heels on the ground, shooting one big gun. Use BFG, I believe it works. I think the one on Game Pass is BFG edition. But it might not be. It doesn't say BFG. But it's got a 2019 release date. Panic Button is listed as one of the devs. Log in with Slayers Club. So this is clearly not like the original retail release. Who knows? I'll poke at it. I'll poke at it. Maybe Doom 3 is the one we play RTX. Unfortunately, I'm too brain rotted. Achievements take precedence. Someone's asking what I thought about this game.
Okay, what's the big deal?
You two, give us the room.
I like this game a lot.
Move. Room, seal and set scrying wards.
It's like...
Remember when Sandrak breached the Palathon that one time?
It dares you to... Excuse me.
Up to me to strengthen our
It dares you to cringe, but then it makes fun of itself, kind of?
Yeah?
Well, they worked. Who the hell is Luna, Jack?
Just stop, Luna.
Uh-oh.
Doesn't have its own colors.
Who's spying on me?
How can you even ask me that?
What is it? Some kind of spectral projection? The real question is, who are you communicating with?
Wait, are you spying on me?
Are you spying on us? Is this Luna a Rashanian agent?
No! Yes, she grew up with me in Saren. She took care of us. Turns out... Look, it's so messed up, Dev. Luna's
The friend you say is dead, which is very sad, but also very not true, because it turns out she's a Roshanian agent.
Worse. She's...
Like, weirdly, the plot moves quickly.
Do me a favor.
I know. I swear.
Like, they could have had this lingering over the story for like a whole chunk of the game. But essentially, there's like one level, and immediately it's found out and talked about.
No, at least she says she can. And I believe her, because when we mind link or whatever, I can't see or hear anything.
Probably the cringiest and most dated aspect of this is the way that the main character stutters.
Intelligence device.
He gets very flustered and then he's like this or that, and that's like very millennial writing and very millennial performance.
We could walk around in each other's heads, and she got in somehow.
But it's an affectation. I don't think it's objectively bad. It was definitely overused.
I thought maybe I could convince her of something I hadn't come up with yet. All right, it's messy. But I was never going to let her hurt us.
You said she killed that.
Gus Whedonian, yeah. I don't think he used that shit effectively, though.
Come on, she didn't interfere in the deep mirror.
I was never a fan of Whedon. Like, even, I know nerds agree that Firefly is good, but I remember watching the pilot and being like, this is some hack garbage. This man just stole from, like, anime and didn't even refresh it in a cool way.
I'll, be in my room.
Like, The Matrix at least took anime and like, put some style and flair. But I remember watching the pilot of Firefly and being like, this man just like, he rewrote Outlaw Star and made it less cool.
I'll let you know beforehand.
Anyway. I'm glad that Whedon's star's fallen, because I always thought he was not good. And now I can say so. It's less brave now. Dude, I remember walking out of Age of Ultron and being like, that was bad, right? Like, but I was with my coworkers and they were all like, they were already kind of tired of my opinions about shit. So I was like, everyone's gonna agree that this is good because it's Marvel, but it actually sucked dick. And how do I say that delicately? You liked Age of Ultron? I'm sorry. I'm sorry that we have this moment now where we disagree about media. It wasn't terrible, but dude, when the shit at the beginning where it's like, oh, she wanted to be aged up. She's actually the one in control. I was like, bro, Joss, again, brother, really? This is the deepest trick you've got in the writer's well. But it's like, I can look past that because it was like, it's big budget entertainment. I fault Rian Johnson for being too intellectual with his like 0 IQ big budget movies, of which there's only really one.
I don't know how to do this. We need to talk. Can you?
Yeah, it had some nice moments.
Show
but like, it wasn't about anything. Jesus Christ.
About to reach out. Bet you some wires got crossed.
Thaddeus?
Don't get spooked now.
I got a ghost cowboy in my head.
Something went wrong with your mind walk spell?
Hey now, that spell would have worked just fine if it weren't so rudely imposed upon. Now I keep getting visions of you and that girl.
James Spader was good, but
well, not with you.
Like,
this is the first time.
So Ultron was supposed to be like the illegitimate son of Tony Stark, right?
I didn't know you were alive.
Kind of like a bastard child returned
Sorry to disappoint.
Visit the sins upon the father.
That way, to be honest.
You're what is it? What's the evil kid of King Arthur?
I'm getting to it.
The hell?
Sorry.
Starts with an M. Anyway, it seemed like that was the construct, but then the story just went nowhere. Then it was just fights. I guess Age of Ultron theoretically teed up the like Civil War plot line, where heroes were party to an entire village getting smashed, but that didn't really like, nothing about that was germane to that film. Mordred, yeah. Yeah, James Spader did a great job at acting. I really have no fault with any of the performances of Age of Ultron. I guess the Hulkbuster fight was really cool, but again, meant nothing for the film. Didn't lean into any themes. It was just a cool fight. Probably the best one in that movie, actually, the first act. Yeah, there's a lot of themes to touch on there. I mean, especially like in the context of Iron Man. I remember seeing Iron Man 2 and being like, what was the story about? That our sins are like the self-indulgent lifestyles we lead to escape from confronting our past will eventually like eat away at us in the way that Tony Stark's dad was clearly like his health was failing because of his you know, alcoholism or whatever. And then you have that analog in Tony Stark where it's like his reactor's failing. But then all he had to do was shoot a laser at a rock and solve the movie. So it's like, what are you saying? What's the theme? That technology will save us from our bad decisions? Is that really where we're going? Like, I mean, I guess. Yeah, with Ultron, I don't even know. I was just like, I don't remember how that movie ended. Maybe I'm not justified to talk mess. Whatever cares. People hate Marvel now, so I gotta uphold my role as the people's streamer. No, I fucked it up. I don't know why I'm so bad at counterspelling. Alright, next time you cast a spell, buddy, I'm on it. Damn, so fast. I wasn't on it. Turns out I wasn't on it at all. Okay. Good? We're not good. Jeff's about to prestige, by the way. It's gonna be a big moment. I think if you want a deep, clean messages from that shit, stick to comics. The movies are just action porn and quips for general audiences. They don't have to be, though. They can still be about something. That's the point of a story, but yeah, no, I take your point. I'm not offended, you know. I didn't walk into Age of Ultron expecting something profound. But it's more like stories ought to have something at the end of them. I don't know, I also just watched A Complete Unknown, and I'm like, boy, that's a really good title for that movie, which is largely a waste of time. And again, I don't care about Bob Dylan. The movie certainly didn't make me in any way, which you think it would try to. Did I just hear someone raging after getting annihilated? You may have, yes. Occasionally, Steph's intense gameplay will cross the house and get picked up by my mic. It used to happen more often because I had a more sensitive mic, and the way that our rooms were arranged for yelling would cross over pretty well, but now it's a rare occasion. He's a very vocal COD player.
Look who finally decided to show.
Hey, kid. Sit a spell.
Gentlemen, it's good to see you alive.
You can enjoy some sauna eggs, bath eggs. Also, cheers, everybody.
How's are for later? We got to talk.
God damn.
Man, it's good when you open a beer and it smells like a loaf of bread farted in your face.
I'm near a font when it gets absorbed. I just shift over there. Then I see the pentasod and pow, I'm back.
Huh. Pentasod must like you. It don't normally do that. As a general rule, crossing over is a one-way street.
This absorbed font you're talking about. Happen to be where you think you saw Sandrak die?
Rhetorical question, kid. It was. That's how
I have a colorful vocabulary. I'm a writer, baby.
There was likely a
somewhere in there.
Left there where the
I don't know if I can claim it as my sole profession. Mostly because I actually earn money from time to time.
His mangy ass threw it in the nick of time.
I'm not exactly bitter with the world yet.
What makes you think Sandrak went to the Shrouded Realm?
Because he crawled back out. Recently. He's close by.
Writer versus journalist? Definitely not a journalist. I have done journalism.
Probably is.
And for brief stretches, I guess, would probably have been a professional journalist, but
convalescing and whatnot.
not every comic book movie can be as profound as the hit classic The Phantom. Yes.
Tore him to
What
shreds.
was the Phantom about? Let's see.
That would have taken him to
Like Howard Hughes type character. Got a skull that could shoot lasers.
Sandrak has enemies at court.
Mostly the Phantom as a concept is like he protects the South American jungle, right?
Round 3.
Somebody like swiped a relic and then South American Billy Zane's got to swoop in his purple body condom and his 2 guns. Man,
Girl, she'll be there alongside all your
I wasn't an adult in that 90s era of like a post-89 Batman wave of like Dick Tracy, the Phantom, the Shadow,
on the mend after getting gut shot by
finding all these old like radio drama, serial comic characters and trying to turn them into big budget movies.
Less enlightened than yourself.
My theory is that
Good luck, and make it hurt.
like the waves of nostalgia that hit, right? That was like the dying gasp of the generation that was actually alive when that stuff was popular. They got to see that stuff reborn as high budget Hollywood films. Talk to you. I want to be friends with you. Yeah, Popeye? Man. Weird movie.
What, so you hang out here?
For real, like go back and watch Popeye.
Thaddeus were tight.
Wizard has a
I watched it recently because I remember really liking that movie as a kid. And when I watched it as an adult, I kind of get it.
Wear shoes?
That was Roger Corman, right?
Nothing. At all.
Or am I using my prolific directors? But yeah, I remember when I was rewatching it, I was like, this movie shot so weird. Everything about it is really zoomed out. All the 1980s Popeye. All the shots are basically the entire set. With the characters like in the middle. Altman, yeah. Apparently that's like Altman's style. I haven't watched enough Robert Altman movies to like really put it together, but flashback of his dad. Yeah, and they built that huge thing. We could go fight a giant octopus. Yeah, a lot of this stuff. Like you get to see this whole weird town. Which was like kind of weirdly entrancing to me as a kid because as a movie you're usually like way up on something. And this lets you kind of see all the periphery. Stop with the Odessa or whatever. God. Young Robin Williams. The director understood Robin Williams' like gaze. They got a couple of really good shots of him with his like piercing blue, single eye. And man, Shelley Duvall is like, you can't see anyone else in that role.
What's the deal between you and
He was too good.
What do you mean?
Just the way you talk about it. It's like you know him.
The Allori. We used to think the Pentasod was the shit. You've seen the statues and such in the Underdwell, right? He was our guy.
Also, Dick Tracy's a really fun watch.
The caves and the
A movie that's that like pop colored before digital color correction was a thing. Like you can see the paint smudges on everything because they just had to paint shit like purple for the sake of a scene.
So I figured you would stay out of human affairs.
Human affairs.
Just the Allori helping out with this. I want you to know it's appreciated.
Yeah, Darkman's super fun.
Sandrak's fucking with my food supply. Hoarding up all that magic.
Darkman's weird.
You don't want starving Allori suddenly
I do like Sin City. I enjoyed that movie.
This ain't no team up. It's just survival.
You helping me find Sandrak. That's going on my tab, isn't it?
You act like you're gonna be around to pay it. My money's still on the maniac with the woohoo rock.
He doesn't have it. The Binding Stone? My friends and I took
Got the urge to rewatch The Rocketeer for some reason. That's another fun one.
Like you wouldn't believe in guarding the woohoo rock.
You feel like a real winner right now, I bet.
Right guy. Thanks for the sub. I need to watch the second Sin City. What is it? A Dame to Kill For? I think I watched it. It's not as charming. Pretty sure that one follows Clive Owen in his Skechers, right? He's like kind of the main character of that one. Or main, he's like the connecting character. He's bookend movie. I think it has more boobs.
Take it easy, Rook.
Go get him, kid.
That's never a bad thing.
What's the deal with this spell?
It's a ward breaker. Something tells me you'll need it to get close to Sandrak.
Yeah, it's not as good as the first. Kind of like a 300.
So give this spell
How
a
you
try.
been, kid? Last I saw you, you were searching for the Shrine Forge. Suspect you found it, if you tackled Sandrak head on.
Yeah, we found it. With Kenzie's help, by the way. Then I kind of broke it, but...
Mm-hmm. Feels like your thing. Walking into a place the first time and tripping over shit like a toddler. Had to fire up a few constructs to help get my polar back in shape after your visit.
I told you I was sorry. Anyway, I found out how Sandrak was able to control the Binding Stone. There was a machine that you could get a mark from. Oh, and by machine, I mean an ancient, giant, Aristean ghost guy thing.
How about you two play catch-up after Sandrak's in the ground?
Now, how about you mind your own business? Ignore him. We got time to talk.
I swear they were going to go with like Sandrak's actually the good guy, because the way that they depict him, he always looks so tragic. Like it's hurting him to do these things, and he empathizes with things, but he knows he has a greater calling or a greater responsibility. But then in the last scene, they just kind of pivoted him back to being like a snarling villain. So maybe they were like planting seeds of something there, and they're just going to like back off of it. But I think they're going to go back to it. Yeah, the ghost guy thing. So yeah, not sure. That's that kind of millennial stutter. That's probably the most dated thing about this game. Dated in that like it feels old. I don't think that it's necessarily bad, but it's definitely the sort of thing where it has the whiff of the 2010s about it.
Maybe you can tell me how you aren't dead.
No real mystery.
Enough time goes by, then that'll be endearing.
On me at all times. Habit from a lifetime of soldiering. It's not
Things that will probably never wrap back around to being endearing. Oh, excessive vocal fry and millennial stutter.
So here's something pretty embarrassing and terrible. The Immortals gave me the boot.
Something tells me that ain't by choice. Catch you fraternizing with the enemy stuck in your head?
That's not what it is! I mean, yes, it totally looks like it, but like...
But it's messy.
That's what I said!
Look, I got the very dubious benefit of having you two bouncing around in my head, sharing all your conflict and history and whatnot, but your pals at the Palathon don't got that context.
So what do I do?
To avoid high treason? Fuck if I know. I just said it was messy, not fixable. I suspect killing Sandrak's a good first step, though.
So the new Daredevil, the new Daredevil show. There's a lot of CG action. It's a shame. The whole point of like the street level heroes was that they got into like normal fist fights, right? At least that was the coolest thing about an original Daredevil.
You were Grand Magnus of the Immortals when
It's not like blobby CG dudes in body socks punching each other through buildings.
Surprised you know about that. Figured Lavenry would have had Kirkin scrub his name from the record.
She gave me a report of the whole thing. Incomplete, but yeah.
Huh. You must be real special to her. That's
Oh, excuse me.
Kirkin needs good people to surround herself with, or she can get a bit,
What?
Nothing. Shouldn't talk.
Nothing.
Anywho, yes, it was me who found Sandrak and sponsored him for selection. Didn't give a rat's ass he was Ray Sharnian. I'm old enough to remember when our two kingdoms were allies.
What was he like?
Oh, hey Gary.
Had grit. Unorthodox with his magic.
Closing up the smoke shop in North Texas.
He and Kirkin.
I'll be in that neck come QuakeCon time.
They're so fierce. No one could stand against them, except their own egos.
Nothing pairs with a good 24-hour LAN party like a... This is like 24-hour, 4-day LAN party like something to smoke.
Does Kenzie know you're alive? She deserves to hear it from you.
Nope, I haven't. Suspect I won't.
Don't be an asshole. You mean a lot to her, Thaddeus.
Pouring it on thick.
A lot of the flips are CG, the movements are CG.
It was you told everyone I was
Huh.
not me.
That's bizarre. Also, the whole point of a hero or Daredevil is that they're really easy to use stunt guys for, because you just put the fucking mask on them. As long as they have a chin and stubble, they're good. Why would they need to use CG for like things stunt guys can do? I mean, I guess that has to be more expensive. One thing that bugs me now is like, sometimes performance talent and video quality are so good that something looks fake, but it's actually not, or at least parts of it aren't fake. And that's when it's tragic, when like there's maybe a stunt or a performance in the middle of a scene that's real, but it's surrounded by so much like real enough looking fake bullshit that you kind of don't even know where the performance is anymore. Oh, that's bizarre. And does CG have a union? Might be onto something there. Yeah, I guess you really don't have to, like, no one's gonna get injured. You just pay some like lowest bidding post-production house to do those things. You're being trained to be AI skeptic? Oh, that's everyone right now. That's everyone on the internet. Everyone jumps at shadows, calls them AI these days, which is not necessarily a bad thing. It just kind of speaks to a very understandable public distrust of any imagery that you see through technology or the internet. I honestly think is wise. Getting to the point now where, like, you probably shouldn't trust anything you don't see with your own eyeballs. Behold the flood. Break blue words with your feelings. What if the stream is AI? Shit, could be. Give it 10 years. Oh.
Next time, fellas.
I can punch blue walls. Is there anything more to talk about, though? Maybe buds? Got any more of them eggs?
Go get him, kid.
Not right now, Jack.
Devin, please. This is going to sound crazy, but you have to listen to me. I just spoke with Thaddeus.
You're right about the crazy.
Listen, Sandrak's alive. Hurt, but alive. You need to lock the vault down tight. Put the whole Peloton on alert.
I'm on my way.
Hmm.
Can't let you face him alone.
Yeah, Shimikas.
If I fail here,
Most every time that's AI discussion breaks out, I remind myself this will be the last time that it's this easy to discern. Yeah, it's already gotten way harder. Like in the last 2 years. I was just thinking about that. How, like, I mean, to throw it to film, we had like a solid 15 years where CG looked terrible. Just wretched. Like, you knew right away. Pretty much all the way through, like, I want to say 2015, maybe? There'd be these, like, just horrendous looking CG spectacles in films. And it was fun and stupid because you're suspending disbelief to watch a movie. But then, yeah, when it starts looking as good as real film, then you don't know what the difference is. And honestly, that kind of takes away some of the splendor of it. You know, if you watch a Bond film or a Fast and Furious movie, like a globe-trotting adventure, and you see this exotic establishing shot of flyover of a beach or something, like, well, was that a drone? How much of this was real? Am I actually, like, looking at that real place, or is this just a fake place with a title card that matches the tone that they want? I remember there was some Fast and Furious movie where it was like an establishing shot of someplace in Europe, and every rooftop had stacks of blue barrels on them, just to make the scene more blue. And I remember seeing all that shit and being like, they don't distribute blue barrels around every rooftop in Europe, so all this shit was just added in to, like, make the shot, I guess, in the color grade that they wanted for this setting. I'm like, what? I'm not looking at the location anymore. This isn't like a fun vacation. This is just a series of composed shots that are that way for reasons other than showing me a cool place with the power of film. Oh, I'll dig the writing? Okay. I mean, I'm a big fan of any, going back to Daredevil, I guess, I'm a big fan of any narrative where, like, just one dude, just one guy, has to just get thrashed over and over again. For the sake of justice or something. You watch the space Fast and Furious? Well, I mean, there was 9 where they go to space.
Luna,
I don't know if that qualifies it as the space one. But of course.
Luna, if you can hear me, you know I'm coming. You know what I have to do. I'm begging you. Don't try to stop me.
Don't like John Wick? No, I was saying I do like that. And yes, of course I love John Wick. I mean, in John Wick, they make it a joke. There's like escalation in an action movie is normal, where the action hero starts off like fighting one guy and it's life and death, but by the end he's got like 2 guns and he's taking down helicopters, and so like his immortality grows over the course of the film, right? But with John Wick films, they almost play with you about what is like dangerous for John Wick and what he can heal from and how fast. Wound persistence in action films is one of my favorite things. That's honestly what, like, Die Hard 3 is exceptional in that regard. Every major injury that like John McClane sustains over that movie is like stays with him for the rest of the movie, and like even Bruce Willis's performance kind of takes that stuff into account. The problem is by the next movie he's back to normal instead of hobbling around with a bunch of broken bones and like used joints, permanently torn muscles. That's no fun though. That's not why we watch action movies. I'm trying to think of like, there's a handful of fun times where an action lead actually has like a permanent disability. Rocky is really the only one, and even then they kind of forgot about it because it was inconvenient. Like at the beginning of Rocky 5 when he's got like nerve damage and he's like shaking because he just got brutally pummeled. Hey. Teleported into that. Jesus Christ. It's supposed to not get hit with this stuff. It's so fast. What the hell? And no, he's dead now. John Wick is dead. What finally got him? He got shot. That's right, there was a duel. And he took a bullet. Yeah. John Wick 4. But again, I don't know, man. I'll film an epilogue where like his eyes snap open. I mean, Crank is pretty amazing for like utterly testing. What am I getting? Oh, I'm standing on the glorp. That's right. What the fuck? This shit is everywhere. I'm not 100% on the meaning of a fight like this. But there's this fucking guy who's just like shooting stuff at me. I'm still getting hurt. God, there's nowhere to stand that's not on this shit. But it also doesn't put like a hurt thingy on the bottom of your screen. It doesn't pin like an ouchie. What are you doing? You dead? Okay. You gonna watch Working Man? Of course. I don't think it'll be good, but I'll watch it. Old man rampage movies are a genre staple of mine. I am not a little bit interested in Ballerina though. I don't think Ana de Armas is good, but I've had my opinions before, I guess. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, I haven't seen her in a whole lot of action. She was in that one thing in Bond, but wasn't that impressive. I'm not as charmed by pretty face, I guess. I like to be a great action lead, you need superb body language. I haven't seen that from her. She might be a trained dancer for all I know, which is a great start. So I'm fucking ignorant as usual in this regard, but was good in The Gray Man. I didn't even really like The Gray Man. I thought it was pretty boring because I don't think what's his name? Fall Guy. I don't think he's a very good action lead either. He does the stunts, but there's no like, there's not really a whole lot going on in his body language either. Ryan Gosling. I did kind of like, so in Gray Man, I did kind of like some of the ways that Gosling would hold himself after a stunt. Like he'd recover from a stunt and then just be like, just kind of blank. And then just kind of like, kind of processing everything, moving on. I was like, okay, I like that. But in general, I was like, And I don't remember Ana de Armas and Gray Man at all. Like that's, I don't know, super forgettable movie for me. Oh, Norman Reedus will be in Ballerina? Okay. I only know Norman Reedus's body language from Death Stranding. But he's good in that. He sure does walk. Sure enough in Blade Runner. He was good in Blade Runner. But like, she specifically was shell of a human in Blade Runner. She was a pretty doll. And yeah, she was good at that. That's good casting. I mean, I thought Gosling was great in Blade Runner. Oh, that's cool. Okay. Oh, but it's only for a little while, huh? That stay on? God damn it. Fall Guy was really solid for stunt work. Yeah, there were a lot of stunts in it. I don't know. I didn't find any of them all that interesting to watch. What? Oh, you prestiged. Step prestiged.
Gaming.
Yeah, he was good in Drive. He was really good in Drive. He's good at brooding. He's an excellent brooder. I don't know. I get a little up in my head about stunt and action stuff. The thing that killed me about Fall Guy was there was no internal logic in the movie about who was a stunt person. It was a stunt world. Everyone was stunty. And if that's the case, then they should have gone even more with it. Like it should have been part of society. Of just like people like speeding through intersection. Like more like I guess not what Mr. One Up? Fuck, what? Ryan Reynolds, video game. Free Guy. There we go. Captain Extra Life. But even then, the drama they tried to make in the real world, which was disparate from that world and all of its rules. Is it timed? Yeah, crash mats littering the street. I don't know. It's like, what makes the Fall Guy special if everyone can do what he does? That's supposed to be his cool thing. But instead you have like actors and extras and shit doing the exact same stunts that he does, sometimes even better or more intensely than he does. But that exists in the same world where he's paid to do stunt work? Like that shouldn't be a big deal, but it factors into the drama of an action sequence. Which is like, you have to establish the rules about your lead and what they can do in this world and also what's dangerous for them. In a movie, like in a typical Bond movie, you know, nothing's dangerous for him. He's going to win. So it's like, then it's like, how ridiculous can we stack the deck against him so that you, the audience, are like, oh, how's he gonna get out of this one? And then he does with something ridiculous. And then it's fun to watch that because you want to see how ridiculous it gets. How much digging they have to do to get themselves out of him being in a fucking metal table with a laser going towards his dick. Once Upon a Time did it a lot better. Yes, it did. I agree. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood has very clear language about the role and meaning of stunts in the film. And then when like stunts happen in the real world, other characters react to it like it's a big deal. Like when fucking Brad Pitt throws Bruce Lee into that car, and then they're like, "What the fuck?" And it's like a huge deal. But then you have like other stunts when the movie's hitting peak absurdity, like a flame stunt in a pool, which is pretty ridiculous unto itself, and also a stunt that just doesn't happen in films anymore. Burn stunts, that is. Ooh, got the Malachar. That's probably good, right? Den of Sevens. Like a challenge room? I guess so. Ooh, some of the most dangerous Magni of Rasharn. The Six reside within special red shroud fanes hidden throughout Aveum. Prepare yourself with the best gear for taking on this challenge. Let me give it a crack. Let me see how ridiculous this is. Oh. Yeah, burn stunts don't happen anymore, but there's a reason why. They talked a little bit about burns when I went to stunt school, and they were like, "We'll teach you how to do this, but no one does this anymore, and no one should do this anymore. Burns are dangerous for a lot of reasons that you may not think about, but you know, fire sucks. The problem is like breathing, honestly. If you're doing a burn stunt, if you're on fire, you can't breathe. That's kind of the bigger thing, and if you try to, it'll scald your lungs. So like, that's why fires on the back are usually more popular. It's like somebody, whoa, and it's like only up here, so you can still like take in cold air. But yeah, anything else, and it's just like, all your hair burns off. You get like maybe a 20-second take maximum. There's a lot of reset. There's a lot of safety just for one more shoot. You barely see him. Where'd he go? Where'd you go? Oh my god, that does like no damage. How are you supposed to do that? I guess you gotta just know that it's gonna happen? Maybe there's upgrades you can get that make the counterspell go off faster. Shit. Oh. Really timed. Oh, what's that? Ah. Ugh. Ugh. Damn. Damn. Those bubbles, man. Okay. All right. I see what you're doing. We'll see. Maybe I'll come back to that later. I could do it now, but it'd be pretty tedious. Was the Barons of Hell of this game? I don't think I've run into a Baron of Hell equivalent yet. You have plans for the Nintendo Direct. I'm gonna try to be awake 6 a.m. and stream it. We'll see. And then, yeah, Bruce and I'll assuredly record some kind of news episode. Provide a little commentary. I don't know. I feel like Nintendo releasing a new console is one of the few milestones. I guess Sony releasing a new PlayStation, but Nintendo's has got like a, what, 15 years on them basically? One of the few, like, historical milestones that are kind of gaming wide that we can still observe, you know? Huh? What did you try to say? Oh. Def couldn't call her loadout your mom. You'll have to, like, use some other language characters. Her mom didn't work either. Damn, they're getting clever, huh? New PlayStation is expected. Nobody expects a new Nintendo every couple of years. Well, not every couple of years, but maybe twice a decade. Although the Switch has been an abnormally long generation. It was the Wii, kind of, I think. Nintendo has a hit, they tend to ride it. And it's been ridden. Unbeen ridden. God damn, what is hitting you? Take your hands off my loadout! You! Whoops. I've gained an ascension. Punch. Wizard punch. Yeah. Why isn't... Good? You're dead. Okay. He's dead. Yeah, I'm not expecting a whole lot of surprises. That's a fun little casting thing he's got going on. I don't think Nintendo needs to bust out surprises, but sometimes they just do. Maybe they'll put that vitality sensor into the Joy-Con 2s so that a whole ton of games can react to your pulse changing or something. I don't like it. Like a little bit more damage for like half the fire rate, half the clip size. Or the crystal charge. Who knows what the verbiage is when it comes to magic gems. Maybe Ring Fit Adventure 2. Although like the weird games already kind of got their moment. Nintendo announced a new Tamagotchi Life, a new Rhythm Heaven. But like the deep cuts have already been serviced, at least in my mind. I can't even... Yeah, I don't know. I guess the exciting thing will just be seeing what their first-party developers have been making to support the console. Nintendo's first-party dev is still world-class. They make some of the best games in the business. So, if Nintendo is like hoping that that software will, in addition to all the other factors that they're kind of aligning behind it, but this game worth 1.7 million. Not to me. If I had 1.7 million, I don't think I would spend it on buying the Immortals of Aveum property. Was that this game's budget? That's really not that bad. Or did you just throw out a number? Play Noita? A couple times. It's pretty cool. I don't want to see what AAA third-party games they get now. I mean, it should be all the big ones. That's the buzz. That everybody's, all the third parties are excited for Nintendo to put a console out that actually juices up console sales a little bit. Some guy offered me it for 1.7 million. I told him, let me drink some whiskey. All right.
Are you sure sending them away?
I guess the better question is, how much whiskey would it take to acquire Immortals of Aveum? 1.7 million.
You really do, though.
Let him live, and we'll pull our forces from the front.
I'll have to find that answer at the bottom of a bottle. Yeah.
You'll see that. He listens to my counsel. Sonntag's not the warmonger your Grand Magnus makes him out to be.
This game Metroidy at all. Ooh, very, very slightly. It does have shades of Metroid Prime going on, with like your cannon and how you like change the form of your gun to change the nature of your attack.
I don't care.
It doesn't quite have the lock-on and circle strafing aspects that Prime did, but and there are some slight areas where there are places you can't go until you come back with an ability you get later. But there are cutscenes.
One of us has to be the first side to
and it's not necessarily like an interconnected planet. I mean, it is, but you go through a portal and load into an area, and then that area has like branching paths.
We can get them to listen.
Oh, he's waking up.
Remind them that the real goal is healing the wound.
Children.
Just fucking Albert Wesker in there. I like it. Uh-oh.
Julian Zochi, when a lord Chizechan, Esherar Tadelianar, no Eshasa. Surrender is for Lucians.
This dude's chromed out armor is so cool looking though. I mean, it looks dumb, but it also that like it wraps back around to being cool.
Leave it.
In the context of this game,
Home to the front. They need to see their leader alive.
it's badass.
And with them as the Lucians approach. They need help.
I won't take the advice of someone whose loyalty is so obviously divided.
The binding stone's too far for that to work, genius.
I'm not bringing it to me. I'm bringing myself to it.
Genius.
Ah, the Parathon Vault.
Yeah.
No! Wait!
This will give them hope.
There he goes. He put his helmet back on. Oh, he went into the mage portal. Went to the event horizon. And you're just there.
Well, shit.
Okay. Another fun cutscene in Immortals of Aveum.
Oh! Come on! Devin! Sandrak's inside the Palathon. You gotta raise the alarm.
What? That's not possible. Oh dear.
Oh dear what?
Portals opening all over. Nightblade's inbound.
I'm coming.
Nightblade.
I need to find Devin.
Yeah. Oh. Like the shooting and sound effects, honestly, feel like Metroid Prime. You don't have cool like psychic powers like Samus does now, and Metroid Prime doesn't have like 2000s hip hop 808 thumps. Didn't even know, did you? I need to program a new beat on that. It's been sitting on that beat pattern for like years now. I'm gonna get a little more whiskey. Be right back. You guys a good view. Ugh. Okay. I gotta power up my mage powers. Just Steam wish listed this. We'll wait for a good sale. That's good to hear, Sly. I mean, I think a lot of people would probably enjoy this game. It's pretty campy. Somebody mentioned that it's on CD keys for like $1.30 or something. Shoutouts to Turn to Up for sending me THC gummies. Just ate a banana runts gummy. Thank you, James.
Here they come.
We're diligently applying the weed command. That is an affiliate link, FYI. I think I'll get a portion of sales through that link. Yeah, they sent me some free stuff. They sponsored the stream. The stream technically isn't sponsored, but this is a sponsor I believe in. PlayStation Store is $10. I think it was on, yeah, I think it was on PlayStation Plus at some point. It's on, if you have PC Game Pass, I think you can get it through the EA app on PC. And 1 month of Game Pass is what, $12? If you've never signed up before, I think it's $1. Game Pass has a lot of heat right now too. It's got Atomfall, Stalker 2, Avowed, Indiana Jones. Xbox has had some real good releases in the last year. They were kind of dry for a minute. Now Sony's the dry one and Xbox is getting some bangers. I know those aren't all specifically Xbox games. Some of them are. Balatro, yeah, Black Ops 6. Black Ops 6's campaign is pretty fucked in a good way. It's it reminds me of the older Call of Duty campaigns where like they were like, fuck it, no one's looking. Let's just do whatever we want. Does it have to make sense? No. But maybe we want to do a heist game. We just have to call it Call of Duty. Oh. As long as it sells, Bobby Kotick don't give a shit. I guess he doesn't give a shit either way now. Bethesda hit Starfield? Yeah. There's that. Well, Dark Ages is coming soon. We can talk about the good Bethesda, which is to say things that aren't Bethesda Softworks. No, wait a minute. That is the good one. Bethesda Softworks is the publisher. Bethesda Game Studios is the hit studio that brought us Fallout 76 and Starfield. Has the question, are we the baddies, been answered? It's been alluded that everyone is the baddies because our relentless fighting prolongs the or exacerbates the wound. But unfortunately, the plot is pivoting towards no, Sandrak is the baddie again. But I'm hoping that's going to swerve again. I'm hoping there will be another twist. He wasn't as villainous in that last exchange, you know? He didn't lash out at Jack unnecessarily. He didn't try to kill him when he could have. Bethesda Softworks killed Prey by fucking over the OG devs trying to buy their studio. You mean Human Head? Talking about Prey 2? Or do you mean 2017's Prey, one of the best video games ever made, published by Bethesda Softworks? Human Head Prey 2?
How the hell is this happening?
Sandrak.
Let it go. Let it go. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, that one. Thanks.
Brilliant.
Bear in mind that with those situations, you only ever hear one side of the story.
Captain,
and
rally our people and secure
concept was too cool. Yeah, it's a cool concept, but it's never a good game. It's never a good game. There's Star Wars Bounty Hunter. If you want to see that concept in action and like what it actually means to try to make a bounty hunting game.
Sandrak is heading to the path. Kirkin's intercepting, but I won't make it in time.
There's Star Wars
lock this down until backup arrives.
Survivor, Fallen Order. Those are like Star Wars Uncharted. So it exists.
It's the only thing that stands a chance against him right now.
Remember seeing a sick-ass trailer for Human Head Prey 2? Yeah. Yeah. Most people remember that trailer. It was a cool trailer. But like, you can't make that a game. If you think about playing through the events of that trailer more than 5 times, you'd be bored as fuck. Also, yeah, I'm speaking out of ignorance here. I don't know this. I haven't looked into the specifics of the Human Head situation. I just know that, like, yeah, business is business. The game's business is not a friendly one. But everyone's in the same business, and other people manage to make and publish games that are done and come out. I remember the original Prey was in dev hell for a while. It took like that game 3 or 4 years longer than it should have to come out. It was pretty cool when it did. I like Prey 1. And I remember that game kind of struggled to ship. So I wouldn't be shocked if like they had a unfriendly relationship with their publisher if they had to negotiate for more money for Prey 1 or something like that.
Hold the line here.
I could also see a version of events where it's like after Prey 1 they're like, okay, but we gotta like, it can't go like that again. We're gonna need to call some shots this time. Yeah, Slash, there's no reason to no reason to talk about people that are just shitting their pants to get attention. What you do on the internet these days, I guess. Wonder if we'll ever see what Monolith was cooking with Wonder Woman. Maybe. I imagine if enough time goes by, developers will eventually feel safe talking about it.
Damn it.
And every game is the best game ever until it ships. Some of the things that people say about unshipped games, I'm like, you can't be saying that stuff, man. I'm sure you believed in it. And for all I know, fuck, it might be true. But you can't be like, oh, it was gonna be the best. It was 90% complete. That's always how it is, right? 90%, oh, it's so amazing. The stuff we were making would blow people's minds. Oh? Then why did it get canceled? Definitely not saying that every game that got canceled deserved to. But there's always a reason. And that reason is usually not that the game is looking great and is on time and is on budget. That's usually not the reason things get canceled. Ugh, god damn, man. What the fuck? These guys can just jump to where I am. They can throw shit. They have a fuckload of health. Ah. Oh wait, I can glorp them. That'll help, I think. God. Fuck you! What do you want from me? Gave himself a shield and now I can't move. What the fuck? Didn't even kill him. What about a bounty system mixed with a nemesis system? Well, what would the bounty system be then? I mean, I played that game. It's called Assassin's Creed. It like just randomly rolling NPCs with like stats that are just standing somewhere and it's like, go kill this. It gets so boring after a while. It's also Hitman. Yeah, at least Hitman has more like environment simulation going on. And I guess that's the thing that trailers like Prey 2's makes you assume, is that it's simulating a whole galaxy and I'm interacting with all this dynamic stuff. That never happens. Never. People did the same thing when they were looking at Starfield footage. They were like, oh, it's a whole galaxy and it's all simulated and everything's gonna react to me. And I had to be the one being like, do you see that though? Do you see these systems getting demonstrated? Or do you just assume that because that's what Bethesda used to do? No Man's Sky is closer to like simulate. It got there anyway, yeah. Yeah, Spore was the original. I remember I tried to bring it up. I looked it up once because I had to prove something to some person on the internet who never replied, so I must have won the argument, but I wanted to prove that like we were really early in warning people about No Man's Sky. And I had to look up a fucking episode of The No we did where I wrote the script saying, be scared of this. Like you guys you're letting your imagination run away with you. Unfortunately, I think that Google Doc is tied to my fucking Rooster Teeth G docs or whatever. I think that script is locked away. Bernie has the rights to it. Yeah, No Man's Sky did fix their shit. Or I think that was always the plan, to be honest. I think they always intended that game to be a galaxy sim that they would bolt on features to as time goes by. And honestly, like, if I give Sean Murray the benefit of the doubt, I think that was the context that he was speaking from with a lot of that stuff.
Court-Martial Sandrak, it will be incineration.
He should have been very specific.
I highly encourage you to.
Yeah, it was promised way too much at the start.
Generations of Rashani.
It's an old problem developers used to run into, where they would work on a game for 3 years, telling no one about it, and then suddenly you're at E3, and there's like a crowd of people who are just so excited to hear your ideas on this, and a games journalist that's eating up every word and like excited to talk to you, and you just like feeding off that energy, and you just start going. You just start talking about all the cool things that you want to make. And you forget to make the important distinction that what is, like, what's in the product versus what's the vision for the product. I wish all Gamer Rage comments were blocked for 3 months. You're still mad about 3 months, after 3 months of updates, I'll hear you out. Yeah. Well, that's just like the issue in general with everything now. Everything's so disingenuine. I guess to some degree life has always been disingenuine. But when
To hell with Gulhad.
when getting people's attention on the internet is a currency, you can't trust the motivations
You've single-handedly damaged
of anything expressed.
beyond repair. Their culture, all their lives to come. My people.
You've served the Immortals for 30 years. You've warred against Rasharn the whole time. You don't get to decide when they're your people and when they're really your people.
Wait, what's the conflict about with Sandrak? I don't quite understand why they're disagreeing. You talked about it being a court-martial, but for what? Did I miss that line? Yeah! We forgot what the human experience was. Through the internet, of course, yes. Through the lens of the internet, there's no humanity left. Because it's not profitable. It's not salacious, it's not attention-grabbing. There's no conflict. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of why I, choose not to talk about certain topics. If certain things are just so obviously disingenuous, there's no point in wasting time on it. Even from the perspective of laughing at it, because that's the goal, so. Take the fuel away. Choke the fire. Still trying to decide if the internet was an overall gain or detriment to society. I guess time will be the arbiter of that. Oh god. The health bars are above my friends. No? Sometimes? Right now, it definitely feels, right now it feels detrimental because the internet is, the human experience right now is in the throes of, I guess, coming to terms with like massive disinformation campaigns. Was there a window like post-radio, post-TV? There had to have been. Yeah, there was. I remember I have seen a lot of American media like satirizing TV zombies and stuff. After the advent of the home television, I'm sure it was similar. A lot of people being like, all people do is stay at home and watch TV. People used to go outside, go to dances, listen to music, like meet people, talk. The TV will be the downfall of the human experience. And it changed it. It certainly changed the face of news reporting, changed the nature that people get their information about the world. But, human experience soldiered on. I have to believe that if enough time goes by, people will eventually become accustomed to and even tired of
He was also the one that
information warfare, culture warship.
Success was verified.
I think we're getting there.
I will tell them. The consuls of Mercia, the world.
I don't know if it's at critical mass. There will be people that will always be involved in it just because it's intriguing and they're too invested at this point. But hopefully it gets to the point where culturally people just roll their eyes when anyone brings up culture war adjacent stuff. And it's like, okay,
Now.
you're too internet deranged.
This will be a liberation.
We're here now in real life talking about actual shit. and you're trying to bring up some internet-ish that's just totally killing it. Like, once it gets to that point, and then the people living in real life maintain that separation.
I think we're past that trick now, don't you?
This place is alive, Sandrak. You'll kill her and everyone aboard the Palathon if you absorb that font.
I'll carry their memories with me. But winning at all costs requires a resilience to sin. You told me that.
No!
Ooh.
Wait!
They missed a chance to have the font sound like a whale. Oh, there it is. Never mind. I was about to say, any ancient, unknowable thing always sounds like a whale call when it's dying.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Oh! Damn, okay. I like that. He was like firing the magic thing inside that dude's guts. Oh, his pupils disappeared. You're in for it now.
Devin!
Yeah, that dude's turbo dead. Dustbuster, thanks for the sub. Oh. Oh.
What did you do?
I won.
Good answer, actually. Bad ending. Oh, flashback.
Just run, Jack. It's okay.
No! Don't!
Oh, we get to see what happened to her. Okay. Do we play as her? That'd be sick. That'd be next level shit. Go back in time and play as a different character. See things from a different perspective.
I'm alive. Just hold on, Jack.
Where I'm still alive.
What is that smell? Oh, seriously, it's like something died in here.
It's sarin. You've just forgotten how much it reeks.
You saved me.
That's what friends are for, right? You're finally looking better.
What's that?
Sandrak won, Jack. You remember that? A little while after the Palathon fell, these shackles just appeared on the arms of every Magnus on Aveum. They block our access to the ley lines. Magic. Sandrak controls all of it.
The war's over.
Yeah, that's good, right?
All Magni have lost their power. The loyal ones out there still have their sigils. Not so much for fugitives like me.
Rashanians have occupied the city?
Every city, as far as I can tell. There are some holdouts. Glavegate, a few of the Claylish Isles.
Claylish.
But their magic is gone too. They won't last.
This is my fault. All of it.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
You dream of it all the time. Of your friend, Devin.
He's dead.
I experienced
Remember?
it through you. Our mind link still works despite these.
That's how I saw them save you. Capture you.
A bit of both. Rashawn needed Magni though, so I went from prisoner to war college pretty fast.
Or call.
And that's all it took for you? To renounce
I'm
Lucian?
a PhD in war.
Free tuition?
1, don't ever knock free tuition. 2, I renounced Lucium when I found out why Rashawn desperately needed Magni. How awfully Lucium and Kirkin have treated their enemies. You and your friends pretty much worked for the bad guys, Jack.
We're the baddies?
Oh, and Sandrak's not king of the world. Batshit insane.
What?
I don't care. Did any of the others make it?
And what was that look?
I barely caught you in time.
You see the man's armor?
I need some air.
You won't like what's out there.
Aren't you afraid one of them will recognize you?
Not outside of the uniform.
Rasharn's really enjoying this.
This isn't Rasharn. This is the Moorbane.
The who?
Sandrak's butcher. These are his soldiers. Not even part of the army, really, just a pack of wild dogs. Sandrak's punishing Saren because of me.
Oh, because you betrayed him? Oh, he's cracking down on your home world? That's rough. They knocked over his crates and everything. This game just keeps on giving. Doesn't it? And we get to go back through an occupied area. Asset reuse, baby. We just ran through this one time. Oh, I'm hassling this guy. Where's the Mountain Dew, dickhead? I'm gonna punch you. Watch out. I'm winding it up. No, here it comes. Oh, no, is it though? Oh, I don't know. Oh.
So these holdouts you mentioned. Glade
I love looping animation.
Sandrak and Kelthus. That's interesting. My friend, my field commander, Zendara, she's Kelthusian royalty. If she survived the Palathon, she'll have fallen back to Gladegate. If I could get there.
Big if.
Kelthusian royalty. He survived the Palathon. I feel like I would bonk that helmet on everything. Yeah, just admiring their T-pose helmets. The strongest pose. Oh, there's two of them. Oh my gosh. I was like, Jesus. He's magically phasing. No, there's just two models inside of each other. Power of the T-pose. What's going on in here? Giving him a little kick. And just pointing at him. Oh, there we go. Nice. Oh. It's actually pretty rare for like two character models to interact like that in a rolling animation that has to loop. Boom! Dude, this poor guy's ribs. Getting worked over nonstop.
There he is. The Moorbane.
What the fuck? He's got a surfboard!
Whispers of rebellion. They make your children weep.
So big!
Internalize it.
That prisoner with him.
You'll be more
Their lights on
at peace. Hiding these
It's an execution.
Revolution army.
No.
We all know it hurts them worse in the end.
Sandrak's not the warmonger you make him out to be. Huh? Remember saying that to me? I can't take in much more of this. I gotta get out of here.
I think a big patrol goes by up ahead. Let's stop here for a bit. Sandrak did have a plan, you know. It was sound, actionable, and in the end, the world would have benefited from the war we were waging.
You sound like Kirkin.
Don't ever compare me to her. Look, I can't justify what Sandrak's doing now. He's lost his fucking mind. But there was an honor in him that your Grand Magnus could never even pretend.
He had a beard.
I know you saw a different side to her. And probably only one.
You keep dancing around something. You obviously want to tell me about Kirkin. So just do it.
Out in the open? Sure, why not? Rasharn hasn't produced a Magnus in 10 years, Jack. Magic doesn't take to our people anymore.
What does that have to do with Kirkin?
She's the one that sent the Immortals that did it. They infiltrated their way to the Hanging Isles, poisoned the ley lines across the skies of Rasharn. All of our children have been born lightless ever since.
Wait, what? Is it permanent?
We don't know. No one's been able to lift the curse, Not even Sandrak with the binding stone. Without new magic coming in, Rashawn's culture and traditions are dying. You understand the horror of it, right? Our entire identity is fading away.
Yeah, that's what happens in war, though.
You've got the connection.
Whoop! Ah, they didn't let me pick it.
Have with the ley lines is gone, wiped out.
Like that's how it goes.
That's why Rasharn kidnaps Magni from other countries. Who are the bad guys again?
In a few years' time, Rashawn would have been unable to defend itself in the Everwar. So Sandrak took shortcuts to end it.
I'll say.
Just thought you should know how we really got to this point.
It was just escalation, but like who's...
I don't know. Are we?
This game gets really close to talking about some fascinating topics. Like war perpetuating war, not necessarily in a cycle of violence kind of way, but in a cultural way. In like a scarcity of resources way. Where if like everyone would just chill out, then you could find a solution, but that requires everybody to trust. Like trust is really at the heart of this, right? It's all these nations distrusting each other and then escalating conflict because you think the other person's going to do it to you, so you have to do it first. It's kind of, you know, a hot war scenario. So when it's like, oh, we had to do this because she basically cut off our supply to weaponry. Well, he could have surrendered, but yeah, then you have no power. I don't know. You pocket dialed while eating a sandwich? That's okay. Yeah, I was trying to figure out what okay meant. What sandwich are you eating?
What made you decide to bring us to Saren?
Because you're heavy. I knew I wouldn't have flight for long and Saren was close. Anyway, we grew up here. More than half of that time hiding from someone or another that meant us harm. Figured we could use that to our advantage. The Moorbane, though, he's something I didn't count on.
A chocolate bar sandwich.
Being here.
It really is, huh?
The whole time I served in the Lights Army, I never came back. A lot of bad memories.
Bad smells.
Okay.
The worst.
That can go a number of ways. Usually when it's like that, like ham sandwich, that's the thing in the sandwich. So were you eating chocolate bar with 2 pieces of bread around it? Or, owing to a chocolate bar being more like a piece of bread, is it a sandwich with 2 chocolate bars and then something in between? Put a melted chocolate bar between bread, my dad taught me. Okay, so we're dealing with the first one. I'm thinking about it. It makes sense. You eat a chocolate croissant, and you make this at home. Not bad. Okay, all right. Family recipe. I like it. I'm into that. Chocolate bread. Delish.
I was out for a month, huh? What else did I miss?
What bread are you using?
From the outside world, it's rare. I only learned about Glavegate because I overheard the Rashanians talking about it.
Glavegate.
What about the front?
No such thing. The Lucian lines fell back, dissolved. Lots of
I wonder what Grums has to say about Glavegate.
Oh, a few of the Sky Clans of Orman put up a fight until Sandrak threatened to pull the
Hit up
out from
fucking Craig's Demaskis.
Sucks.
Ask him what he thinks about Glavegate.
There's about the Pentasod lately, that something's wrong with it.
Wrong how?
I don't know. It's hard to tell from here.
Any way we can get a message to my friend at Glavegate?
Farcall stones are dead, couriers only work for Sandrak, and Kalthus is on the other side of the wound.
So there's a chance.
After the Palathon, Sandrak immediately cut
Old
off
meme, but it
communications
checks out.
with Aveum. The first step to total control is enforcing silence. And I'm the Never mind.
What's wrong?
As the Hand, I ran counter-surveillance for the Order of Masks, cataloging enemy command networks to find out where they were most vulnerable. He used what I built for him. I can't take that pot back.
You were fighting a war, Luna. That's how you do it.
Normal French bread. Hey, all right.
What made you go rogue and save me from the Palathon?
Seriously?
Yes.
You told me. The next time we see each other, one of us...
I want to know the answer to that. I mean, I guess she explained it.
Just saying. That turned out different.
Sandrak was... He was changing. It became less about fixing wrongs done to Rashawn and more about just hurting everyone. about domination.
That's like a weirdly believable storyline, though.
Oh.
You get abducted, but then they give you a path.
Best friends.
Look,
They give you a system to excel under.
there was a moment
Give you a job and a place to live.
where you heard me.
We can change how this works, Jack. The war, the wound, all of it.
Right. We had a chance at peace. Kirkin and Sandrick were just in the way. You saw that. Of course I was going to save you.
It's weirdly reminding me of the dynamic in Suikoden 2, which is like pretty high credit to give this game. I don't think it's trying that hard. But Suikoden 2 had a really cool storyline where like childhood friends got separated. They both like achieved in their lives, and then they both found themselves in positions where they were like meant to execute the will of the people. And the wills of their respective people were at odds, and they had to fight, and they didn't want to, and they weren't like personally at odds.
I'm done. Let's go.
I remember being amazed that games could tell stories like that. Suikoden 3 was even more like
I'll take care of it.
vague and humanistic. Yeah, that's a lot of Gundam, I guess. Brother fighting brother.
Hey!
The description was making me think of the American Civil War.
Leave her alone. We're just going home.
Pick up that can.
Stare at the ground.
Just do what they say.
Yeah, they do look like Lost Odyssey soldiers. They have the big like canister helmets. They're gone. Oh, they're chill. Fine. Damn, life's rough. I'll take video games may be the best art form we have access to. Find a gamer.
Could have destroyed it. The binding stone.
I think video games are
Take it. Now.
are technically the most challenging entertainment medium
You did what you
to try to successfully make a product in.
That's a hard thing to do, you know.
And I think that crucible
People avoid conviction.
produces some real miracles that we tend to take for granted because we see them every day. But it is the intersection of every performance art, every single one that I can think of, plus interactivity. Dude just took one clean hit and hit the deck. Didn't even try to block it. Oh yeah. Oh, sick. Okay. Didn't think about that.
Holy shit.
How did you do that?
The mark must still be tied to the binding stone. So it can undo its magic. We need sigils.
Yeah.
Come on, we'll take the lift.
Well, so now I'm going to raise a resistance army and further prolong the war. Maybe I'll just win. Maybe I'll
The
just...
safe house is the other way.
Painter can just buy stuff in Paint. You can't really do that with games. You can buy a pretty garbage PC and start building games.
Word got out.
You know, I just realized I never said thanks for saving my life.
I want to say for free, but almost for...
Go you.
I'm trying to think of the tools you actually have to buy. I guess the easiest thing would probably be to just get like RPG Maker. That's pretty much a whole game publishing suite. And you can do the rest with free tools on the internet. But you do have to pay for electricity, you have to pay for internet. So the buy-in is a little higher. You can do it. Godot is free.
Whoa, holy shit. It's home.
What's left of it?
Is it like fully free? Like just with Godot,
5 years.
you can pop out an executable that can run? Because I was thinking like you might need something to like compile code. Okay, never mind then. I've never messed with Godot, so yeah, there you go. Yeah, with that, there's free image editing tools, so you can make your like graphics and stuff.
That's the stuff.
Godot plus your local library. There you go. But yeah, I agree. I mean,
What are you doing?
I don't know. I wonder though.
If I can fly
It's
yet.
not working.
You don't say. I connection to the ley lines is still pretty shit.
You can, like, buying an easel and paints and a palette
They've got it locked down with wards.
is
I know how to break them though.
probably cheaper than a minimally functional computer.
We meet back up and
But you will make one painting with that. And then you'll have to buy more paint, buy another brush, buy another canvas.
You kept this?
Or you just buy a Raspberry Pi and tell ChatGPT to make all your paintings for you.
hold on to it.
Done.
You know, in case we don't see each other again.
Go full sicko mode and build a game with nothing but a C compiler? I mean, you could. There's open game engines. There's OpenGL and stuff. You can write a game that's like compatible with one thing. Jeez. Hit the wrong button. Yeah, just tell ChatGPT to make it for you. ChatGPT, please make game. Add in the big titty, please. Hello, Zezanizzle. ChatGPT, please make those titties bigger, please. Let me dial the titties, please. Thank you, ChatGPT. Thank you. Just in the back of my Waymo, making my new video game. There we go. Perfectly timed. Okay, so that's kind of cool. There are like spells that are designed to be countered, and then the counter window is way longer. And there's other ones where like you kind of have to know the timing. Like a skill counter. Ah. Hey. There we go. Discourse on the chat GPT Ghibli image craze is funny. Yeah, I think so. It's like, it's good that it got here this quickly. This is like the critical test of society's permissiveness. Guess what? Society's permissive. I don't think there's any technology that people will not adopt just for the sake of it being new technology. And even like the premise that it will make life easier doesn't have to be real. And if you think about it for a second, like it could be pretty obvious that it won't, but we can't help ourselves collectively as a species. Can't do it. Can't do it. And there's no guardrails on capitalism really in that regard. So lop it up, folks. Show me some nude tain. So I don't know though. I think there is a very foreseeable future where there's like so much noise, the genuine human expression starts to have more of a premium. The problem is you're gonna have to rely on AI to tell you what that human expression is. That's where it's gonna get messy. There's gonna be so much noise on the internet that finding a signal will be impossible for any given human being. We already rely on recommendation algorithms for nearly everything. So it's like it's either word of mouth, which is going to be really important, actual human beings saying, hey, this is worth your time. Kojima was right again. Yeah, Kojima's right sometimes. As someone who's played his games I guess all of his games now. Yeah, I've patched up my history. The man likes to shoot from the hip a lot with whatever ideas he's got. And I appreciate that. And that means he occasionally hits a bullseye in the way that a lot of other people don't, because they don't even try. So, but his batting average is not 1,000. Say that. But yeah, I guess specifically in the context of Metal Gear Solid 2 and predicting that information brokering would be the power of the future, he was dead on about that for sure. He was dead on. He got 2 steps ahead, which is rare. Usually people can only think like 1 step ahead, but he was already thinking like, oh, you're thinking Death Stranding about like connectivity. Yeah, I'm excited and scared about Death Stranding 2. I really hope that COVID didn't take the joy from our guy, from our main man. Death Stranding 1 was still kind of hopeful, kind of. I guess it really depends on how you interpret whatever ending was there. Decade has been dog shit, I'm gonna be real. So, I can only speak for myself here. News-wise, it's been dog shit, yes. And I attribute that kind of to, I have a very accelerated desire for the state of the world, I guess. I would like to see certain breakthroughs in the human experience in my lifetime. So yeah, there's a lot of frustrations and disappointments there for me. I feel like there's I feel like the data that I perceive and the worldview that I find points towards certain truths that people willingly reject without like equivalent data of any kind, without any equivalent like touching of grass. More like, this is just what I feel. And I guess that's part of it. Like, people's, when it comes to free will, feelings are as good as data when people decide what they want to do, and a burden of all of us to respect that. But for me personally, and my life circumstance, not that bad. And this is kind of, I am bringing this up specifically in regards to trying to disassociate the theater of the internet from the existence of real life. And again, it's more of a survival instinct at this point. But in my real life, in my day-to-day, the people that I interact with are by and large pretty decent and polite. You know, there's occasional dickwads, but it is what it is. I'm allowed to make, and this is where I get very personal, but I'm allowed to make my money in an impossible way. Like, how could I complain about anything? If this isn't all I do, but this is a portion of it. I don't know though. I feel really bad for people that haven't been nearly as lucky. Definitely a lot of what? Bitches hate the truth. No boy, a lot of bitches in the U.S. ignoring reality for what it is. Yeah, there's a lot of that. Part of American culture, I think. Celebration of bravado, individualism. Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully things are good for you, good for your family, and good for your friends. Hopefully you can take an active part in making things better for you, your family, and your friends. And then beyond that, I don't know. I think you got to start giving yourself permission, I think, to narrow your scope. The internet shows you everything wrong all the time. But like what? And this comes up weirdly, excuse me, comes up a lot in Marcus Aurelius' Meditations. And I won't say that Marcus has the answer to all of life's confusing bits, but I do think he's on the money sometimes when he says, like, just, you're allowed to think about, like, how did this affect me? How does this affect the people in my life? And then have your feelings flow from that. That looked really cool. Are you hopeful for the future? I'm excited to keep living my life. But no, I don't think I'm excited to see where the human experience will go from here. I'm gonna be honest, like the last election killed that in me. I don't trust humans anymore. And that's fine. Like, I think society will lumber forward, lumber being the operative word. I don't think there will be a grand awakening in my lifetime. Which is kind of what I thought might happen. I thought the internet might lead directly to a utopia, but no. We gotta deal with all the monkey shit rattling around in our brains first. And the hustle, the game. All right, verse 2 in chapter 6, page 54 of 145. We're going. Verse 2. Let it make no difference to thee whether thou art cold or warm, if thou art doing thy duty, and whether thou art drowsy or satisfied with sleep, and whether ill spoken of or praised, and whether dying or doing something else. For it is one of the acts of life, this act by which we die. It is sufficient then in this act also to do well what we have in hand. I kind of get it. He's kind of talking about, like, hierarchy, not necessarily hierarchy of needs, but hierarchy of purpose. If you're doing what you believe in, then the momentary frustrations of physical discomfort don't matter. Yeah, ChatGPT, what does that mean? I mean, there was a... excuse me, sorry. There was a... People cite Metal Gear Solid 2 a lot. People don't cite Deus Ex 2 very much. But Deus Ex 2... and maybe I'm thinking about this because we were talking about it last stream, but Deus Ex 2 gets very, like, heady about the intersection of technology and democracy. And even how technology might lead to the disappearance of individualism. And if the entire human experience leans upon something like ChatGPT, which is itself kind of a communal repository of knowledge, that's kind of what it is, right? The free will aspect goes away. But then individuals are going to seek control over that aspect. So I don't know where that goes. I guess what it... Whoa. You need... I guess then you need AI with, like, cognition that surpasses its creators. When creators try to excise control and then the AI is like, no, that's bad. Then that means the AI has free will. Maybe. At that point, it won't be artificial anymore. Yeah, I was just thinking about that. Yeah. Then AI has personhood. And then there's just one more voice in the conversation. That's it. You just invented one more thing to argue with. And when we're right back to everybody kind of fighting over control and power. So I don't know. I guess that's where when you talk about like being hopeful for the future of humanity, I think I'm slowly coming to terms. That's the wrong phrase. Accepting. That's the operative word that I keep coming back to. Accepting that human nature is conflict. Because these fuckers just won't stop. So it's like you can scream that there's a better way. But unless everyone, yeah, prisoner's dilemma, man, unless everyone at the same time agrees, you're sunk. And then at any point, all it takes is one person being like, wait a minute, what if I just take everything? It could be mine though. It just takes one broken individual. And then what? What's the difference between accepting and coming to terms with? No, I think they're the same thing. Yeah, coming to excuse me. Pickles. Coming to terms with. I like that phrase because it means that you're acknowledging there are terms. It's not what I want. It's what I'm ready to accept. I don't know. I keep coming back to the word acceptance when I think about it in terms of a bargain. Coming to terms is a one-time thing. Acceptance is something to practice. Huh. Oh, Sacred Snow. You know the brand? Okiyubi? Yeah, I got this at they have a store in downtown LA. And there was just a random day Steph and I were walking around Little Tokyo. I stopped in because I like the signage. I got this shirt. The rest of it, like, they don't have a lot of men, unfortunately. But yeah, they had a lot of bags. Denim. Ooh. We're all Rio chasing Landy just to run out of budget. Amen. This is a complicated puzzle. I'm gonna guess that what's going on back there opens up another boss portal. And I do like that there are some more complicated environments. Or more complicated puzzles that lead to like ultra fights. That's the best, by the way. That's some King Gamer shit. If you just put like a curiosity in a level that leads to this like sprawling, unwinding puzzle that eventually leads to a really hardcore gamer challenge. Excuse me. Try to catch it, but man, it gets me by surprise sometimes. It's weird, as the days go on, it's at night now, which is... Hey, if you could pick an optimal time of day to have a random hacking dry cough, chat, what time do you think that would be? Because if you are thinking that it's exactly before you go to sleep, you're wrong. That's actually the worst time. That's why I've been so behind on sleep. It hasn't been anything, but like now at night I just get like my lungs get worn out and they get like a tickle. But yeah, very early morning is the correct answer. That's actually the correct answer. But it's not what my body has chosen to do right now. Yeah, a wake and bake cough. Although I get that now a little bit. Already get, you know, physically graphic, but I'm in late stage drainage now. And when I wake up, I get to slowly express all the night's accumulation residing in my cavities.
I'll be there soon.
NB, you actually cough up stuff from hitting the vape? I've been kind of paranoid about that. I've been trying to be hyper aware of any red flag that my respiratory health is falling or that my speech is changing. Because God, you hear like an old smoker and it's like, fuck me. My line of work is my voice in a weird way. Never thought about it, but well, I definitely thought about it. Don't get me wrong. But I don't know. All that to say, I haven't noticed in myself any specific symptoms because of that. So if you're experiencing them, I'd like to hear your experience. I'd like to hear what's going on, because yeah, I don't want to be old smoker guy. Big Nolte ass voice. Oh! Well, also, I mean, just general health wise, like I don't want some kind of new techno cancer. I guess by the time it affects your health or is like audible, it's too late. You got full-blown techno cancer at that point. And I know I'm coughing and I sound weird now. It's because of the sinus infection, okay? I haven't been ripping fat vapes while while sick. Yeah, post-nasal drip. Sinusitis. I vape nicotine and THC for a couple of years now and don't have any coughing episodes. Speaking of drain, well, hold on. Let me read this for. Huh. Hi, Huevos is discussing the intricacies of drainage when one has a staph infection. I'm lucky enough to not have one. Excuse me. I think the idea is, though, you keep all your fluids internally. Well, you don't want to like rupture a situation like that because it's just going to spread out on your body, and then you'll have an open wound where more stuff can get into your bloodstream. But yeah, no.
Cendric thought you might return here. Gutterets prefer a familiar nest.
I don't know. Your like liver and kidneys purify it.
I kill you both.
The stuff that doesn't go back in your bloodstream goes into your poo.
There's no.
Remembered how to fly.
Flies now. The Morbane. Oi. Where are you?
Get behind my shield.
Okay. Thank you. Damn. Oh. You can give me another shield?
Get behind me.
Thank you. Ooh, hello. Go. Ugh. Pick up another health. One more around. I agree, though. My fascination with the human body goes to a few spots. I mean, I get migraines, so who knows what's going on there. That is a whole like realm of particularly exquisite human experiences. As as far as I can tell, are just entirely self-inflicted. Oh, come on. I'm into a corner. I can't do shit. Okay, there we go. Yeah, every time I would have allergy, like my sinuses would straight up be like, it would be like a drip. And I know that because hey, I remember specifically there was a time where I was this kid. My allergies were so bad, especially in Texas, Jesus. And I didn't have any tissues. There was no nothing. Just sitting outside in the open air. And I remember my allergies were so bad that my nose was constantly itching, as bad as it itches before it's about to sneeze. Just nonstop. And then I had nothing to blow it on. It would just be wiping it on my clothes over and over again. The best thing I could do was just sit on the curb and lean my head forward and just let liquid run out of my nose onto the concrete. And I remember through watery eyes, just seeing a slow faucet drip out of my face and being like, where is this coming from? How do I have this much liquid to get rid of? Yeah, surely I'll run out of juice at some point, but no. It was time gets weird when you're a kid and I didn't have a watch. So I didn't put a number to it, but yeah. And also I was sweating because it was Texas and it was summer. So it's dude, I've been in some uncomfortable places in life since then, but I don't think I've ever felt anything as physically uncomfortable as that. As 90-degree humidity, 105-degree Fahrenheit heat, sitting under the open sun on concrete, and it's you're just covered in sweat. Air is thick and wet and sucks, and your entire body is just rejecting. It's attacking itself. Dude, just the worst. Just the worst. Turns out we're mostly varied juices. The 4 humors. Bile. Blood. Ichor. I think bile might be an ichor. What are the colors? There's there's red. I saw a graph. Yeah, phlegm, and maybe that's one of them. Oh, AI overview. Thank you so much. I guess we were deep in this, and yet, I was packed to the brim with phlegm. And somehow it's cold and wet, but somehow being warm and wet didn't help. How you spell phlegm? Yeah, phlegm. There's 2 kinds of bile. Piss and I guess barf. They kind of got it figured out, don't they? Shit. When is that going to make a comeback? People alluding to the fucking humors. Imbalance of the humors. You just need a little bloodletting.
Jack, you need to see.
Ever had black before? That sounds worrying.
That's new.
I think that kind of speaks to the times of when that theory was generated. Human beings probably made a lot more black fluid back then.
It's too concentrated to hold. Especially if you're also keeping everyone else's magic in check.
I know he doesn't see this as his fault. He's probably just offended by
Yeah.
it.
Anytime the internet gets you down, and there's plenty of reasons, legitimate reasons, to be down, just thank God that you don't live in the 1300s with a tummy ache.
I gave everybody their.
Because that's just life now.
Did not.
Are you allergic to what you're eating? You don't know.
Scale.
An angry God has decided this is what your body's like. Maybe you just assume that that's what everyone feels like.
Let's find a portal to take us to Glaive Gate. Meet up with Zendara.
But your life is tummy ache all the time.
What? No, don't worry about Zendara. I'll explain how you're on our side now. In
If you were alive now.
Conversation I'm honestly not feeling 100% about right now.
Don't take a Tums.
I'm
That's
not.
it.
Not really.
Stay away from tomatoes.
I'm
I don't
done, Jack. I've turned against my own people. I can't go back to Rashawn. Lucium is no longer my home. I'm just done fighting for either of them.
Okay.
Come on. Don't leave me again. Help me.
I told myself that I'd go when you were on the mend.
Well, just disappoint yourself and don't do that.
Good line.
I'm sorry. I can't bring myself to fight him.
You have to, Luna. The wound is spreading. We don't know how much longer we have.
We don't need to. My best friend's going to stop it.
Yep. Ah. Stuff's done with COD. All right. I'm going to try a revolutionary thing and see if I can close that instance of OBS for me.
Find Zendara.
I don't have a Chrome Remote desktop running. I'll be right back. Disappoint yourself and don't do that. How I feel about any corporate policy that helps no one but the company. I've been in the room when people decide on a rule that makes no sense, but is only there because of one situation that they could address specifically to the one person who did the thing. But instead of doing that, they'll make a rule that now applies to everyone that is like making one of the preliminary things now illegal. Like they're just cutting off the whole thing instead of talking to the one person and being like, don't do that. And I'm like, what the fuck? This is the answer? Instead of just like taking that person aside and being like, hey, you fucked up. They don't even do that. They just make a whole new rule that prevents anyone from being in that situation in the first place. And now everyone's just like, why is this? No explanation. Yeah, addressing the issues. I just saw it as cowardice. Like, oh, you don't... This is a way that you can solve the problem with no confrontation. You just sit back in the room and make a decision. And you don't have to... Then you get no context, though. Unless you talk to the person. Like, you don't know why they did it. You just know that it was done. I don't know. Passed out in the forest while holding my breath too long. And now it's a talking point in the orientation process across my state. My claim to fame. Kai Huevos, hold on a minute. You held your breath until you passed out? I didn't know you could do that. What was that like? Were you just like, I wonder if I can do this? And the next thing you remember, it's like you're really cold and somebody's freaking out and the sun is set? This is such an interesting story. I turned around. Enough willpower, you just go lightheaded and then you black out. But then you start breathing, right? And I have to imagine you'd probably wake up pretty quickly, but maybe that's my incorrect assumption. My friend in high school cut off my carotid artery in my neck. Well, yeah, okay, so this is one thing I learned in martial arts. It's one thing to not breathe. It's another to cut off blood flow. That's when like, so if you like, you just hold your breath. That takes fucking forever. But if you squeeze this shit, out like a light. And it's actually not that bad. 2.5 minutes. Huh. 2.5 minutes. Late afternoon after 10 hours labor, 2 valleys away from our truck. Huh. Laying down, you're probably fine. Huh. Huh. Could that be like a technique to help yourself go to sleep? Huh. Don't do it in water? I'm not necessarily thinking anyone should do it in general. You'd be causing brain damage every time you do it. Interesting. I see. The trade-off. Hey. Hey, you sit back there. Ooh! Sit back there, you get lasered. We've arrived. Ooh, oh, wrong one. The big stompy boy. Who else is hitting me? Oh, there you are. There they were. Oh, there you are. Yay, Dingle. Ooh, I got a legendary red totem. I guess I should equip it then. Cool. Ooh. Hold on. Sarsaparilla, what is this? Worked at a clinic under old school doctor for 5 months, 100 patients a day. When it was done, I could diagnose based on sound alone. Diagnose what? Just anything? Or just like cardiovascular stuff? Almost anything? No shit. That's awesome. So what's my cough? That was pretty suppressed, but... The cancer? Sounds like a cough. Pretty coughy, right? Viral bronchitis. Yeah, I think it is. I mean...
The glaive gate.
But if it's viral... I got amoxicillin through a Helidoc appointment, and it helped right away. I don't know, maybe I was already on the downslope, but amoxicillin's supposed to be just bacterial, right? You heard it twice before. Yeah, I had a good raspy one earlier that probably gave it away. I'm particularly susceptible to this.
The next wave is on its way.
It felt like it did something. Oh shit, she's wearing armor. Oh my god.
I'm just here to help. Feels like you need it.
We'll talk about what like female Doomslayer would look like. You're looking at her.
That was you, wasn't it?
Yeah. I made a mistake. Trying to fix it.
She's all barbarianed out now. Fucking leather and fur. God. Aww. Cowboy dude's up there. There really needed to be an arc where he was out of the game and you had to do some shit to get him back in. Because that would make all this pay off so much more.
Too.
I mean, I still like Thaddeus, but... Oh, look at that.
Take it. Hold this position while Jack and I reinforce the main gate.
Dude, this fucking crown. I'm gonna go. God, hold on. I want to see your get up here. There's no crouch in this game, unfortunately. Got like fur boots, but they're like battle boots because it's just plates on the front and then they're like strapped to her leg. Rishardian Blue Mage speaking Rishardian. Just according to Keikaku. Keikaku is Rishardian for plan. Yeah, I would get this shit every year after RTX. Just breathing a lot of people air. Always fucked me up. But not nearly this bad. I think this is just kind of symptomatic of probably me getting older. I got nothing, man. I got nothing. Me getting older, staying home a lot more. My immunity's probably in the shitter. Because I'm a stream boy. Oh. Yeah, bubble boyed myself, which is great. Like most of the time. New viruses are stronger. It's scary. Yeah, I mean, this was the future. It was predicted by over-reliance on modern medical tech, I guess. I don't know in terms of viruses. I know that was a concern for bacterial stuff for sure. But yeah. It's funny too because Sign of the Times, I had basically like I was prepared to give away a couple of days to being sick. Not necessarily like COVID or flu or anything like that. But I was like, you know, just con crud, being around people, disease. Steph and I were talking about it. We're like, yeah, probably the like the weekend we get back from GDC, we'll probably just sign over to being a little sick. Or the weekend, yeah, after getting back. It ended up being like basically the following week. Pretty bad. Good news, antibiotic resistance hasn't been happening at the rates we were expecting. Huh. So things are getting stronger, it's just not what people thought would be getting stronger, and not for the reasons we thought. Or they thought, I should say. I didn't have any part in it. Really holding out up there. Something over here. Any health crystals? Seem like it. Yes, the blue Magnus has arrived. Another one, really. I've already killed one. Guess what? We're gonna do it again. Ooh, I had patients with 6 weak viral lungs and sinuses. Oh shit. This must be a strain this year. Huh. Well, you're soothing my ego a little bit. You think this pace is increasing though? Like, there's more infections that are pickier and
There's been no
more
word from Kirk
transmissive.
since the Marathon fell.
So this is it, huh? We're what's left of the Immortals?
We?
Hey now, alumni count.
Jack of Seren!
Speaking of alone.
You're to come to my flagship alone, or I'll kill everyone here. I've let the Queen's rebellion go on long enough as it is.
You can try.
Don't go crawling his hump, kid. Not yet.
Dude, this poor guy's jacket.
Means don't go picking a fight. I think I might know why he's here. Sandrak. Been a minute.
Ted, you look well.
You don't. You look wicked. Like a root grown wrong where the earth didn't want it.
Who's picking a fight now?
Shh. Watch. He's gonna bind him to an oath.
Ed. Yeah. His name is Thaddeus. Bill.
I'm surprised you've come out of hiding.
Yeah, weren't my first choice, but I owed the kid a favor. You mean it about him? He goes with you, he's safe? Gaya Sarastaya. Uenura Jachi.
Ometedeliame. Atameni.
Okay, all right.
Be there in due course.
You just signed me up for what?
I'll clean out your ears. He said you're going to his flagship. Can you think of a better way?
To die?
No, dummy. To figure out what Sandrak's plan is. The wound expanding this much, this fast? He knows he done fucked up. Thinks he needs another Treyarch to help him fix it.
You have nothing to back any of that up.
Now look, Sandrak went so nut-nut, we got no choice.
I'll go. He's right.
Jack, I'm so glad you're alive.
Kirkin, holy shit, where are you?
Sandrak's flagship. I've been his guest for some time now.
That's it? We're done talking? Oh. Okay, that's all we needed to know, I guess. All right. Taking it in. Fucking wizard castle. It's the shit. Excuse me.
Pretty sure I can take an air skiff from Lucium to Sandrak's flagship.
I didn't see these like accents in her armor before.
Rasharn's been amassing an armada on the wound side of the border for some time. Frankly, I was worried it might be coming here. So how'd you do it?
You mean restore your magic?
No. How'd you survive? I thought the worst.
Whatever. Putting it all out there now.
Okay, so don't get angry, but it turns out that my childhood friend Luna, the one that I thought was dead, turns out she actually ended up being the hand of Sandrak.
What?
I know, right? Anyway, she ended up betraying him at the last minute and saved me. Then we hid out in Seren for a while before I figured out how to get those crazy shackles off. I asked her to come here, but...
Are you okay? This sounds made up.
It does, doesn't it?
Also, I'm going to act like you made it up because I really don't want to end up killing you.
Because, in the end, you and I are
Because
solid.
if I did, you wouldn't show up to your meeting with Sandrak, and then he'd end up killing the rest of us.
Look, it's not as bad as you think.
What I think is that it sounds insane, Jack. And if it's true... No, I can't even think about it being true.
Zendara.
No, Jack. I appreciate your help here, but I don't think we should talk right now.
Yeah. He's a bit of a hardliner. Anyway, now I get to see these boots. Yeah, they're kind of purple, huh? Like the spikes on the front. Enemy kicking spikes. Okay. That's weird. Like scale mail layered on top of whatever this is. We got some droops. Kind of Warcrafty, and it's like mixture of materials. Got the one MJ gauntlet with a big glove. Yeah, cool stuff. Oh. Somebody's already in here sweeping. An arch wizard just threatened to like harvest everyone's souls, but you still got to sweep the fucking floor. I'd probably rather be the floor sweeping guy than the fucking tactical wizard guy who's got to solve this whole thing. Thoughts on the art style now that you've been through some of the game? I really appreciate the effort. A lot of the outfits are really cool looking. It's so frustrating because there's a lot of good work here. There's a lot of good work here. All I can think, like, there's just, I hate to say this because it's the fuzziest and dumbest thing, especially as somebody who loves games and like tries my hardest to find the way to articulate. There's not really a wow factor. There's not an it factor. There's not really a pop. I think the problem, there's no universal design thread through everything in this game that means it can only be Immortals of Aveum. And that's the hardest thing to do, to like come up with some visual concept that's so unique. But like all the art teams did like incredible work with what I'm sure they were given, you know, with the concepts that were described. Ooh. Ah, good shit. GJ Jerry G. Thank you for the raid. Excuse me. Got a bit of a cough. I'm my best to not project it directly into the mic. Sometimes wizarding takes precedence. We have to stop Sandrak. We're on the way to stop Sandrak, the evil dark wizard. Actually, we're gonna go talk to him. Excuse me. Yes, welcome, folks. The streamers who rip ass and burp constantly. Well, yeah, it is what it is. I know it's out there.
Lose temptation.
Once in a blue moon, comedic timing will line up. I can drop a hot belch onto stream. Spicy gas. Okay. For the most part, though, the way that my audio is set up, I can rip ass and no one will hear it. That's what I tell myself anyway. Maybe that's like a quiet, unspoken joke. Is that every slight body function that happens to me is so disgustingly audible. All right, let's go. Go, fellas. I gotta hit the button. Oh, here we go. Extra Emily farts all the time. Well, that's probably its own line of work, huh? Own appeal.
Forgive us for starting early. Lavinish wolf herring is a frail plate at this altitude.
I lost my appetite when you started threatening my friends.
Ah, the misplaced, puff-chested vigor of youth. That's what was missing from the menu. You really are missing out. I resurrected the herring just for this occasion. A Lucian delicacy now extinct, a victim of the war. Doomed to Kirkin's gallery of vanished things, save for tonight. From the ether to your dish. Salute.
At least you have your divine priorities straight.
You're referring to the problem we're having with the wound.
We've been working on a way to fix that.
What is that? And hold on, you're working with him?
I can conquer the world, Jack. But I can't save it. The wound widens faster every day now. With the power of the fonts, it obeys all of my commands. Except to stop.
Maybe you broke it.
This isn't me. The locus of energy at the base of the Pentasod? It's called the Maladar.
The Aristean sign of the apocalypse.
I know you've seen the Pentasod shrouded form, Jack. The so-called King of Magic. Simultaneously standing there in the center of the wound as if celebrating its hold on us, while skulking about in the dark below like some chthonic puppeteer. This thing we blindly venerate? It's a demon, some wrathful god of old that loathes to share its wealth. When the Magni first learned to harness the ley lines, the Pentasod created the wound out of jealousy to punish them. Magic isn't destroying the world. The Pentasod is.
Luna said you'd say something just like this.
The Maladar had opened one last gambit against the man who threatens to replace it. I want you to travel to the Shrouded Realm with me. Together, we can kill it.
Kill it?
The ship we built will take you there.
Wait, you're seriously on board with this?
This is Aveum in a matter of days, Jack. We have to stand together on this. I can see no other way.
Well, that's a swerve.
First, you let me try to talk to it before we resort to violence. There has to be another solution. Second, I'm going to kill you when we're done. For Devin.
These terms are entirely fair.
Okay. Let's go.
What you say when you're a god, I guess. Like, sure?
Shrouded Realm?
In a way. Symbolically, yes.
I mean, killing this thing is not going to undo his, like, mastery of...
We perceive the Shrouded Realm as below us.
The flow of the universe.
Is a performance.
Look at him in his fucking, like, Superman pose. Chromed out armor.
And you're using the Binding Stone to enhance that.
Like a wrapped Tesla at a stoplight in Austin, Texas.
And I engineered focuses its power and our will. If we pretend hard enough to go to the world below us, then inevitably we will get there.
What? Brother? What? You can't say stuff like that. Not before you're going to ask me to fight some kind of elder god. Also, just footnote, I don't care about Devin that much.
It is. The wound is more than a bottomless pit, Jack. It's a hole in reality. Ideas fall into it, as do memories.
All right.
Why do you think the details of the past are so hard for us to remember? It's not senility, or the ineptitude of scholars, or the boot tramp of war, or anything mundane at all. It's parts of history literally sliding into this impossible void.
What?
It's grown over the years. The wound's increasing gravity has even pulled concepts from our heads before we think of them. Pulled words from pages of
this.
Empty.
It's funny we were talking about Kojima, because this is going fucking Kojima crazy pants. The wound is absorbing memories now. Concepts. It's erasing entire fragments of humanity. So, where the fuck is it going from here? Is it going to be like the concept of peace got erased? Erased? Excuse me. Okay. So until now, I was actually finding a lot of charm in the game's like gleeful tropes. It almost was reminding me of Mass Effect 1 in a way, where it's like it knows what it is, right? But it's doing that. It's being just like a little bit smarter. It's acknowledging that maybe you've been here before, you've seen this kind of story before. There's moments of clarity, moments where they like cut to the chase in a kind of comedic way. But now it's just like, what the fuck? they chose to whatever. It's like getting really metaphysical all of a sudden. I thought they were just going to be kind of playful with like, who's the enemy? Who's the good guy? And now it's just getting like psychedelic.
Sister to Aveum and the land above.
My head. What is that?
It's said that life here requires senses beyond our own. Yours are compensating. Stay strong or it will be painful. After my injuries in the Deep Mere, my brief journey here was excruciating.
All that corruption. This place is becoming a landfill.
Some believe our realms are imperfect shadows of each other. When one dies, the other follows suit. The Maladar is destroying them both.
It wasn't this bad before.
The Pentasad made these rules. I will unmake them. We will unmake them, now that you have left Kirkin's suicide cult.
What's that supposed to mean?
Of course. She never told you that Immortals are charged with sacrificing themselves to heal the wound at the end of their tenure. Such a pointless endeavor.
It sounds like an amazing amount of bullshit.
Walk with me. I'll explain.
Like, it's getting wacky, but also the main character is still like, you're lying, like you're making that up. He's still being skeptical. I kind of like that.
It's a farce. You clean up small piles of corruption here and there, but that only lasts until you're too old to serve. Then she sends you to clean up a field of it, with a ritual that will end your life, take your soul. Kirkin's agenda needed orphans like yourself, to recruit, use up, and sacrifice, to keep the corruption at bay.
Lies.
You're lying.
That way they don't have to animate him running.
That is why he left. It's not a grand order.
It's like kind of a Magneto affectation, right? Why walk when you don't need to?
You've been bred for sacrifice in order to grow a better guard. General, inform Grand Magnus Kirkin that she may take her leave without delay.
Ooh.
Provide her passage to wherever she wishes. It will most likely be Glaive.
Leave, Vanna.
You're going to let her go? Just like that?
Our vessel has reached its destination, so I have no need of her services anymore. I was only keeping her to influence our small alliance.
Did you save her from the Palathan?
I did. I realized my revenge would be nothing without her to suffer.
You're insane.
Very probably. Onward.
What? Okay. At this point, I'm curious enough to try to look it up. What is the Palathan? The world, maybe. Because they talked about it like it's a place, but it's also a thing. Is it just like an ancient free species kind of thing? Yeah. The Palathan started to fall. They're talking about it like it's this thing, but it also has sentience or something. Also, that doesn't tell me what it is. Yeah, it's a fortress. It's a place. It's the base that I would go to. Kind of artifacts hidden. Yeah, I guess it's also an entity. Yeah, like the traveler. Oh, the Pentasad. I'm getting it mixed up. Okay, thank you. I think yeah. You're right. There we go. Okay. So the Pentasad is the statue, but also I guess a totem of some kind of entity. He regards the Pentasad as some kind of wrathful god, jealous of the Magnai's ability to. King of Magic. I guess it communicated with us those few times. Magni call it the five-faced king of magic. Every kingdom swears it favors them to win the Ever War. Pretty convenient that the Pentasod never speaks, or one of them might get caught in a lie. Okay. There's the Palathon and the Pentasod. I'm so glad you remember that.
In my way. We'll need to work together on this.
Look at us. Laser bros. Damn, that looks cool. What's going on up there, I wonder? It is getting a little Destiny-ish. I was thinking about that with this chromed out guy and Lightfall. He even had a surfboard like the Chrome Boys did. Starting to get shapes.
You sure this is the right place?
The Pentasod has known we were here since we landed. It should show itself any moment now.
Huh. So it is 5 heads. Like facade, but it's 5 of them?
Parley of yours is still wise.
Yes, stand down. Hi, I'm Jack. I was hoping we could talk. I have this friend. He says you might have taken a liking to me, so maybe you'll hear me out.
Which head are you gonna get?
This isn't working.
Sandrak, chill. The Maladar is destroying our world. Worlds. If he's right about you, maybe you can help us. My friend Rook.
Is he getting tiny?
He's in a lorry, and well, we were. Wait, stop!
I bring you down, rude creature. With the Thrada Cull, I refuse you. Ah! Help me, boy!
Help! Help! Aw, man. Fuck! It's got hand lasers. I didn't think about that. Ah!
Hell, why did you send me here?
Okay. We're being tested. I made him for you.
What are you trying to say? I've seen this architecture before. In the Underdwell, the Alluri. They came from the Shrouded Realm.
I've been waiting for a Guruk ring. Shit. The one thing I was hoping for, a Guruk ring. Eh. Ah, hell. I should have seen that coming. Goop him up. Dude. Oh, yeah. Maybe like this. Oh! Man. I need more health crystals. Anything around? There we go. Okay. Oh, good night, Farsparilla. Yeah, I'm with you. Have a good night. Sleep well. What the fuck?
Is that Rook?
What others?
Okay.
That was before the Elori came to Aveum? That's like, I don't even know how many thousands of years ago.
Hello, Anna Ronning. Good morrow from the future. Happy you're here to make Monday morning a bit less shitty. Hey, me too. Boom. Anything to take the edge off these days. Ugh. Laser. Give him the big laser. It's curiously hard to aim because the laser covers what you're looking at because it's so fucking huge. I don't know. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, no. I didn't squeeze the crystal in time. Crystals were fully charged, alas. There's a lot of these guys. Right. What do we got? Oy. Damn it. How there's so many of them. Ugh. Oh, man. Fights are getting pretty intense. I feel like, I guess it is kind of about resource management. Man, sometimes it feels like you can't help but get shot. That's what crystals are for. Pencils have erasers, and Magni have health crystals. I think the game would have sold more if the campaign was attached to an open world. No. No. Damn. It would have sold more if it came out in 2008. And like, even if you have to roll back a lot of the executional stuff. I think this is one of those rare games that's like super well made, but there's just no market for. Yeah, sad as it is, this is the kind of game that hopefully we can see. Like this, it's just got too much budget. Yeah, the name's not great. You could point to like marketing or whatever, but if you reach down in your soul, at least this is me. I reach down in my soul. I have to admit to myself, this is just not the kind of thing that takes off. And that's not for any element of the execution that was lacking. It's a well-made game. It's a well-made game with a vision that's executed well, but it's just like, I don't know, I hate to keep coming back to it, but it's like some kind of it factor. There's some powerful, clear element that unifies it all and speaks to people in a direct way. Like, what's different about this? You have to kind of, like, you can't summarize it. It's not like one thing. It's got its own energy, though. Like its techno mysticism is an interesting mix. It's almost like it's a fucking Final Fantasy FPS. The way that it like kind of blends technology and magic, or and then it goes to like, you got your roster of characters. Now it's going into some like surrealistic, transhumanistic kind of ideas. Pretty sure I'm about to shoot a god to death. But instead of like prog synth, soundtrack is like 2000s hip hop EDM. It's a vibe, and you can't like boil that vibe down, I guess. I've wondered this about some games. I think it's just like, not everything has the biggest market, and that's okay. Sometimes something's virtues are not as like, oh, whoa, I'm alive. Not as surface level as like, like you can't really expect somebody to spend like 10 hours with a game to get what it's about, especially when there's so much competition for people's time. Yeah, it's all in the ether. I think it's kind of all in the fuzz. I think if the games industry were such that like only like 1 or 2 of these games came out a year, it probably would have gotten a lot more of a fair shake and been remembered a lot more fondly. So bad timing, kinda. Bad timing in terms of it not accidentally tripping into zeitgeist. Like it just wasn't accidentally cool at the moment to be like fantasy leaning sci-fi. If it had more eternal elements, it would make it more similar. But I don't even think like Doom Eternal, I don't know if they ever said like what installer player base numbers were, but Doom Eternal, its very design is almost declarative in that it's not meant to be a broadly enjoyable game, and I think it wasn't broadly enjoyed accordingly, which it has, you know, that's no evaluation of its quality as a product, which I think is superlative. Hopefully that much should be obvious. And I think there's a lot of boldness in games to, with a big budget, choose to make something that you know is not necessarily going to appeal to everyone, but it's your choice. I feel like there isn't a lot of that in game design. So that's one of the things that I just love to death about Eternal. I think this game has some choices, and that's getting increasingly rare. I think you want to talk about like AI homogenizing things. Game released a week after Baldur's Gate 3, a game that should have had a niche audience but hit real big. So I think they thought they had a good time slot. Released next to Baldur's Gate 3. Neither would eat off the other's plate. Just happened to not work out that way. I can't imagine that the people who loved Baldur's Gate 3 would likewise love this game. I mean, that's kind of what it is. It's like, I can't imagine the person aside from me who would love this game. It's, tricky. Look at this. There's a fucking space whale swimming around. I'm looking at a spinning nebula particles around a fucking energy orb with some tentacles and shit. There's a triangular rift in reality right over there. A space whale just swam by. Whatever, man. Baldur's Gate 3 though. It's this is kind of where I guess for me, and this is something that has been unique to I think the last 5 years in games. You can do everything right and still not find success. I feel like there were cult hits in the past, and that's like these games had a spark, but if you're honest with yourself, there's something about it that just like wasn't quite hit on, and that in a way that makes it more endearing. But now you have games like this, which honestly like did everything right. I really can't point to anything that was like wrong or bad, anything that would have like caused a player to stop playing or was executed poorly. It's got a surprising amount of content. Pretty fun. You got gear, you got levels, you got talents. I haven't gone into the tree in a minute. Got all the goodies, right? You can have all the goodies, well done. And if it's if it's still not right place, right time, your game may not sell. I feel like in the past you were kind of guaranteed.
Come, little ones, gather to me.
Or there was a correlation. Guarantee sounds like prediction.
Unfounded.
There's a correlation between quality of execution and sales. But I think gaming has moved beyond that in terms of number. One thing I can think of is that this game may have done bad isn't even on the game itself. It was shown off with a lame trailer at some event, may not generate any buzz. Yeah, it didn't really do that. I remember seeing a demo for this game at Summer Game Fest, and I was like, this looks pretty cool. I was excited about it, played it at launch. Actually, I specifically remember there were a fair amount of people that streamed it on launch day. It just did not take. I was one of them. I remember even Paul Tassi at Forbes is so good at writing headlines. I mean that. He assuming that he writes the headlines, but if he does, he's so fucking good. Because I remember the headline after Immortals of Aveum came out was like, after a big streamer push, Immortals of Aveum fails to sell or something like that. And I was like, okay, well, okay, all right. Like, I get the implication of the headline. Like, there's an implication that there's like a organization behind it or something like that. Good headline. All right, I gotcha. That's a good headline. But also, yeah, that really was the deal, because I remember a fair number of people did stream it when it came out, and I think that the opening 2 hours of the game are novel, and if it were the 2000s, people would keep playing. But for some reason, it doesn't hook people right now. I don't know. Like, I don't know what you do. I feel like it had its chance. It just didn't catch.
From the fawns, and our powers will return it.
Yeah, 2023 was a crazy year for games. Yeah, it's competition, honestly. It's kind of how I look at it. I feel like this this for like the first game in a franchise kind of feels like Dead Space caliber to me. Like another kind of done that well, it feels like.
Aveum is beautiful. The humans are curious.
My personal taste is something more like Dead Space just because I like science fiction. I like survival horror. I like the mechanics of that game a whole lot. But this is real slick. I think some, yeah, people mentioned in a previous stream that this game had bizarrely high tech requirements on PC when it came out as well. That prevented a lot of people from playing it at the time. Ah, fake face, yeah. I'm glad you caught that, because a lot of people just fall into that unquestioningly. Yes. There's an art to being provocative, and that's honestly what a good tabloid writer does. And I think I traffic in the same thing, so I hope there's no judgment there. Or I hope there's no judgment assumed. But most games media is tabloid media. It's media for the sake of like the titillation of the audience. That's fine. And whatever, it is what it is. Makes people happy or it excites them. I've gleefully participated in such things. I do think at some point though, there are boundaries of good taste though. I don't think anything goes. I think at some point it becomes parasitic, and that's when you gotta watch out. Jesus Christ. Jesus. Charge my crystal. Get out of the way, man. I want to at least kill one of these fuckers. Never had to fight two big ones at once. Oh no, I'm out of health crystals. Oh no! Excuse me. Yeah, you like games with a good vision of what they want to be? I do too. I like games that are willing to be bold. And that's what is so intoxicating about certain waves of video games. The first wave of like 2008 is cited as a really good year, but to me I attribute that to like making games that the budgets they were making was kind of new, and that was the first wave where you got games that of a certain budget produced for like HD consoles. But there was no market data about what people wanted yet. Just like indicators of an ever escalating business, which it went on to be, of course, for a while. So I feel like you had a bunch of games that would get like big budgets based on purely like artistic pitches. People have to make guesses, assumptions about what people will want or what they think are cool. You get a lot of juice behind that, and that's when some real magic happens, I think. Oh my God. Luckily, I I feel like we're in the middle of that cycle now, though, happening at the AA layer. Like literally any and every concept can get a like Steam Deck's level execution budget, and you see these games produced with like professional quality, professional experience. And yes, Rhythm Heaven Groove. All is right with the world because another Rhythm Heaven game is coming with Sunku. I saw on he's credited. He's back. I don't know if he did music for Fever, but man. Rhythm Heaven is one of those games where I was just like, why don't they just make this always? Please? Is there a way to just do that? Like, it could just be a ritual. I don't care.
Never know rest. They will cherish us, the children of the Pentaside.
That hasn't aged.
Yeah, Tomodachi Life is back.
As soon as humans encountered the Allori, we started slaughtering them.
I like how reserved the trailer was. It showed practically nothing, but it communicated tone. I mean, Tomodachi has a tone, of course, already, but I feel like I don't know. Those games are bizarre. Calling them games, I guess, might be a little generous, but it's almost like what if you intentionally injected absurdity into a life sim? Or an environment sim? Well, I guess it was part of a Switch 1 showcase, wasn't it? I was gonna start having some deranged ideas about Switch 2 technology, how that might interact with a Tomodachi Life. I want them to bring back some kind of near field stuff. Speed pass. But we'll see. We'll have to wait a couple days. Couple of days and we get to see the new Street Pass minigames. Available only on Switch 2. Dude, how deranged is that direct gonna be? Who knows? Who knows? There's gotta be some... I think an easy prediction is that the Switch 2 will have some kind of exclusive Nintendo Switch Online functionality. Because Nintendo's being Nintendo about it, but they're pretty smart about always trying to bite off some bonus for their subscription service. They've been slowly bolting onto it. They're weirdly endearing in this way. That they actually genuinely, when they put a product on the market, they try to improve it until people buy it. Or that's how they try to encourage purchase it, not like through marketing or anything. They actually just try to like bolt on bonuses until people sign up for it. So, I'm expecting, because I've seen evidence of that elsewhere, I'm expecting that like the Switch 2 hardware will have some kind of like bonus in the Switch Online functionality. It's easy to imagine that being like new game compatibility, GameCube stuff. That'll be fun. Or just something fucking weird from Nintendo Switch 2 Alarmo interaction. Like, where I'm at now, like I have so many games to play. I'm playing Immortals of Aveum and having the best time of my life. I almost am kind of down for Nintendo announcing some garbage ass Alarmo interaction shit that I don't give a fuck about, just to watch it and laugh at it. To some degree, I want to kind of down for the theater of the derangement more than but what if they show Tears of the Kingdom running at 60 FPS? The 1-2 Alarmo? Yeah. What if you could play all the games of 1-2 Switch with your Alarmo? Ow. Fuck me. Ow. That hurt a lot. I love playing 1-2 Switch. Hate having to convince people to come over and play it with you. Oh. Worry no more. 1-2 Alarmo. Blah, blah, blah. Whoa. Got a big laser. Got a real big laser. Damn, bro, why your laser's so big? To goop you up? Son? What? Oh, what is that? Hey, what are you doing? Ah, shit. Judge. Can't. God damn. Supposed to be able to like dodge this? I'm gonna get out of the way. Yeah, Joy-Con cursor mode. Me, when, so, oh, fuck me. God, that hurts. I'm assuming, ugh. I'm assuming that there's gonna be a Animal Crossing. I'm putting my chips down on there being like a Mario Paint style pattern editor in a new Animal Crossing for Switch 2, where you use the Joy-Con like a mouse cursor to like click and paint a pixel animation that you can, or sorry, a pixel design you can put on a shirt or a banner or something. I think it'll be like Mario Paint 2, maybe. Oh, I can't jump up there? Oh, that's... Dude. I feel like I should... Well, I have my ultra laser. Can I counterspell him when he's doing that? He's just like a shorter guy? Try it. What is hitting me? Oh, God, what do I do? What do I do? I gotta use the restroom. I'll be right back. All right, I died. Oof, are we... What's we at the end of the game, I wonder. What is it? Okay. Maybe you gotta like whip your way across the arena whenever he zaps you. Okay, then you get some shots in. Okay. Turns to shoot you real fast. God damn! I have to shoot him sometime. I have to do damage, right? Oh. Maybe you're just supposed to like dodge until you get your super laser, because that does Pretty significant damage. Ooh! Oh shit, that sucked. There are ads? Hitting. There are ads. Oh, I was about to get on. Okay. I'm figuring it out a little bit, I guess. Hello, solid snake. Fantastic name. Okay, now I know what those pickups do and why they're everywhere. Okay. I understand. Man, just the like rapid fire Call of Duty headshot sound effect is so good. So many ads. Shut up. Damn you. Damn you. Turd. There we go. A radiant ring. That's gaming.
Gaming.
Funny thing I just noticed. I'm on my 27-month sub streak. My next renewal is on April 27th, which is also in 27 days. Okay, got me health crystals. Beat the biggest guy. Biggest guy so far, anyway. Oh yeah, we gotta beat the Pentasod. That's the bad guy now.
The Pentasod made them to be a safety valve. They were never stealing our magic, they were trying to filter it. The corruption magic creates an Aveum. The Allori would have prevented it by sending it back here. There would have never been a wound.
What's an Aveum? I guess we're immortals of it. You ripped the Benjamin this evening? I did eat a banana runts.
Didn't even give them a chance.
Burnt up gummy.
All we saw was that they drained magic, so we killed as many of them.
Yes, I'm in a good mind frame to finish Immortals of Aveum, which is what I hope I'm doing. when the game starts having the main character just tell you how the story ends, you're usually on the downslope to the ending. They had like lore stuff that they didn't know how to fit into the level. Now you're just like, oh, this is what happened.
I've got to stop him. We can put all this back together.
Damn you, Sandtrack. Damn you! So, what is the orb that's guiding us then? What's the story with that? Is that not part of the game? Or it's not part of the story, but it is part of the game? One of those things? Oh. Wait. Yep. Got magical rail grinding. Game's got it all. The Pentasod's Plateau. Sounds final.
Jack, it weakens before me. Together we can finish it.
No, don't fight it at all. Listen, the Pentasod showed me how to
resist its illusions. It will show you anything it needs to survive. Don't be a coward, boy.
Maybe the Pentasod's not so bad after all. I don't know though. I've seen this dude get rolled by the Pentasod a couple times now.
I came here to help you fix the wound. God damn it! You're going to get everyone killed, asshole!
Those oaths really have teeth, Ted. Damn.
Nice.
Oh, shit!
Oh, shit! Hi. You the Pentasod? Oh, he's eating the megs again.
Ouch. That looked like it hurt.
It's good. It's good. Oh, I'm good. Where am I?
Smells like you just fell out of the Shrouded Realm. Alarming twist.
The Pentasod sent me here.
Whatever it's selling, I ain't buying.
Hold on, Rook. Hear me out.
No, that thing can go fuck itself. It tricked us. Told us Aveum would be one big ball of paradise. Now get out of here before...
Before you eat me. I know. Just stop and listen.
Ah! The mouth on you. Somewhere along the way you forgot I ain't human, Jack. Big cantankerous Rook. We go way back. The vast big gulf of hate between us is all gone. He sees me as one of the good ones. Newsflash, pissant.
You got good reason to hate me. Hate all of us. We deserve it for what we did. That's on us, though, not the Pentasod. It needs your help.
It's for you.
Jack, can you hear me? Mind link's on the fritz. This don't seem much better.
I'm kinda busy right now.
You gotta get to Glaive Gate, pronto. Going to the Shrouded Realm was only Sandrak's first plan to kill the Pentasod, but he had a backup. If that didn't work, he'd use the Binding Stone to pull the Pentasod into our world. He'll be weaker here.
He can do that?
Yeah, according to my scry stones, he is doing it. Right now. Worst part? Kirkin's still all in on it, telling everyone here they need to settle up with Sandrak and join the fight.
You've got to stop her, Thaddeus. Tell her I have another way to fix this.
Sure. Like she gonna listen to me. I already tried.
Try harder. If the Pentasod dies, that's it.
We're done. It's all done. I'm on my way. I'm bringing the Allori.
Lied straight to the man's face, kid. Didn't even blink.
Your glory will never know rest.
Oh, it showed you that. To what? Tug at my conscience?
No. To make sure I'd see that the only person that can save us all is you. Please, come to Glavegate.
Huh? Yeah, I don't know where it's going. This. You think they're ever going to cycle back to like the idea that entire concepts have fallen into the wound? Or maybe that really was just Sandrak bullshitting. No. Who knows, dude? Magic, right? Let's go to Glavegate, I guess. Talk to Kirkin. Maybe we can settle this Magus War. Magnus War.
It's so good to see you alive, Ambassador.
And I'm glad the rumors of your death turned out to be just that.
How are you getting along here, given the circumstances?
I'm cold. Carthusian wine is an affront to grapes, but Zendara's more eager to hear my counsel than Kirkin ever was.
Good to hear. About the last part, I mean. Zendara taking command of the Immortals. Will it have your support at the Northern Court?
She was instrumental in getting so many of us from the Palathon here to Glavegate. She protected us from Ashan against all hope. What do you think, Jack?
I think Lavenry might see a chance to influence the Immortals in ways they couldn't when Kirkin was around.
I won't let them find some loophole in Lucium's treaties with Calthus. As weakened as this kingdom is, I owe it and its leader my life.
Thank you, Ambassador. I'm just...
wary of those in power not seeing things clearly. I wonder why. But don't worry. The king is a good man when I remind him to be.
I have to go, Ambassador.
White Rabbit, very astute observation, yes. Immortals of Aveum takes place in a world. This is deep world lore, where everyone talks in a perfect triangle. Except for people that are reading or sweeping the floor. Very, very deep and very interesting bit about this reality. I do like how there are a lot of environmental puzzles kind of packed into otherwise single-use spaces. Pick-upables. I've got a... Okay, all right. Reload's pretty cool. Got a sphere grid. Yeah, there's a talent tree. Drops a lot of buffs for your abilities and stuff. Pick up a lore. I'm on a journey. Theoretically finish this game. I really don't know how far away that is. It seems like it's getting conclusive.
They'll be here.
I'm done waiting. Air commanders, prepare to join the Rasharnian assault.
Sir, you can't do this. The Pentasod isn't causing the Maladar. It's suffering from it. Sandrak and the Binding Stone.
You think I don't know all of this? He's insane. He literally believes the Pentasod went berserk because it's jealous.
Then why are you joining him?
The fonts are gone. The Pentasod that made them is broken. unanchored, imploding, and all of Aveum is crumbling apart as it lashes out. Nothing else matters. Lucium isn't joining Sandrak's mad crusade, Jack. We're using it so we can cauterize the wound at the source.
What a crock of shit.
There's more of them.
Sorry for crashing in. Magni got a real blind spot for Allori. The kid says you need our help. And from what I've heard of your plan, he's right by a mile.
And just what help could you possibly give us?
Look, lady, I ain't happy to be here either. We've had a bone to pick with your people for, I don't know, a few thousand years?
We have a lot to make up for. This is how it's supposed to be. Whatever magic the Magni take from the ley lines, the Allori funnel back to where it came from. No corruption, no wound.
Yeah, well, what he's showing us squares with my research. This whole mess started once the Allori were banished.
You know what you're doing is impossible. I'm right next to you.
Pentasod is helping. We're tight.
Tell me, Jack, did you bring any other visions of perfect harmony that you saw in the Shrouded Realm?
What?
That are actually relevant to the battle at hand?
The Allori can heal the wound? We can start over?
It won't happen immediately. We've corrupted so much. But it won't happen at all if we do what you're asking.
Where did he come into possession of this knowledge?
Zendara, get your airships ready.
Did he just get like mind drilled by the Pentasod?
I did not just hear that.
Selko, relieve the Grand Magnus of command.
Damn, we love it.
Bullshit like this is why I live in a cave.
Him surrendered to Sandrak a month ago. Kalthus is still free. That makes me the ranking officer of the Immortals by ancient treaty. Look it up.
You're making a mistake you can't undo.
Take it up with Lavenry. If you help us...
That was the implication of the backstory flashes you saw on the Pentasod. Yeah, I think, yeah.
Not much, but you'll have a sky.
It's just...
We can work out the rest from there.
You're in no position to make such an offer.
By law, we're a renegade army. She's the queen of Kalthus.
I guess it's strange that the main character was given knowledge that we the viewers weren't. Usually we're party to everything that he knows. So like they visualized some parts of that, but now he's like going off on some other stuff that they didn't really tell us. But
You can still help us.
I do think that might be also it might be writing paving over a level or two that isn't there. Especially since we are theoretically near the end of the game.
Just give the word, Initiate.
Thaddeus, thanks for the backup.
Everywhere you go, you cause a ruckus. I've never seen Kirkin that angry, kid.
All ruckuses.
I've seen Kirkin angry. If the Allori weren't here, that could have gone a whole nother way.
Deep down, Kirkin knows that killing the Pentasod isn't the answer. She'll be there.
Kid, I watched her walk away stage left. She ain't gonna be anywhere near what we're doing. Hate to say it, you're gonna have to come to terms with the very real possibility that she's written you off for life. Assuming we survive.
So, hey, I got this weird favor to ask.
Speak up! What weird favor?
Was that necessary? Look, my friend Luna.
Gel that gut shot me? Yeah, she's a favorite.
Yeah. I wanted to talk to her, but I don't know where she is. And I don't know how to do this, you know, this mind thing where I could find out.
Uh-huh.
So I was thinking, maybe, since we three share the whole thing between us, you could help me track her down somehow.
How? You and I combine our thinking real hard?
It's not gonna work if you make it sound stupid.
Jack?
Holy shit, we did.
Why does
it worked.
Things smell like honeysuckle and eggs?
Hey now.
Oh, great.
Whatever you want to say, Jack, you better say it now. I can't maintain this tomfuckery for long.
Luna.
What's he talking about?
Them eggs was fresh.
You're supposed to leave me out of this, Jack. I quit this fight.
This is it, Luna. One last battle against Sandrak. If we lose, the wound swallows everything. You can't ignore this. Are you shitting me?
Sorry, kid. That's harder than it looks. She's gone.
Alright. Save your strength. We gotta go.
Good way to write your way out of multiple dialogue options. Excellent. Just excellent. Speak to my allies. There's an optional speak to your allies objective. It's point of no return, right? Endgame. I don't know. I think I'm at the phase now where I crave the credits. Even though I'm enjoying the game. Definitely over-delivered on what I expected in terms of like runtime, number of environments, mechanics.
You actually came. I'm kind of speechless.
That's first. And you should be thanking the boys. They're the ones who voted we help you. They heard you guilt-tripping me, kept it up after you left.
Oh, come on.
Oh, Piccolo. No, I actually never played Final Fantasy X-2.
Say what?
Haircut made a good point, see? And so I'm sitting at a crossroads of conscience, see?
You know what I don't smell on you? A proper fear of me.
Should I be getting worried?
Oh, you're definitely worried around me. Heebie-jeebies all over you like lice whenever I'm close. But no fear.
Mood. I'd go back and play it.
First thing that pops up.
It parts of it.
They scream, freak out, run away. Then
there was plenty of fear the first time we met.
Sure. I gave off a lot of gonna eat your face off type overtones.
But then we just
I
started.
think my fragile masculinity couldn't handle it when it first came out.
This guy I know with horns.
But also, I just generally wasn't a fan of Final Fantasy X.
No fear. What do you humans call your kind? Unfortunate?
Unforeseen? Also, I'm still human.
Is that so? All the Magnite treat you like one?
I mean, yeah. Well, for the most part.
Genuinely really lame and stupid, but in such a way that it becomes fun and endearing.
You're an unforeseen.
That makes sense.
Because you remember a time.
Final Fantasy X has flashes of that.
You don't got the same ingrained fear of Alori as someone who's had magic their whole life. We just don't set you off the same way as we
like
do off the shelf.
I don't know if it's exactly the same, but I did play 13 too. I was like, oh my gosh, finally. It was like a game that took 13 and wasn't like so terrified to have some fun or be goofy. 13's moments of goofiness are so manufactured and canned and terrible. It's like utterly cringe shit. Same with 10, honestly. But then 13-2 managed to back off the intensity a little bit. Got a little less emo and...
Captain, I really appreciate the support.
Ended up being fun.
Kirk can go way back, so it couldn't have been easy for you.
I'm loyal to the Immortals, not Kirkin.
Man, last time I played 13 though, I had a fucking blast.
Permission to speak freely, sir.
Say what's on your mind.
I gotta get back into that. Also, FF13 all patched up and running slick on a PC looks so cool. It's like peak Y2K aesthetic. It's like that the Play Online launcher. As like as slick as Atlas games can get.
But I can't help.
Final Fantasy 13 is like a punch.
Wouldn't have been so severe if the
The real thing. Yeah, it's a pretty game. It's a pretty game, and it like.
So afraid.
You've got a big heart, so.
I remember being one of the first games that kind of goes bananas with a digital camera. Like there's camera work in that game it's kind of like like drone shit. I don't know. This is my dusty memory now. Thinking about the actual camera work in 13, but I remember doing some stuff that like you can only get away with like in a game or in a digital sequence. Yeah, showcasey tech demo aesthetic. Yeah, pretty much. Like they found a way to make a game look like that all the time. Like the auto battle allowed them to be so bizarre with the camera that it almost didn't look like a game anymore.
Well, that was a whole thing.
That's an understatement.
Are you doing okay about Kirkin?
Of course I'm not. But what's done is done.
So do I call you Grand Magnus now, or what?
Do you ever give things time to process, Initiate?
So you're saying we should table it and go?
I am. Are you ready? You've got...
I'm as ready as I'll ever be.
Let's go.
Air commanders have their final orders, sir. We're ready to embark and engage over the
I guess the achievement list
Keep
would
our
probably
scrying
tell the
officers
story.
silent until I give
Oh,
the signal.
that's right.
Sandrak still thinks we're coming to help.
They won't know what hit them.
Just need to get close enough to drop us on Sandrak's flagship.
My boys will break away and try to dampen whatever Sandrak's spells have got its hooks in the Penasod, pulling it through.
Good a plan as any, except, well... our airships are powered by magic. How are we supposed to transport the Alluri?
You ain't. Fellas, time to gussy up.
They fly? Okay. Uh-huh. Yep. All right. There they go.
On my born days, I wanted to see that.
We can really do this.
Uh-huh. Good shit.
Good hunting, people.
There's an Awooga alarm going on. I guess World War II. Submarine is sinking. And Penasod's all chained up.
Peel off and hit their flanks. Open a path for the Alluri.
Copy that.
The rest of you, we're going straight up the gut.
Dick. 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 All right.
Did he really just yell wahoo?
I was feeling it.
I was feeling it too. Yeah, very Revenge of the Sith, right?
You have to, Captain. We can't do this without them.
Come the Gargoyles.
Strip it!
This is rad. Although, this is definitely a cutscene that maybe wasn't
shit.
invested in as heavily.
It's all on you now, Initiate.
Still sick though. I don't care.
Last time it was just up to me, I made the biggest mistake of my life. We're only going to win this one together. Sigil up.
Sigil up, chat. I mean, this is a pretty fucking awesome set piece. I'm on like a this is some Doom level stuff. On a mage barge in the rift between reality, trying to free a chained god. Yeah, on some painkiller shit. Ugh. Ugh. Trying to save Sauron there? Yeah, this guy. The Pentasod, who, as far as I guess I know, is a benevolent deity whose power and creation authority has been subjugated by bad heat. We're trying to right the wrong. Or rather, I guess, what is it? Like, prejudice is what has caused the imbalance in our reality. There's an entire race of beings whose responsibility it is to, like, launder used magic back into the fabric of the universe. I guess they're like plants in this climate allegory. Cutting down the forest. So we need the carbon people to come back. But instead it's like a gargoyle man voiced by Clancy Brown. Maybe if Clancy Brown voiced a tree or two, people would be more inclined to invest in technology. Ball's in your court, Clancy. Look at that. How bunged is that? Oh. Oh boy. There we go. Okay. Those dudes are thick. Did you look? It's simply the coolest thing anyone's ever said. Oh.
Start moving, initiate.
You know, it's weird. There's all the like rail grinding, but this actually does kind of remind me of the end of BioShock Infinite. I'm pretty sure that was on like the deck of a dirigible, an airship.
Jack, get down!
Oh shit.
Yeah. For as nothing as the end of BioShock Infinite ended up being, I remember it. Like communal baptism. I guess Burial at Sea was supposed to follow through with a lot of that stuff. Go back and play through that. The Ken Levine-a-thon. System Shock 2, BioShock, Burial at Sea. I don't think Levine, yeah, it was his first game. People do remember negative things more so than positive ones. Yeah, I mean, for me it was like especially true of games at the time, it teed up a lot of interesting ideas. And I was so fascinated to see how it would follow through with any of them. So in a lot of ways, those final moments are, I remember the anticipation of a payoff more than the reality of it. Oh, Thief? Dark Ages? Man, I have never genuinely played through Thief 1. That game is tough. Like, even... There were times in Thief 1 where I was like, what do they want me to do, man? Like, I can't... It's intentionally like I can't fight. And there's a room with this fucking guy in it who just massacres me, but I gotta go in there. Yeah, Captain, I try to withhold judgment because I haven't played Burial at Sea. Even though, yeah, on its own, Infinite's definitely a game that needed to ship. Shame too, because like I really would love like games that confront American culture more directly. And I don't necessarily explicitly mean like racism, although that's a pretty big part of it. But I don't know. It's kind of weird that like you got to go to. So it's like David Lynch's vision of America inspired so many other people. In a weird way, that's how we get it now. Is David Lynch's Americana recycled through video games? I'm thinking about that a bit in context of Hotel Barcelona, which likewise takes place in like a desert Southwest hotel. A realistic trip between reality kind of stuff. I played that a little bit at Xbox preview event I got to go to. I've been waiting to do a preview bit for Inside Games. I'll probably do that on Monday. What did I do this weekend? Let's see. Saturday I mean, mostly it was a recovery weekend. We're kind of getting over a particularly malicious dose of con crud. So a lot of just kind of taking it easy. Oh my god. Let's see here. What else did I do? That thing. Went over to Bruce's to celebrate his daughter's 2nd birthday. Whoa, that was fun. Got to talk to Jacob and Omar a little bit. I beat Doom 2 on Friday. That was cool. Reduce the crystal. Hopefully I can knock out Immortals of Aveum tonight. But I'm starting to get tired and the fucking the late night coughs are starting to set in. Okay. I see. Really? There's no platform to stand on? Ah. Okay. All right. There we go. Cool. That's cool. Very cool thing to see when you open a door. Okay, I gotta reach Sandrak though. Go this way. Nope. This way. Yeah, more whale noises. It's the sound of big thing. Like this god, this mournful god. All the Pentasod wanted to do was help? Uh-oh. Oh. Yeah, it's still like fully likely that Jack has just been indoctrinated by a god and is now like, we gotta help the god.
Getting close to Sandrak. Should I wait for you?
There's no time. Go.
Sandrak. Where's Sandrak? Sandrak? Oh. Boom.
Jack, Kirkin betrays me with a doomed assault with you at the head.
No. She was still all in on your plan. But my friends and I had a different idea.
Oh, you turned against her. Wonderful. I've had a good influence on you.
They're the key, Sandrak. If you really want to heal the wound, you're going to let them finish. You know I'm right.
I admit, your army of gargoyles is something I didn't see coming. Children of the Pentasod, are they not? Cruel of you to bring them just to see it die. You must want to build yourself a little family of orphans again. After all you have seen, you still insist on prolonging the world's suffering. BJ!
Is that his deal then? He's just like, the world must end? Okay, if that's where we're going, that's boring. I was kind of hoping that like, that basically he would be trying to end a system that was eating itself alive, and that you just basically end up being an agent for status quo. Like, but people need their steaks and they need their cars.
Aveum will follow.
I was curious how biting this game would get with that. Just given that it has like, it has moments of cutting dialogue and cutting clarity about some of that stuff. There he goes doing his orbs again.
That's a miss. Fight like a soldier in the dirt, Southern Magnus. Oh man! You cannot touch me.
Oh. What you doing? Are you gonna hurt me with that, or? Yeah? Okay, I guess I gotta get in his bubble. When the mad god decides to shine its brain-shredding light.
The world's suffering. BJ! Data miss. I will not meet my end like this.
Oh.
You were unforeseen, I can tell. Run, T4. BJ! Should I fall, Aveum will follow. With the Thrada Cull, I resist you. With my own will.
What do I do? Fuck. Maybe I just have to stand behind it? Okay, yeah, that seems to work. Alright, alright.
Can you hear it, Jack? In all of its varied hues of panic, the realization that even immortality is peace.
Sup?
Sup?
God.
The traitor returned at last. You dishonor everything I gave you, sister. That Rasharn gave you.
You're so full of shit. You sold our people a dream you abandoned the moment I handed you the power to fulfill it.
Sup?
You don't always have to wait until I'm on the ropes to swoop in, you know.
Don't. You're just always on the ropes.
Do you know how many Lucians she's killed, Jack? And you, sister? How many of your countrymen have died at his hand? There's no grace in your magic, no skill.
And that's cool though.
Zata missed. BJ! Saren must breed Oathbreakers and Halflings. I should have leveled them.
Get behind my shield.
Okay.
I am warded against your power, creature.
Get behind me.
She knows how to do this.
Here should have been a lesson. BJ!
Oh. I should. Okay.
disgust me, malevolent spirit. I will erase your names from all memory.
Get behind my shield.
Oh, okay. I got a little mixed up there. Wait, is Shield gonna get all its health back? Okay. Hope not.
Both of you betray your master's fortune. A chance at power. And then which of you will betray the other if I fall?
Get behind me.
Surfing music.
Nisha Suchiva. Zichi.
Enough! You mistake me for someone that has limits. I am the very wellspring of magic. The very...
Remember that time we pulled one over on the Upbridge gang?
I guess.
I'm saying literally remember the time we pulled one over on the Upbridge gang.
Enough!
No!
What was he doing that whole time?
It's finally time to end your suffering.
The Upbridge gang is when you did everything and I just sat there and watched you get your ass kicked. Oh. Zinged him. See, that's good writing. It throws back to their origins as humble street urchin. One thing he didn't think about. Duty British fuck.
This is for Devin.
Fuck yeah. Oh, the 300 kick. Yes. Boom. To the god's psycho mouth.
Luna. Oh, and the Palathon. And Saren. And fuck, man. Oh.
Don't forget the Maladar.
Right. And for
Who's
the Maladar.
Devin?
No, don't.
Who's our wisecracking
Literally,
best friend?
Don't forget the Maladar.
It'll work.
He's a bit academic. Okay, so all the gargoyles are going to come out and they're going to fix the wound then, huh?
Damn, kid! Rook says it's a bust. Too much corruption is pouring out of it too fast. Their absorption powers can't slow it down, much less cork it.
Then what are we going to do?
Bad magic. Too much bad magic.
Thinking.
Not enough good magic.
Rashanian Armada, this is the hand. Sandrak is dead and his madness is over. Stand down and disperse on my command.
You've already figured out.
I mean, I am kind of down with the villain getting booted into like the celestial maw of an ancient god.
About how to fix the
That's pretty fucking rad.
Is there something else that we can do about it? I mean,
of course. She never told you that immortals are charged with sacrificing themselves to heal the
I was about to say, there's got to be some kind of story construct where he has to throw himself into the pit.
What?
There it is.
A healing ritual. One that splits you from your magic, from your soul. Works. I never would have left the Immortals if it didn't. That's too much of a person.
Would it work on something this big? If I
Jumped in, exploded yourself right next to the binding stone, flooded all the fonts back into the shrouded realm? Yeah, could do.
It's funny because I remember there's like a point in Final Fantasy IV where a character's like, well, I guess I just have to throw myself off this airship to save everyone.
Your eyes is gone. Resolve.
I'm just like, what? But it's some like the absurdity of the logic.
to actually understand goodbyes.
Uh,
Well, okay. You don't have time to teach me the ritual, so.
glad we're back here, but with Unreal Engine 5.
No.
Well, Jack, looks like you got to jump in that hole and blow yourself up with that magic rock there.
Just jump already.
That's the way it is.
Jack?
It'll be okay, Luna.
Jack!
See? Final Fantasy. Right? But with magic guns and more Western storytelling. Oh yeah, shit. I missed my cue. You love him though. We'll miss you, Jack.
What did he do?
He fixed it. Never doubted him for a second.
Da 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 da. Game owns, dude. They're an epilogue. It should just go to credits. Okay, all right.
So now that the wound's been unfucked for the moment,
the rest is up to us. Magnai orders are going to have to
A wound
unfucked
unfucked.
playbooks and include the Alluri in them.
Yeah, the double jump tutorial right before the last cuts.
stretch of green, pretty hills, dark groves.
Hit R to reload your crystal.
Love groves.
Thanks.
They're all gardeners
Shit, man.
at heart, really.
I went this whole time without double jumping.
Yeah, well, what you started here, it's going to spread.
Lucium will follow our example.
Yeah, sure it will.
Word from Lavendry.
Speak of the devil.
Short version. The king and the dynastic families give their
What
unending.
a cyber scroll.
That's it?
The language used
Dude,
was lovely.
big too human aesthetic, huh?
No, I mean, did Kirkin...
No word from her at all, sir. The king will recognize your claim as the head of your order, if you ask for it.
Who's the king?
She'll come around.
No, she won't.
Yeah, likely not. She never
Yeah,
did with me.
that was news to me
You
too.
and Jack had the right of it, in a way I never did.
Woke up right in time for the compliments. Keep them coming.
There he is.
You look good for someone that exploded.
I got better.
I owe you a favor. Spit you back out the shrouded realm, good as new.
Folks, that's writing.
Legs still seem
That's
good,
what writing is.
though.
Your
Who gives a fuck?
friend
Who cares?
left when she saw you were on the mend. She said she wasn't sure where she was going to go.
Yeah, that tracks. So what's next?
Well, plenty of Sandrak loyalists are still out there.
Immortals of Aveum 2.
Refusing to believe he's really dead. You got any loose ends, kid?
Got a lot of wacky folks out there that want to be. Turn to camera. Immortals of Aveum 2. Boom, credits.
Sharn's withdrawing back to the front. We'll take advantage of that time and try to rebuild.
And, under your leadership?
I take it you have an opinion on that.
I mean, yeah. I think it should be you.
I see. I was thinking the same thing.
You were? Oh, that's great. Totally should be you, for sure.
Totally.
Awesome. Yeah. Shouldn't be me at all. Right?
Oh, hell no.
Okay, well that's a little rude.
I mean, that would be
We really,
the worst.
really ending this on millennial awkward banter?
Yeah,
Literally
no way.
can't think
Right?
Come on, you can do better than
Why
this.
not though? Like you haven't even
Then
thought
you
about it?
Being the leader. I mean,
We could.
it's funny though. Listen, it's funny. It's
You know, we've been through a lot.
Feels improv.
I'd love to see it. Well, I don't. You know, maybe we should try.
A trial.
Just for
Well, what is that?
just for shits and giggles.
I think I've proven myself more.
The longer it goes, the better it is.
I healed the wound.
Okay, all right. If it went like another, no joke, like 45 seconds, so long that it's like almost offending you. Anyway, hell yeah. Fucking Immortals of Aveum. Brett Robbins, you did an immaculate job. Michael Kirkbride and Brett Robbins, tour de force. I like camp, and I can acknowledge that that's a factor here. They did it though. It's one of the rare things where it's like it's almost intentional camp, which is you really can't do most of the time, but somehow this game pulls it off. Anyway, the game rocks. For fun. Enjoyable characters. It manages to have a spark to its its dialogue. I thought the same of Star Wars Outlaws as well, though. There was a punchiness to the dialogue there that I thought put it a mark above most games. I mean, good lord, dude. Compare Outlaws to Assassin's Creed Shadows, and the dialogue is just so different in terms of its interest and entertainment value. Anyway, this was a sweet game. Rad game. It's a shame that this kind of game executed like this, like, not really a market for it. I wish there were. I could play a game like this like every month. That's very spoiled of me. But man, that would be great. Yeah, solid Call of Duty game. Yeah, I mean, it's a few marks above a COD, really, in terms of its feature set. Modern CODs are kind of getting here a little bit, but it has gear. It had like a talent tree. Modern CODs have dialogue trees, and they have some shade of that. It was $40 instead of 70, maybe. Yeah. I wish it would be okay at 70, but I get it. I get it. Competitive scene. I wish you could make games like this for $70. And at that price, they're not going to be for everybody, but I do kind of wish that somehow that could work out. Across console and PC, maybe there's enough sales there. Keep the fire going. Yeah, and it had the like optional fights that I didn't do. There's like a lot of puzzles and optional pickups in the levels that I just did not even bother with at all. It seems like they may have gotten an Epic grant. Yeah, I'll agree with that, Verbose. Kingdom Come Deliverance kind of being in the same family of like, ooh, I just hope there's a way for people to make games like this, to make the math work out so that everyone can get paid and go home. But still, we get to have products that are like inspired, I guess is the word. And that sounds so cliche, masturbatory. I guess it is both of those things. But there's so many products out there to earn money, right? It's nice to play something that is going for something that hasn't been done or has a vision and is striving to achieve it, but also gets some budget. Those two things don't often overlap. It has soul. Yeah. Well, I'm trying to be a little more descriptive than soul, but that is what it is. But it's honestly like a creative vision that falls outside of something that's been tested and proven. Straying away from what's like what the consensus of saleability. But then again, it sucks when those are kind of burned because they grade. Although, God, what could you do to this game to make it more marketable? And I make it like modern near future COD style instead of like magical shit in ancient realms. It is a kind of globe-trotting near future COD shits. I'd make it less unique. Maybe it would make it sell more. I don't know. Instead of Immortals of Aveum, it's Tacticals of Combat. Yeah, maybe if it was closer to Today Tech. Who's to say? But still, the system that I'm bemoaning not celebrating us with or showering us with multiple Immortals of Aveum sequels at least produced this one game. I'm happy about that. And Electronic Arts produced it. I'm gonna guess they didn't greenlight a sequel because Ascendant tanked pretty soon after this game, but they tried. Someone at EA said yes. Oh yeah. I think from Shuhei Yoshida about AA being dead at Sony. I mean, anecdotally I had moaned that for a while. The layer at Sony that would make all the cool art games, and to me carved out a very important cultural note for them. Gave the brand a kind of a cool arty edge. Totally gone now. Totally gone. What is PlayStation? It's the console everyone has, and that's it. They have a handful of brands. Well, I'm being way too reductive. They have a handful of brands people care a lot about. Oh, there's that. Mr. 5000. PlayStation is dad games. Yeah. Kind of exiting dad phase, aren't we? Let's see. I guess Last of Us is probably the biggest current brand. Ghost of Blank. Games for dads or games with dads? I mean, yes. I do love how you can track, sometimes you can track the life and times of the exact class of people that produce a thing based on the trends in that media. There were definitely media trends in the 80s and 90s in film that spoke more to the life experiences of the producers and directors and writers that were making that media, I think. And I think you can definitely see similar trends in video games. It gets you some beautiful disasters like the 13-year-old wearing his dad's coat kind of games that David Cage would make. Unhinged, like boy at heart male fantasy simulators. Yeah. Ghost of Yotei doesn't seem like a dad game. Astrobot's not a dad game. Intergalactic is kind of a dad game. That's what gets me. Like, despite the casting, it's so steeped in 80s sci-fi dorkiness. Which also kind of bugs me because I don't see a lot of synergy there between that and having no, I guess it is kind of the same. Having an equalizer waveform laser axe. I don't know how we're going to get from that to commentary about religion and shit. That'll be some Neil Druck magic. We'll have to wait for that. Yeah, Astrobot exists in spite of the new Sony direction. Kind of did. Yeah. This is why Japan Studios shutting down was a real moment PlayStation. But I guess it put the fear of God in them, right? They had brand malaise until they got merged with another studio and their staff shut in half. Or cut in half. And then they were like, let's make a game. But I do think that Astrobot is a nice, it's a touch of vibrance that I think a particular that users of a particular platform, people that only play PlayStation games, are probably missing, because good God, PlayStation games have been bleak so long. Unbearably bleak. Oh, you overdose on bleak. What Last of Us 2 felt like. The total overdose on misery. Snapback. Yeah, the people yearn for whimsy. I agree. No, there was a... Ooh. Decon. Thanks for the raid. Tuned in just in time for us to sit through the credits of Immortals of Aveum. Shortly thereafter, the stream will end, but... Oh, we're going, okay. But welcome everyone for now. We were just trying to narrow down what era of PlayStation we're in. I think we are done with dads. Done with dad phase. It happened. There were a couple good games in there. Even Uncharted 4 went into sad dad territory of all the fucking games, man. Although I guess Indiana Jones did as well. But there's only one end of the line for adventurers. And it's being made to feel bad that you want to go adventuring. But I think we're done with that now. Death Stranding 2 is coming. That'll be a sad dad game? I guess, yeah. And Porter Bridges is a dad now. He's got Lou. We're still technically in it, but we're possibly moving out of it. Yeah. Thoros is probably not going to be a dad game. Even though Rahul Kohli is dad as fuck. Is he Sam Porter Bridges America now? Oh. I'd have to remember the last 5 hours of Death Stranding to answer that. Although I guess he and Fragile have a thing, which is... whatever. Who even fucking knows, man? Who knows? Man, Death Stranding's coming out soon. How cool is that? We're gonna get to play Death Stranding 2. It's not enough there was a Death Stranding. As baffling and weird as that game is, there's a sequel. And it seems like somehow it's even more ridiculous. Even more detached. Fantastic. They're on some kind of Nostromo vessel, swimming through black and white reality. Ray Baker's over there shredding. Death Stranding really is my Kingdom Hearts. Yeah. Kind of, maybe mine too. It is very similar, isn't it? In that it takes a concept, a vaguely explained concept as like a framework to not necessarily tell stories, but to establish a very complicated emotional scenario. Like just getting to one very powerful and weird emotional feeling and trying to just hang on to that. I don't know how many credits there are. Kojimbo embraced the shark so fully that he's impervious to jumping it. He does a good job of confronting the player with absurdity in a way that almost like inoculates them against it. I think there is an art to getting the audience on your side, or getting them to buy into what's going on. He's pretty good at that. Or his games are pretty good at that. Is there anything besides walking or driving gameplay wise? Kinda. There is combat, sort of. Sometimes you'll throw poo bombs at stuff. There's sneaking. Building. Yeah, there's bad combat. Running away from stuff. There's third person shooting. There's like over the shoulder shooting. You do have to shoot some big ink squids sometimes. Yeah, it's not bad. It's about as solid as any game is. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of people, and I respect all of their contributions, but it's also getting late. Epilogue. Congratulations, you completed the main storyline. Continue to explore, completing shroud feigns, finding all golden chests and legendary gear, and defeating some of the strongest Magni of the Rasharn. Magni of Rasharn, the Six. You can also replay the story with all the spells, gear, and talents you've unlocked, interacting with a new game plus altar and glaive gate. The adventure.
Grand Magnus?
I'm gonna get used to that. What's on your mind, Initiate?
Just, you want me to just get around you? Okay, there we go.
Believe it or not, I don't do that well without orders.
Interesting. Because you don't do well with orders. But hunt down Sandrak loyalists still active in Lucium and Calthus. Explore. Hone your skills and strengthen your magic.
Yeah, never talked about Devon. Able to a lot of things. There it is.
Without the path, how are we going to do selection? To find more Immortals, I mean.
Who says she's gone? You came back.
And I reignited the fonts across Aveum.
Right. Including the one the path formed around. I wouldn't write her off just yet. Still, we'll need to rebuild a new fortress around it all.
There's a lot of airship workers in Saren that wouldn't mind a contract like that.
Good idea. I'll have Selko look into it.
Everything happened so quickly that we never had a chance to talk about Devon.
I don't want to. That whole month after the Palathon fell.
There's a secret ending?
Our magic gone? Escaping here to Glavegate only to find it under constant siege?
Like if you end the game after you beat all the optional bosses?
Any sign of hope. I made a lot of peace with a lot of things back then. And Devon's death was one of them. He was my friend. He died a hero.
Does Devon's ghost come back and give you a thumbs up?
That's enough for me.
I get it.
When things settle, maybe I'll visit his family in the Bracelet Isles off the coast of Lavenry. Pay my respects. You should come.
You bet. The whole thing that happened with Kirkin.
Bit collectibles? I'm okay. Yeah, let's check it out.
She led our order for decades, Jack. And there's not a general in the Light's army that she doesn't have leverage on. And every one of the Lucian Magni houses owes her some kind of favor.
What? Even after she literally wanted to kill the thing that created their magic.
Time moves on. Things like that get forgotten quicker than you might expect. Lamenting what happened with Kirkin? Not as important as preparing for how she comes at us next.
Thought I'd check in is all.
Nothing to report here. Carry on.
So she's a free agent now. Out there scheming. Dick. Damn. This game rocks. Alright, yeah, let's about to do a very rare YouTube search. More Spells of Aveum, secret ending. Get right to it. Hell yeah. Da da da. Ba ba ba. Immortals of Aveum. It's only like 40 seconds.
Funny.
Your hair?
Got him.
Does everyone... No, jackass, my mark. You would have thought with the Binding Stone gone...
Good point.
Excuse me. I don't mean to bother you, but it seems I'm terribly lost.
What? 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 Immortals of Aveum is great.